Good morning.
Again.
Good morning. Again. Don't let them know that this is take two.
Good morning and welcome to a more sunny Southport than the intro that we just did.
It is. The sun's come out a little bit.
It definitely didn't happen. Welcome to Southport for round 4.
Round 4 of this year's BRCA National Championships. Yesterday's winner, Tommy Hall's just been out for practice number 1, rocking the orange body shell again, so we'll be able to spot that one. So we're just going through yesterday. Tommy won. A little bit of pressure from Josh Holdsworth in the last final. Said that he would really tightened up, and that's something that you don't want to do around Southport track. And if you go back and watch the final, leg 3, you can see that Josh put Tommy under a lot of pressure in the last couple of laps. And it wasn't that Tommy was going slow, he was just slower. And Josh was able to push and really try and put some pressure on him. But Tommy got over the line and won his first National of the Year. So good to get that monkey off his back.
Yeah.
And with that, because the two-wheel drive title is so tight, he now leads the two-wheel drive National Championship this year. Co-leads, him and Ben Smith both on 517 points. Josh Holdsworth only 2 further back, so that's going to go down to the wire. 3 guys only separated by 2 points, and they've all had a win, all had a TQ and a win, should I say. And they've got a couple of seconds each. Actually, Tommy and Ben have exactly the same way of scoring the points. So that's going to come down to a tiebreaker.
And Bury and Batley,
it could come down to a tiebreaker, and it has been tied before. Neil and Lee have tied the championship twice before, exactly the same point, so they couldn't be split.
What is the, obviously for those that don't know, I don't know personally because I've not read the BRCA handbook for a very long time.
Yeah.
What is the tiebreaker at the moment?
So the tiebreaker goes on your best countback or your countback scores. So they, at the minute, with only 4 rounds, they only have 4 rounds to count, so they've only got 4 scores. It goes on the the highest of your 4 scores counting. So if you had 131, 131, and then 2 126s, if someone had 131, 131, and then a 130, they would beat you. But because they count, so you don't count the non-scoring rounds. The non-scoring rounds are done. They just handed out the trophy to both of them, and it's been done twice in the past. Trying to think, 2019, I think, was one of the years, if I go back and find out. But yeah, that is going to be a close battle. But we're on to 4-wheel drive now. And 4-wheel drive, it's Ben Smith who has a relatively commanding 4-point lead, but he's got 2 TQ and wins and a 3rd. So a TQ and win today would help Ben's chances, but he would have to rely on other people not having a great meeting.
Yes. Lots to look forward to today. Don't forget, if you want to get more RCTV content, you can pick an RCTV hero. It helps us out greatly, and you get lots of great perks. So you get exclusive access to content, early access to content, you get priority shout-outs and follow requests where possible. It's quite difficult with only 2 members of staff sometimes.
Yep, I will try. I will try and keep on top of it today.
Yeah, and if you join at the hero level, you get some free stickers. What's not to love? So obviously we've got all of today to come, and coming up next week is very exciting.
What are you guys doing next week? Where are you off to?
Sadly, I'm not going because I've got a crocked ankle, but we are covering the EFRA 1/8
it's the
Nitro European Championships
from Madrid,
live from Madrid. That is going to be exciting.
That's
we might have to get Mr. Skidmore in briefly a little bit later.
I was talking to Johnny last night. Went out for some food with some of the X-Ray team last night, and they are Johnny and his dad and Will, I think, are leaving straight from here. They're going to a hotel and then they fly at like 5 in the morning.
Oh, nice. Nice ringtone.
Yeah. Sorry about that. That's the wife calling, so I will have to bob out for a minute and speak to the wife.
Yeah.
If my wife's calling while I'm commentating, then there must be something wrong. So I'm just going to bob out for a bit and find out what that is.
Had a bit of a break just while they sort the track out at the moment. So if you want to disappear, feel free. We'll have a quick listen to 10th section chairman Tony Avdoka.
After liaising with the club, all my officials and everything else, we have moved Marshall Point 7. The white line is now non-applicable. Okay? Right, we'll carry on, guys. Let's make up some time, please.
There was a few issues with the track and marshalling during practice. There was a lot of debate when the track was built and at driver's brief this morning, and on marshal safety they put an unofficial track marker in to make sure that this is the line that you need to stick to avoid hitting the marshal, basically. And it wasn't a popular decision at the time, but credit to the BRCA team and the Southport team for, I presume, getting it right in the end. So they've. Did you hear that?
Yeah. So there was a little bit of controversy in drivers briefing, the track layout, the jump in the middle, the big tabletop that you'll see in a bit. The run-up was a lot longer.
Yeah.
And they were jumping too far, and they were asked not to jump far, which is quite kind of hard.
It's that in that driver's mindset. It's that why have a feature if you're not going to use it?
Yeah, but I mean, I get the issue with the safety to the marshal afterwards, and weirdly, I suggested shortening the track and having a shorter run up, and they did it.
So everybody got upset.
They did it.
It's your fault.
They did it for after heat 2, so they had to run heat 1 and heat 2 again. And now they're just explaining that there's a white line on the jump. I don't think you'll be able to see it from your camera angle, but they were asking people to not jump over the white line. But that's now negated because you can't really jump over the tabletop in the middle. So, yeah, I think the most sensible choice of course of action has been taken by the BRCA and the club, and let's just hope that we can just go racing on the sound of the tone, to quote Scotty.
Yes. Speaking of which, Scotty's in Madrid.
Is he?
Yeah.
Nice. Is he commentating for you guys?
He is. So Scotty's got a weird one. He's obviously everybody that knows Scotty Ernst. He does everything at this point. Referee, race control.
Yeah.
He races himself again, and obviously commentator. But next week, he's just a commentator. So I think he's got to get used to the not ushering people through, because people on the roster will not hear him.
Yeah.
But what a week it should be in Madrid. I mean,
be nice.
They're going to get better weather than we are, and it's supposed to be a little bit warm today in sunny Southport. Don't worry. But any of the Manor lot, before they message me, yes, I've got my Factor 50 on.
But you do also have a very nice play hut to with your camera up there. That's been nicely provided by the club.
Thank you very much, Southport and Aidan and his team.
Yeah, big shout out to the Southport crew. They've hopefully moved our microphone boosters so the commentary goes out live onto the track side a bit better than it did yesterday. But you guys just don't realise how much effort is put in by the club. We spoke to Hall from the Adam Hall from the club yesterday, and amount of just to put this extra lane down in the bottom corner here, 16 tons of groundwork and hardcore just to put that down.
When it comes to hosting a national BRCA, the 10th section give each club an allocation of money. What they do with that money is relatively up to the club, and obviously Southport have put it to good use with the extra track length. 90 metres, making it the longest in the UK for a dedicated 10th track.
No, I think it's 50. 50
Sure?
50 metres straight.
That's a
50
long
metres.
50 metres.
It's definitely not 90 because Usain Bolt would cover that a lot quicker.
I don't know. I saw something.
Mind you, yeah, there was a track race, a foot race, wasn't there?
Oh dear, that was
Friday night.
That was disastrous.
So we just need to. So what we'll do is we'll get all the guys that did it, and we'll time you and see if it is 50 metres or 90. I think it's 50.
It might be 50.
Right. But we need to find Daniel Pole before he gets changed out of his suit.
There was for reference, the Poles weren't here yesterday.
I know.
They were at a wedding, and they are in a suit, and they've stuck the Team Associated logo on it. Yes. Speaking of Team Associated, they're one of our fantastic partners, sponsors for this year's BRCA 1/10 Off-Road Nationals. Thank you also to TKR, Futaba, Kyosho and his models, Rudog, Yokomo, Rudebits, MB models, TMG Speed, Team Schumacher Racing and Team X-Ray. I'm trying to
remember
read and speak at the same time. It doesn't work.
Oh, God.
So without those guys, we would not be able to bring you this coverage for any of this summer. So a massive thank you, and of course a massive thank you to the BRCA for having us here. Don't forget, we've got the rest of the action today, and then we move on to Bury next.
Bury next.
Bury.
Don't know.
Bury.
Bap or Balm.
Bap. Cobb.
Or Cobb.
Oh,
let's not start. We started the biscuit war yesterday. Let's not start the bread cake war. Another one.
Bread cake.
Butty.
I mean, that's broken. There's a shock in the middle of the track.
Oh, and it was in the middle of the track. It's now not.
Yeah, and that's been recovered. Last thing you want is going down the track and having a
slick,
a spring wrangle itself up in your drive shaft.
Yeah, and also on first lap of practice is not, or your second practice is not great. Hopefully they'll get out again later on.
Yep. So we are into
Heat 2.
Heat 2. Are we on? We've already rerun 1 and 2, haven't we?
They were rerunning round 1 because they changed the the track. So we're back to just round 2 of practice
back
and
to where we should be.
Yeah.
Minorly delayed, so hopefully it's not the 4-hour drive home like it was on the way here.
No, hopefully that'll be a nightmare because we've got to get all this stuff to Matt because I guess some of this stuff has got to go to Madrid.
Yes.
So
lovely drive down to Nottingham.
Yeah, so I need to find out how I'm going to get all this stuff back to Matt. It might be a Sunday night or a Monday morning driving on the way to work. I don't know. I think he's eager to get it off me tonight. So
yes, we are 1:13 to practice 2.
Dominic Morby leading this one and was quick yesterday. Dominic, young associated driver, 25:06. So.
Whilst we're in practice, I'm going to go and see if we can wrangle up a Skidmore. And while it's fresh in our brains, we'll ask him about Madrid.
Okay then. Yeah, so Dominic Morby. .25.06, 25.96. He was quick yesterday, genuinely quick. And it was in like heat 1 or 2. Not sure if he's a local. I'll go and ask him though. And we're going to try and get some of the younger guys from earlier heats. Also some of the older guys from earlier heats. We got Adam Perai yesterday. But now, in commentary, we have Johnny Skidmore. Morning, you alright?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Yeah, how was Royal Birkdale? Did you go?
Yeah, we got there. We tried to get in and there was security and stuff, so it made it a little difficult, but I got a few cool pictures and, it looked good. So
it's a nice place,
Yeah, it's beautiful, to be fair. So.
Yeah, so we were talking last night about like golf and stuff, but you're off to got a nice easy weekend, haven't you? Like racing here and then straight off to Madrid.
Yeah, straight to Manchester tonight, and then we fly early morning tomorrow. Obviously, we have Monday to get set up and acclimatise the best you can, because it looks like it's going to be 39 degrees. I would say most of the week.
Yeah.
So we fly early. Obviously, have Monday off, and then we start with practice on Tuesday. So should be fun, hopefully.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm excited always. I mean, I love going to these events and trying to compete the best you can. I mean, it's always difficult, especially when you've not been there and stuff, but. All you can do is, your best and see what we can achieve. Hopefully something good.
Yeah, coming off the back of a really good win at Slough. We were talking about that yesterday, but a good win at Slough. Not your best result last year, I don't think.
No,
and then this year, you absolutely smoked everyone.
Yeah, it were. I mean, it went well this year. It's always nice as well to have a good race just before you go to an event like a Euro. Yep. Boost the confidence a little bit. I mean, not that this has helped so much with the confidence, but in general, it helps to be comfortable before you go out there. So.
Yeah. So, pretty good result yesterday. Not right at the sharp end, but still made another A final, and thereabouts in the final. I think like 5. Did you have a 5 and a 6?
Yeah, 5 and a 6. I think you put me 8th. So I mean, I'm there or thereabouts. To be honest, I'm a little bit off. The front 3 guys, I would say, but I mean, I just can't put the time in. With work and obviously 8 scale as well taking priority. Yeah. It definitely hinders you. I mean, that was the first time I've ever ran a 2-wheel drive around here before. So I mean. It's a good result, but obviously not what I'm wanting. No. But I mean, to be honest, there's kind of not much you can do about it when you're just turning up on the day.
No, I think a lot of people, if we'd sent a lot of the 10th scale guys to an 8th scale meeting, they'd find a big gap the other way.
I mean, hopefully. But,
no, I think they would.
I would imagine so. But I mean, it's it's all part of the fun. I enjoy the challenge. I mean, obviously these at the top end of this A final, they're all very very talented guys. So they're all super fast, and some of them good at 8 scale as well. To be fair.
Yeah.
I'm hoping, obviously, the last round at Batley, I might have a little bit more of an advantage my way, because I've done a few laps there, more than anywhere else anyway. Yep. So hopefully that'll make a little bit of a difference.
Bury's not too far. Have you been to Bury as well?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been this year. Okay. It's just not time. I mean, it's probably 50 minutes for me. I'll try to get there. I think we have a big break now till the next one. So.
Yeah, because we have to get the Euros into. There's always a gap for the 10th Euros. So
that's right.
I think it's now July, the next national.
Yeah,
it's end of July as well.
Right. So I mean, if I can get down, I will. Because obviously it makes a difference. Just get comfortable. I think it's more just lack of. I don't think it's necessarily so much track knowledge. I think it's more lack of driving 10 scale cars. I think that hurts more, because I mean it's just national, then national, then national with the 10 scale stuff. There's just no time in between to get used to speed controllers and the smaller cars and stuff like that. I think that's the biggest issue, more than actual track knowledge itself. Yeah,
this year the calendar has been quite compact at the start of the year. It was like national, only 2 weeks between the first few nationals, and then even this one there's only 3, I think. So it's quite a compact season this year.
I mean, obviously I can't remember what it was. I think I got 14 nationals individually this year across 8 scale nitro, e-buggy and 10 scale. So I mean, that's 14 weekends gone before you've started, and then a couple of Euros and a Worlds, and
that's it.
You're running out of weekends.
Spring, summer gone. No time for a holiday.
Exactly. Yeah. Lucy is not too happy about that, I don't think. But I mean, you're running out of weekends to actually, go testing and practice for these events. Yeah. So you kind of just got to turn up blind, kind of, and just do your best, see what you can do on the day, really.
So how was 4-wheel drive practice? I don't know. I should have watched and then asked you that question.
Maybe. I mean, it was not bad. I mean, to be honest, it was somewhere in the top. I don't know, maybe top. Yeah, I haven't looked. It was average at best, I would say, but make some changes. I mean, I always start off, as you can imagine, slower and get somewhere near towards the end. It takes me a lot longer to get going because of just the lack of practice, basically. So every run I feel a bit more comfortable, and I think hopefully the next one will be better than into Q1. We'll see what we can do, but practice one, not the greatest, but not a disaster either.
Yeah, same guys, I think the same guys as you were in with yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, basically heat 10. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
so
I missed Bingham.
So with good mates Ryan Clark and the bottler Matt Thompson, we're going to get that in.
Yeah, you have. I mean, it's good. I actually enjoy being in the heat with them because obviously we're all friends and stuff as well. And it's actually not a bad heat to be in. I mean, 3 of us made the A yesterday from that heat, and a lot of them made the B. So it doesn't really feel like not a top heat like it should be. It kind of feels like there's 3 top heats at the minute. So
it was genuinely a really quick heat yesterday.
Yeah, it was. It was fast. Sometimes it's the best place to be as well, because if they're crashing and that, you can just marshal them a little bit slow. And
and you'll wow.
I'm only joking. But yeah, it's actually it's not an issue at all, to be honest. So
And also, I guess you'd be setting off car 1 as well, wouldn't you? So that is a huge
also,
advantage.
Yeah. The only downside to it is you don't really have someone to chase sometimes. That's the only thing that can sometimes affect the speed a little bit. But other than that, it's a clean track and, it's not bad at all.
Yeah, so if you do want to go back and watch yesterday's B final, it's a classic. It's literally.
I think I will have to. Yeah, we went out for food last night, didn't we, with Matt, and he was disappointed.
Yeah, I think he was still down. I think.
Yeah. I think the last person you want to do that in front of as well is Ryan, because you're never going to hear the end of it. So I mean, he beat me once in 2022, 2023. We were talking about, and every time I see him, he reminds me of it. So
yeah, did he show you the tattoo?
Yeah, exactly. So he's a good laugh, but man, he's annoying.
It's taking you this long to work that out. No, they are a good bunch of guys. You've got the X-Ray this year.
Yeah, it's a good team for sure.
Yeah, and with Lee as well, old man.
Yeah. I mean, he's still got it though.
He's still got it.
He's still got it. That is for sure. So.
Right, thank you.
Anytime.
Let you get back to sorting your car out for round 2, and I'll try and watch.
Watching my dad sort my car out.
Oh, perfect. Just make sure it doesn't get gear crunching again.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Thank
you.
Take care.
Thank you.
See you later.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So, thank you to Johnny Skidmore for that interview.
Interesting hearing about. Yeah, it really does take its toll being
burnout.
a top end driver. Like I said, 14 weekends out of 52 gone before you can even consider wrenching time, practice time,
or just not
racing
cars. Now, it is something when you're good across a couple of classes, you instantly then have to do like all of the national, or you don't have to do them, but you want to do all of the nationals, and then you can burn yourself out by doing. You've literally one weekend is one class, one weekend is another class.
Yeah,
like I said, you just don't get the stick time.
Yeah, so you get
in the right class.
Yeah,
you get stick time, but that's it.
You go back to March, April time. We spoke to stuff like your Mark Reinhardt. We spoke to Bruno. We spoke to Michael, and they were all saying about obviously the touring car world got cancelled or postponed.
Yeah,
and they were just saying they're just enjoying the downtime. It's nice that they were able to get a bit of free time to just do whatever. It wasn't travelling, it wasn't stick time, it wasn't wheel time. So
yeah, but that's going to bite them because that's getting moved now, isn't it?
November.
Yeah, so the time that they thought they got, they're actually going to take. It does take the year.
It really does take an effect when, like you said, when it's so many different classes, and the problem is it's that we haven't got any out and out dirt tracks in the UK.
Not for 10th, no.
But even for 8th,
no, they're all dirt tracks.
They're all multi-surface,
dirt with Astro on them, but they're not the same. Like
they're not Madrid.
No, they're not like high temperature blue. Oh, they'll black groove up at Madrid.
Yeah.
And then like in America where you get sealed dirt.
Yeah.
We don't have those. We get what we've got.
Yeah.
We don't ship dirt in from anywhere. It's just the dirt that's naturally available, and they pull out the grass. So we've got like Brookthorpe. All of this year's nationals, like I say, are dirt, but they do have AstroTurf portions where it's normally just to save the jumps.
Yeah. So it's that. Yeah. There's no way of necessarily practicing
without going.
Yeah.
And then you've just added another weekend onto
your
calendar by wanting to practice on the track that you're going to go to later in the year. So that's another weekend you've got to find.
And Johnny was obviously talking about the Worlds, and it's that's basically 2 weeks taken out because it's 2 days travelling.
I think the meeting itself is like thick end of a week. So you've got because it's in Thornhill. So it's okay. It's middle of America, but it's not. Still a long flight time, and then you've got the flight there, the flight back, gap in between.
Wrenching. You've got an entire day of setting up and just tyre prep.
It's not just actually going to the event and racing. There's the day of like the sign up.
Plus, if you go to the warm up earlier in the year, that's basically a thick end of a week.
Yeah, I think not many of the Brits went.
It's a long way to go for.
Yeah, but I mean, for some of these guys, they're in a privileged situation where they're paid to race and the pros, and that is their job. They don't have another job to do, but Johnny does have a job. He's got a job, Andy's got a job of racing RC cars, but it's balancing that. It's that work-life balance he's got to do, and other guys.
How did you ever manage it? Obviously, you raced in the past, and we had a good chin wag on the way up here. Thank you very much, M62, taking us 4 hours to get up here.
Yeah, it was hard work being a team manager, racing, and working in the industry. I've worked in the industry since 2002, through HPI, Team Durango, and now with Armour. But it's race. It does. You don't realise the stress it probably puts on the rest of your family.
Yeah.
So I've got a young daughter at the time, and I still got the little note that she left on my wrenching desk, and it like sometimes breaks my heart when I still read it. And it says, "Why do you not play with me on a Sunday?" And because my job was racing and looking after the team,
every weekend,
you're pulling the knife out of your heart. It's like she didn't mean it in an awful way, but that was bang on. And you just don't realise how much time you spend. I mean, she wasn't old enough at the time to understand, but now, and then as she got older, I took her racing, and I think eventually they understand, but at such a young age, and if you've got a young family, it puts a lot of strain on like people at home, like girlfriend, wife, children. But, and balancing that, but for those guys, they are actually getting paid to race, and it is their job. But it's an unusual thing to. I've tried to explain it to the people I used to go to uni with, that I'm still doing I'm working in the industry that I wanted to work in when I was at uni.
As very much kind of same sort of situation with me at the moment in my personal life. I race and I do this for a living, and it does take its toll. I'm very lucky that Matt and the team allow me to do these, and obviously we can bring you all this coverage for the Nationals, and we can go off. Where have I been this year? Sicily, Vienna, Dawn. Next month is going to be ridiculous again. We've got Buggy Euros coming up in Estonia. We've got ETS round 2. We've got 8th on road Euros following week. 10th Euros in Austria. It takes its toll. It's two weeks on the road in Europe.
Yeah.
More and more I think about it, it's like, how does a Orlowski do the 5 different classes?
Yeah, because he does buggy, touring car, e-buggy, and also with the Schumacher car, I guess, coming out soon, there'll be a nitro buggy. Yeah,
he does what would usually do 12th,
and just 12th. It's his job.
Yeah.
Where we go to work not 9 to 5 Monday to Friday.
Yeah.
His work is just probably like normally at the weekends, because that's when people's free time's supposed to be, but that's his week.
Yeah.
So his week's probably like maybe Wednesday, Thursday, Friday into Monday, and then his weekend is probably Monday, Tuesday. And that's when, but yeah, when you see him like posting about like, I'm off to here, off to there.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing, but a great hobby. Like Josh said yesterday, what other hobby can you meet so many people and you form friendships that stick with you for life? I've known a lot of people at racing since when I first came here in '92, like Craig. No, I've known him for like 30 odd years now. Good friend, and you wouldn't necessarily do that with other hobbies, like Craig mentioned. Like with football, you only get a certain small amount of time at racing. You with people all weekend.
So we left at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
With 4 4, nearly 5 o'clock by the time we get here.
Yeah.
And we don't leave until probably...
It'll be 7, half 7 tonight.
So we're not going to be back till whatever time. And it literally is that case of, it takes up so much of your time. And just bringing it full circle, it looks like the Skidmore's dad has put some decent wrenching in and got the car in a good place. Will Skidmore going top of practice 5.
Yeah.
It's that, at what point does your brain, or you allow your brain to switch off? Because like Johnny said, it's difficult, and especially when you speak to a lot of the top drivers, it's always, you look at a Ben Smith, for example, helped develop the PB, races obviously himself, and then works for Schumacher during the week. It's that it becomes your entire life at some point.
It's a fairly young age, but it's life skills. You learn by your mistakes. You're always going to make them, and that's you're probably learning a tough way of like how to deal with a work-life balance. I had it where I stopped racing for almost a year. Just I'd had enough, and you do get to that point, and it's I don't want to hate racing, because it's my hobby. I was still working in the industry, but I just didn't want to stop racing. But I had to stop because I didn't want to hate it. And then I had a break and then came back. And sometimes, I think Tommy alluded to that yesterday as well, because he felt burnt out. And he had a similar thing where there was a bit of a gap and they didn't do anything. And it's just that time to reset and refocus what you want to do. A bit like any professional sportsman, like the F1 drivers do it. They had an enforced break this year, and a lot of them, I think, came back refreshed because they didn't have churn. But now the F1 drivers will be racing like week in, week out for the next 3 or 4 weeks. There's 5 races in 7 weeks, so it's a similar thing for those guys.
Yeah, you look at some of the drivers now, and especially younger drivers, they go into F1, they do it for 1 or 2 years, and then they just think, I'm going to go off and do something else. You look at Mick Schumacher, obviously F1 through and through for his entire childhood. He's off racing IndyCar, and you look at all the drivers that have gone off and done the endurance stuff. It's that. Just whatever takes your mind away from things sometimes. Yeah,
but sometimes I think if you've got racing in your blood, then you will always find a way to do it. It's just finding a way to do it and enjoy doing it.
Yeah. I think you look at and you think of it the other way. If it wasn't for these guys doing the time that they're doing, we wouldn't have the cars that we're doing. You look at all the amount of time that the Schumacher team put in on the new PB. It's been a while since. Well, when did the L1R come out?
2 years ago. 2 years ago. So, you only see when a car's been released. That's the end of.
It's not always the end, though, either.
No, it's at the end of the development curve for that car to get it out to production, but then it just carries on, and then you get it out to a wider group of people who then start to develop it. You find the issues that you didn't know existed because you've got pro drivers driving it, and then you need to make it drivable for not just your pro drivers. And that's also a tricky thing to do. So pro can hang on to a car.
But what can a practice 6 at a national or a regional or a club?
The buying public, how do they perceive the car is a whole different thing. I think, you then see like the development curve carry on, and then a new car will start to appear, and that's when you get the evolutions like the V1, the V2, or however. And people think it's a money-making scheme, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes those are actually developments that we want to give this to the customer.
Yeah. It's all down to, it literally, and then you look at, literally like how different all the surfaces are for our national, for example, and these are all, a lot of these drivers, they come here once a year, but you look as you go further up into the practice 7s, 8s, 9s, into the 10s, and you've got your local heroes.
Yep.
And obviously they know the ins and outs of the track already. Like you look back to yesterday and they knew how to nail that back section. And these top drivers sometimes, like Johnny said, he's never raced a two-wheel drive here before.
No, it
and you're learning on the fly.
Yeah, but they have the talent to do that. But like he said, it won't be at the sharp end of the grid, but at least made an A final yesterday. So
fair enough. We are halfway through this one. Practice 6 just finished. Don't worry, we'll do some follow cam when we get started. Don't forget, if you want us to follow someone specific, firstly, give us enough pre-warning so we know who we're looking out for. And we also, just having a look at the comments, someone asking what material is the track made of. So it's AstroTurf with a very far corner, which you can't actually see on the camera at the moment. On the very far side of the track, top end of the track, there is it's like paving stone? What is it?
It's just concrete.
Yeah.
So it's concrete corner. This track used to be grass. I don't know when it got covered. It was probably mid 2000s when it got covered with an Astro. It's quite a close pile Astro, so very, very grippy. The dark green stuff. The light green stuff at the end of the straight is the more open and a little bit more forgiving. Yeah, it's the lane that they added. But there's cobbled corner in the middle that they went across yesterday. We're not going across that today.
Unless you get your line very wrong.
Very wrong.
Yeah, so all the tracks that we race on in 10th this year are AstroTurf. Some tracks still do have grass tracks that we race on occasionally. You look at Batley; they've got next to there.
Yeah, they still race on grass, but
Batley's quite a new venue, and it'll be interesting to go up there. They've built a fantastic facility up there, but they adjacent to their Astro track, they run a large amount of vintage on the grass. Yeah,
Batley used to be a predominantly grass club when they were at Spemborough, but now they've moved to their new site as the Spemborough. The Spemborough track is still actually there. The council moved them off, and they've not done anything with the track, so the track is still there. It's just getting overgrown now, but you can still see the track underneath. But they've got the AstroTurf track. Apparently, from what Johnny said, it's super grippy up there. Like he said, the grip level's insane, so that'll be an interesting challenge for the drivers. But yeah, they've got the grass track next door to them, where they use a lot of vintage racing. Grass track just up the road from here, Lakeland Classic. They're on grass this weekend. Sunny, that's where I was supposed to be racing. Supposed to do some vintage racing this weekend.
Sorry.
No,
you'd rather be in sunny Southport though.
Yeah, I've seen the videos. It does look good fun. I'd love racing on grass, but with the infernal English weather or British weather, we have to have Astro to allow us to race. Southport's great when it rains on here. The track, if it chucks it down, it's super grippy. If it has a light sprinkle, it's still grippy. But if you get that bit where it goes greasy, and it either has to rain harder or stop raining.
Yeah.
But if the clubs still run when it's wet up here, and you just run silvers, and you get super grip on silvers. It's weird because it's like driving around now, but the spray coming off your car. It's a really grippy track, and that's a good choice of Astro that they've got. The end of the straight apparently is quite loose if it goes wet, but we don't have that forecast this weekend. So
it's been absolutely weird. A little smattering of rain Friday as we were
Friday night
just packing, just getting everything sorted, and it's a weird little caveat this track has as well, doesn't it?
What?
If the sea comes all the way in at high tide.
Oh yeah.
So we're not far from the coast up here in sunny Southport.
No,
up in the northwest.
No, and this track is below sea level.
It is. When we arrived.
But if the sea comes in, have you seen how long the beach is?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't happen often.
No.
But I'm told the other end of the field, where there's a little park, apparently that gets it worse. But
yeah, well, here's a fun fact. I used to race motorbikes on the beach here, and there used to be a beach race here every year, and that's how we ended up not knowingly meeting the crag. We didn't meet the Crags, but they were in the same race, and it was a 3-hour endurance race on the beach, and all the bikes used to parade up and down the promenade, and then it's like 500 bikes starting the event all at once.
Wow.
And so that the start line was quite wide, and that tells you how wide the beach is, because there was wide enough for a start line, and then there was a track inside of that. But yeah, so
Yeah, those that are not local to the northwest, the tides are very changeable. If anybody's ever been to Blackpool,
yep.
I know some of, like you were mentioning on our little drive up, you used to make a little bit of a week of this. Some of the drivers have been up here. I think the BRCA team came up Thursday. Just spent a couple. Just
a nice, super nice venue. Really nice shopping and bars and stuff, and there's a lot of entertainment that goes on here. In a couple of weeks, there's the Open Championships here. Royal Birkdale's just down the road. Golf course, which is where Johnny went last night. And yeah, it's a really nice event, because we've got Royal Birkdale, there's Lytham St Anne's just up the road, and there's also Southport's golf club. And we used to come up, me and one of my mates used to come up here and play golf at the start of the week, and then have a few beers during the rest of the week, and then racing at the weekend. But it is a nice place to come on holiday.
Always helps when the weather's as nice as it is.
Yeah, James Pritchard fastest in that one. He's one of your locals. James been racing up here for a long time.
Just looking at the lap times, 22 seconds those guys were putting in. We're looking, I think, from practice 11 and 12 that came on a little bit earlier, you're looking 20 low. Well, we might get into the 19-second laps. I think the very top guys were. I think the very top guys, they were into the 20-second laps.
Yeah, so we're going to be around track changes,
I think,
and giving them the rules for where they can and can't jump to. They've taken that rule away now, so it's up to you. You jump as far as you want it. If you want to risk it, I think that pink car then, don't know who that was in the middle, just risked it and got it all wrong. I still think the safest thing will be to jump onto the top. Matt Dodd leading this one, and he's been here plenty of times in all of Southport's various guises, and he'll be jumping onto the top and off, and nice and safe.
While we're in practice, I'm just going to go and change the camera so you can have a look at the track, and then we'll do some following, and then you can jump on the track commentary.
Track mic as well. Hopefully that works today.
The next fun thing is, obviously, we've got a fantastic view. What's the fun thing about Southport as well?
The fun thing? What do you
makes
mean?
it a little bit interesting. It's a public park.
Oh yeah, the public park. Yeah,
it's a public park, so it makes it a little bit different. We
just get passing public all day,
and we get people watching, and it just makes it quite a unique one compared to the rest. Where
we're in. Yeah, all the other tracks are in fields somewhere, hidden away. But here we're actually in the middle of a public park, and we get passing or potential hobbyists.
Spoke to a couple of people yesterday, and they were just asking what this is, and obviously pointed them in the direction of us to have a look and
pointing in the direction of the BRCA tent.
Yeah, they've also got obviously all the BRCA. They're doing all the scrutineering. Obviously, thank you to those guys for doing that all weekend, and the Southport crew. But if you're local Southport or just Liverpool or the Northwest in general, and you fancy a Sunday drive out, it's only
pop along, come and get an ice cream.
It's 10 o'clock. I believe the ice cream man is coming back.
He'll be back
later.
again today.
I hope so.
Yeah,
he's very warm. Right, shall leave you to it and enjoy
some camera work for the last couple of heats.
Let's have a look at the track.
Thank you. Right, so Reese Ward, B finalist yesterday. Reese, so Reese Ward, B finalist yesterday, had his first top 10 in round at a national this year. Hopefully now the mic works. Sounds like it's working. So moving to practice 9 next. Just been doing a long intro to this event on RC Racing TV. So if you want to go back and watch some of the stuff we were talking about with a couple of the drivers, that's on before the start of practice 9. Reese Ward 22.37, yesterday's B finalist and first top 10 in a round, I believe, yesterday for Reese. 22.37 in that one. I think that's one of the quicker laps we've seen today. Gareth Stanton 22.57, Matt Dodd 23.15, Ruben Russell 22.52. Colin May leads this one out. Local guy Colin, been racing a long time. I remember him from the Durango days. Colin, Stephen Brown, Andy Woods, another local guy who made the B final yesterday. Hattie Thames, James Helliwell, Kevin Hodkinson, another local B finalist from yesterday, and Ben Stevenson. So a couple of guys in this one with some good local knowledge of the Southport track. Colin now 22.53. Beat white, pink and purple car. Colin May. Colin going on to the concrete corner and hunting down Ben Stevenson's car. 22.59 for Colin. 22.58 for Andy Woods. Andy Woods will be running the Schumacher car, the red and white, and he's the car just after Ben Stevenson. So Ben, you're between two of the locals, so good cars to follow round and learn this four-wheel drive Southport track. And already people locals are jumping the back section in four-wheel drive. Tight at Marshall Point 5, and then getting on the gas and jumping to Marshall Point 6, which is a quick line up the back section. Colin seems to have that pretty well nailed. 22.51 for Colin and Andy Woods. David Scott there with a 21.89. I'm not sure if that's the actual lap, but 21.81.89 last time by for David Scott. That's car 7. Backs it with a 22.59, so maybe not far off. Triss gets it wrong at the end of the straight. Stephen Brown 22.78. Last time by a new hot lap for Stephen Brown. So everyone into the 22s, apart from Triss. Hopefully you get a 22 on the last. No. So everyone into the 22s, apart from Trish. who gets a 23.17. So fastest 2-lap pace at the minute is Will Skidmore 44.42, Gareth Stanton 45.16, Reece Ward 45.50. It's Ewan McLeod, James Pritchard, Ryan Preston, Matt Dodd, Ben Elliott, Alex Pyatt and Chris Pattinson. Update after that heat. And Ollie Natras leads practice 10 away. Your winner from the C final yesterday. Ollie's nan watched the entire final, cheering Ollie on yesterday. Ollie opens out at 22.88. And good to see Ollie running something modern. Because he keeps beating everyone with his vintage stuff. Tommy Dale 22.17 on lap 2. Ryan Clark first one into the 21s. Yesterday's podium man in the B final. Making good use of a couple of mistakes from his pit buddy, Matt Thompson, who, do I say the words, cracked like a cream egg in yesterday's B final. And went from first to fifth on the last lap. Ollie Natras 21.65 now, new hot lap for Ollie. And backs it with a 22.1. Tommy Dale 22.17, Ryan Clark 22. Lewis Hopkins 21.99. So we're now into the 21s. We're looking at 14 lap pace in qualifying, maybe getting close to 15 lappers. Over 5-minute runs. Ollie's Kyosho car, currently the cream of the crop in this practice. Ollie round the end of the straight, up onto the back section. Getting away with riding all of the curbs on the back section, up onto the tabletop. And then out of my view. So that Kyosho car looking good. Ollie driving well. Podium for Ollie at the recent Kyosho Kyosho Masters in 1/8. Ollie on form these last few weeks, and Ryan Clark moves up to the 2 spot. So he's going to have bragging rights over pitman Matt Thompson, but Matt Thompson does the most important thing and has the fastest lap. but we're well into the 21s in that heat. So with 2 heats to go, so mid 21s and low 21s will be your target time. So practice heat 11 is away. Lee Martin, Luke Holdsworth, yesterday's A finalists. Daniel Pole, looks like he's not in his suit now after practice round 1. Luke Holdsworth opens out with a 21.18. So podium man yesterday, Luke Holdsworth, I think. Lee Martin 22.12, Daniel Pole 21.82. That opening lap of Luke's 21.18 is still the fastest of this heat. 5-minute qualifying. Lee Martin now down into 21.34, Daniel Pole 21.45, Mark Anthony Jones 22.46. Only 3 drivers in this one in the 21s, and they are very low 21s. Holdsworth, Martin and Pole are your fast cars in this heat. Stuart Mahon 22.88, Charlie Saunders 22.99. Scratch that, Charlie Saunders now does a 21.26. Charlie going through the back section. The Associated car finding rhythm on the last lap. Safely onto the tabletop. Onto the straight. 22 flat, but still Luke Holdsworth now 21.16. Lee Martin 21.71. Luke Holdsworth, first man into the 20s. 20.86 for the blue, red and white Schumacher car, going through the back section now. He was very quick in the finals yesterday, able to put a lot of pressure on Tommy, but just not enough to take the win. So Luke, after some revenge today, and looking to stamp his authority in practice with the first 22nd lap of round 2. Thomas Phipps now 21.1. Eugene Galley 21.38. So Eugene still has some speed in those old fingers. So everyone apart from Aaron Nash in the 21s in that one, and Luke Holdsworth the only one in the 20s. it sounds like it's better. Heat 12 underway. Josh Holdsworth leads this round, 21.87, 21.9 for Tommy Hall. 21.2 though for Ben Smith on his outlap. All white car, normal paint scheme. And looks like Josh is taking the tabletop and the downslope all in one. Giving that up now after 2 laps. 21.28 for Ben Smith. Josh Holdsworth though 21.08. Tommy Hall 21.22. Callum Ackroyd bench 21.65. Seth Shillito Everest also into the 21s. 6 of the drivers in this one already into the 21s. 1 minute 30 down. Tommy Hall 21 flat last time by, so almost into the 20s. 21.47 for Jamie Hall. 21.08 Josh Holdsworth. Ben Smith 21.01. Guys are going to be flirting with 22nd lappers. Oh, 22nd laps, sorry. Tommy with that one can body. Worked for him yesterday, taking the win. His first win of the year yesterday. TQ and win, and now puts him in the lead of the 2-wheel drive championship, but tied on points with Ben Smith. 4-wheel drive though, Ben has a 4-point lead, I think. Yeah, massive 4-point lead for Ben Smith going into this round. 2 TQs and wins, and a third is leading the championship. So Tommy Hall 2078. Ben Smith 2091. So 3 drivers into the 20s. But it'll all about be those low 21s, as the guys will be looking to get through for a 15 lapper in qualifying. So, I've got a little bit of a gap before we start round one. So, in practice, go back and have a look at the seeding results. If you want to follow the results live, you can find them on the BRCA website. Go to the results section, 1/10 off-road, and then click on the live. Scroll down, you'll see the live screen results on there. You can find the full extension of the timing data that we provide. Luke Holdsworth seeded top in practice. It's Luke Holdsworth, Thomas Phipps, Eugene Galley, Lee Martin, Matt Druitt, Charlie Saunders, Daniel Pole, Oliver Natras, Jonathan Skidmore, Matt Thompson. I don't think that's updated properly, because there should be another heat in there. Well, that's what they have on the computer. So heat 1 up and running. For a little delay. Ava Griggs leads us round. But it's 6 car of Richard Thearens with the fastest outlap, 24.65. So be aware of the 6 car coming from the rear, or the middle of the pack. Packs his first lap up, then another 24, so 24.62 average for Richard after 2. Richard looking at 13 lap pace. Richard makes a mistake after 23.95. So it's Thearens from Bulmer, from Cherry and Trodden, your top 4. Richard very close to 13 lap pace after that mistake. So a few more laps like you did earlier on. And you'll be back on 13 lap pace. 2 minutes 30 down, 2:30 to go. It's Thearens from Cherry, Trodden, Bulmer and Hall. And Ava Griggs, David Milford, Jesse Russell and Charlie Hall. Six car of Richard Thearens. I think it's red, white and blue, if you remember. Richard comes down onto the straight, round the sweeper at the end. Looks like a Union flag and stars and stripes on that car, so maybe an American connection. Richard up safely onto the top of the tabletop. That seems to be the safest line. A couple of the guys in later heats were risking it, but seemed to go back to going just jumping onto the top. Richard 24.22. Now back onto that 13 lap pace. Almost a lap clear of Andrew Bulmer. Zach Trodden, you're running second. Jesse Russell third. Ava Griggs fourth. 4 minutes down, 1 to go. It's Thearens 24.34, so sweet spot for Richard seems to be around a 24-second lap. Flirting with the 23s. 24, mid-24s seems to be his pace. Around the end of the straight to complete lap number 10. So should be 3 more laps for Richard if he keeps it error-free. Goes through the back section and up towards the tabletop of contention. And onto the straight and clicks off another 24.05. So Richard looking at 13 in 21. Ava Griggs running second, looking at a 12 in 22. Andrew Bulmer at 12 in 24. So second through fifth in this one are only separated by just over a second. Hoping good close qualifying in Heat 1. Richard does make it through. Let's continue on. This is your final lap, Richard. So Richard Thearens takes that one by just under a lap. 13 in 21, your target time for the rest of the 11 heats. Andrew Bulmer goes second, Zach Chodden third, Jesse Russell fourth. Ava Griggs, you go fifth. So heat 2 underway. Mike Elliott, Dominic Morby. Dominic had some good runs yesterday. Nathan Stanmore, Paul Steadman, Simon Hall, Simon Preston, Ollie Carberry, Paul Trodden, David Anderson, your drivers in this one. Dominic Morby opens out with a 23.8. Like I said, Dominic had some good runs with two-wheel drive yesterday, one of them particularly impressive. Clean run from start to finish. Dominic, the yellow, white and black Associated car going through the back section, around the past the X-ray banner and up to the tabletop, and goes big over the tabletop, big over the sleeping policeman as well. So Dominic, confidence is high with this track, and 24.66. Mike Elliott second, Paul Trodden third, Paul Steadman 4, Simon Hall 5. Car collides at the end of the straight. Dominic Morby looking at going 1, Mike Elliott 2. 24.72 for Dominic Morby. Mike Elliott 24.41 now heads this heat 2 and looking at going TQ. Taking around 5 seconds of the current TQ time of Richard Thearens. Only 4/10 so between Mike Elliott and Dominic Morby, your 1 and 2 cars. So Dominic chasing down the stagger of Mike Elliott. About 1.5 seconds stagger. Look for the 1 car of Mike Elliott, the pink and grey machine, or pink and silver machine. Navigating through that traffic, and now we'll have a good couple of laps of clear track to hold on to his lead, but it's close between Mike Elliott and Dominic Morby. Paul Trodden a further 5 seconds back. Mike Elliott, Dominic Morby looking at going 1 and 2. Paul Trodden going 4, Nathan Stanmore 9. Dominic Morby 30.3 last time by, hurt his run. Mike Elliott now has an 8-second lead, 24.61, 24.25.11 last time by. Follow the pink and silver machine of Mike Elliott through the back section. And up to the tabletop, jumping on and off. And jumping onto the concrete and getting the power down to complete lap 9. 24.26, average lap 24.47, so Mike having a nice clean run. Even working his way through the traffic and looking to take 5 seconds off TQ. Dominic Morby, you're going 3rd, Paul Trodden 4, Nathan Stanmore going 8. Simon Hall 12, Paul Stedman 13. 4:20 down, 40 seconds to go. 3 more laps for Mike Elliott. He completes lap 10. Now actually completes lap 11, so only 2 more laps for Mike Elliott.
There is your problem. Is that off? There is your problem. You saw it from down there. That is the area.
Okay,
So if you hold it here,
it's fine.
anywhere apart from that, it'll give you a load more signal,
Okay,
right?
Yeah.
But by whatever they've done, the signal's like nearly to the foot,
yeah, it's a lot better now.
and it's not. But when
Okay.
you hold it there, if you ever get a problem, holding it there is the issue.
All right.
You go, that's it. Oh, that's it.
Sorry if you got the feedback. I'm just getting some guidance on how to use a track mic. Apparently I was covering over the antenna, but they've moved the antennas. So Mike Elliott takes that one, 13 in 17. New TQ takes 4 seconds off Richard Theron's time. Paul Trodden, 12 in 13. You go 3rd. Nathan Stanmore goes 6, 12 in 22. Simon Hall, you go 10th, 11 in 20. 11 in 2. Only 4 drivers affected the top 10 from Heat 2. It's going to Heat 3 now. Good run. Good to see you back. So everyone away for Heat 3. Young Tommy Clark leads it around. White Schumacher with yellow wheels. Competing in his first national season this year. And we interviewed Tommy at round 1 at Potteries. But it's Jonathan Pluke, your 5 car, 24.84. Tommy Clark, 24.87 outlap. Tommy has clear track in front of him. needs to make the best use he can. Jonathan Pluke, James Gibbs and Zach Whittleston. So your running order after 2 is 5, 3, 2, 1. No one affecting Mike Elliott's TQ time at the minute. But Jonathan Pluke, 24.4. Last time by, James Gibbs, 25.04. But Zach and Jonathan both have rough lap 3s and drop them down. So it's James Gibbs now takes it up from Colin McCaffrey. Rick Greenwood up to the 3 spot. Doing some self-refereeing up there, will Rick? James Gibbs, you're on for second in round. Zach Whittleston 4, Colin McCaffrey 5, Rick Greenwood 6, Jonathan Pluke 7, Tommy Clark and Paul Ragg also affecting the top 10. And this heat is only split by around 6 seconds for your top 8 drivers. So everyone's still in with a shout with 2 minutes down, 3 minutes to go. So James Gibbs, 3 car, going out onto the concrete and round onto the straight. Schumacher car with a black wing, 23.73 last time by. Quickest lap of this heat though, 23.33 for Zach Whittleston. 23.38 for James Gibbs. So pace at the front, but looks like James Gibbs is over. Quickly marshalled. So I'll put Zach Whittleston to the point. Colin McCaffrey should also pass James Gibbs on this lap on the stagger. No, James Gibbs gets away with it. I know Colin McCaffrey does actually get in front of James Gibbs. So your running order now is 2, 8, 3, 5. Neither of no one in this heat is affecting neither Mike Elliott's or Richard Theron's time at the top of the pile. Zach Whittleston though puts 23.84. James Gibbs back on pace now at 23.51. Colin McCaffrey 24.69. Everyone down to Rick Greenwood in this heat going into the top 10. So top 7 in this heat are fitting into the top 10 as it stands. 2 car of Zach Whittleston now leads this one. Looks like Gibbs machine over again in the same spot. So needs to tidy that corner up. But Zach Whittleston, Yokomo car. Yellow and blue. 24.13 last time by with 40 seconds to go. Only a second now off Mike Elliott's TQ time. Richard Theron staying in third. Colin McCaffrey also on 13 lap pace. So Zach Whittleston, Colin McCaffrey, only ones in this heat on 13 lap pace. With 20 seconds to go, Zach Whittleston puts in his best lap of the run, 22.44. And now on for a new TQ, 13 in 16. So Zach, concentrate on this next 2 laps. This will be your most important ones to finish your run off. Through the back section. Gets it wrong but lands on his wheels. Waits and gets told to go. Will Zach get through? Zach 13 in 17. Even with that mistake, he still takes TQ from heat 3. New TQ time now 13 in 17.1. Mike Elliott stays second, only 6 tenths back. Richard Theron's third still. And then it's Colin McCaffrey, James Gibbs, Tommy Clark, you've gone 6th. Jonathan Pluke 7, Paul Ragg 8, Rick Greenwood 9. And Paul Trodden round out your top 10 after 3. Heat 4 up and away, and it's it's Chris Bowden leading. It's not Michael Olewski's car. It's Chris Bowden leading this one away. Joshua Anderson, though, car 6, has the fastest outlap. Martin Lee in second, Chris Bowden third. The 24s and 25s after lap 1. Bowden now 24.4 that time by. 24.5 for Joshua Anderson, though, still heads this field. Paul Griggs jumps up to the 3 spot. Mark Christopher 4. Phil Campbell 5. Joshua Anderson affecting the TQ time after 2. Bowden looking going 4, but second in this heat. 2 seconds down after 1 minute 30. Mark Christopher running 4th. Paul Griggs running 3rd. Only Bowden and Anderson affecting the top 10 after 140. Bowden another 24.5. Joshua Anderson, though, into the 23s and low 24s. So your bright green 6 car going through the back section and round up to the tabletop and clears the tabletop. Heading away and onto the concrete section. The next car onto the straight, Joshua Anderson. Round the end of the straight, and another 23.01 new hot lap for Joshua Anderson in this one. So if we can drop back to next car. Oh, he's just crashed at the start of the straight. That was your lead up. Joshua Anderson may still lead. So Joshua Anderson, even though he has a rough lap at the start of the straight, still leads this one from Paul Griggs, Chris Bowden, Phil Campbell, Martin Lee, Mark Christopher. Joshua Anderson still on for TQ. Taking around 2 seconds from TQ. 23.64 last time by, so getting close to his hot lap of 23.01. Joshua Anderson needs a clean run to the end and has no one in front of him for the next few laps. With 3.30 down, 1.30 to go, it's Anderson from Campbell now in your 2 spot. Chris Bowden, Mark Christopher, Ben Ellis. Paul Griggs, though, car 8, jumps up to the 2 spot, so we have to wait all the way for Paul Griggs to come through. And it's Joshua Anderson still on for TQ, taking 4 seconds now out of Zach Whittleston's time. Now looking at a 13 in 13. Over on the concrete, needs to sort that concrete section out. But has a 9-second lead in this one, even with a 28-second lap. So Joshua has plenty of pace in this heat, just needs to tidy up the concrete section. Now dropped down to going 3rd in round, but only a second off TQ pace. So a couple of 23s to finish your run. Goes about it the right way, 23.71. Gets it wrong onto the tabletop. Doesn't look like he needs marshalling though. And Bowden now back in front on track, but will be behind on stagger. Bowden caught at line. Joshua Anderson continues on to do his 13th and final lap. Looking at going 3rd. Goes big onto the concrete and brings it round. Joshua Anderson goes third in round. Chris Bowden, you go 6. Mark Christopher, you go 8. Phil Campbell, you go 10th. Paul Griggs 12th. Ben Ellis 15th. Zach Whittleston's time 13.317 still stands. So going to heat 5. So just quick chat with Chris Bowden. He said the blue paint is needs to make someone go fast with that colour blue. I think the associated budget doesn't run to paint schemes because they're all on 1 cans this weekend. Tommy Hall with the just bright orange 1 can. Bowden just with the Orlowski blue. Couple of little mistakes though for Bowden, and knows he needs to tidy that up. But car looking good. He's going to heat 5. Someone gets it wrong at the end of the straight. So heat 5 up and running. Will Skidmore starts out 22.58. No doubt will be the fastest guy in this heat. Not got a normal F license rating from regionals, so seeded a little lower, but 22.26 for Will Skidmore. Currently taking a lap and 4 seconds off current TQ. Martin Heward, 24.35, going 5th. Aaron Carberry going 6th. Skidmore X-ray car, 23.52. He'll be dealing with a lot of traffic, and Jack Mills-White gets out of Will's way. Will Skidmore another 22.62. We're looking at 14 in 18 pace. Up over the tabletop. Onto the concrete and round to complete lap 5. It's a 23.05. So mid 22s for Will in this heat as he comes through more lap traffic. Si Smith's going to be busy, keeping this heat aware of Will Skidmore. Comes round blue car at the end of the straight, lets Will through. 23.28 last time by for Will, and now he's got a good clear track for the next 5 or 6 laps at least. So pushing on now, Will Skidmore, Ewan McLeod going 2, Aaron Carberry going 8, Martin Heward going 10. .22.6 now for Will in clear air. 23.89 last lap by for Ewan McLeod. Best lap though for Ewan at 22.13, so Ewan also has pace. Car number 5. Ewan also taking 10 seconds out of TQ. Aaron Carberry going 8th. Andrew Lux going 13th. One of our sponsors this weekend, Andy's Models. Martin Heward 19th. Riley Butler 20th. .22.29 that time by for Will. On for 14 in 19, Ewan McLeod 23.14. 13 in 6. Aaron Carberry now going 6 in round, slowly improving his average. 24.23 that time by for Aaron. Andrew Luxford now going 10th. So as this heat goes on, drivers now starting to affect the top 10, increases to 4. Will through the back section onto traffic again, but they're used to Will's car now, and Will 22.17 last time by, his best lap of the run. 22.8. So still looking at 14 in 17. Ewan drops back to a 13 in 12. So 28.1 last time by for Ewan. Hurts his average. Aaron Carberry though on for 6. Andy Luxford 10. Martin Heward 12. Riley Butler 20. So Will Skidmore takes that one. 14 in 18 new TQ. Takes just under a lap off the previous TQ. Ewan McLeod 13 in 14. Takes 3 seconds off the old TQ. Leaving Zach Whittleston 3rd. Mike Elliott 4. Joshua Anderson 5th. Aaron Carberry, you went in 6th. Andy Luxford, good finish to your run. You went 9th in round. Martin Heward 13th. Riley Butler 20th. Morning. So after 2 in heat 6, Oliver Frost leads this one. Car 1 from Will Fisher, Scott Wyman. Car 8, Ryan Preston. Car 3 and Phil Channon. Car 9. No one affecting Will Skidmore's current TQ. All of the top 4 in this one are on 13 lap pace, not 14 lap pace. But Will Fisher looking at a 13 in 3. 23.06. Really need to be in the 22s to get a 14 lap run, which is what Will Skidmore did. Pretty much every lap was in the 22s. And Ryan Preston, the first one into the 22s in this heat. 22.76 last time by for Ryan. Backs it with a 23.51. Will Fisher at the front doing steady 23s though, and looking at going 2 in round. Ryan Preston going 3. Scott Wyman though jumps up now. Your 8 car from the rear, but Scott's got a nice clean track in front of him for the next few laps as he comes from the rear of the grid. It's Fisher from Preston, from Wyman. I think Wyman will jump up this lap with a good lap. So it does. Wyman jumps up to the 2 spot now. 4 seconds off Will Fisher. Will getting close now and is now with that lap on pace for another 14 lapper. Only 4 seconds behind Will Skidmore's time. So the 2 Wills will be at the top of the timing sheet if it stays like this. Fisher 22.53 last time by, so Will can do those 22s. 22.43 best lap, 22.53 last lap. 23.9 slightly slower as he navigates some traffic. But Will still on for second in round, just drops off that 14 lap pace, so needs to find another 22. Oliver Frost going 4th in round, Neil Tinsley going 5, Scott Wyman going 6, Phil Channon going 8, Dave Burton going 13, Emily Heward going 18. Top 7 in this one affecting the top 20. But Will Fisher getting ever closer to that 14 lap pace. Another good lap for Will, and he's edging ever closer with 30 seconds to go. Needs to navigate some traffic coming onto the straight this time by, so work with him, thank you. And Will Fisher now, with that lap even in traffic, is now on 14 lap pace, so 2 important laps now for Will Fisher. This one and one more, hopefully. Looks like Will made a mistake, so will only be a 13 lapper for Will Fisher. So Will Fisher with a mistake on the last lap puts paid to his 14 lap run and a 13 in 2, but still goes second. Ryan Preston 3rd, Scott Wyman 4, Neil Tinsley 5, Oliver Frost 6, Phil Channon goes 8th. Stephen Harley, you went 15, Emily Heward 18, and Dave Burton rounded out the top 20 as we go into heat 7. So after 2 in heat 7, James Pritchard, your 8 car, blue, black and yellow X-ray car, leads this one from Chris Pattinson, your 10 car. So be aware, drivers, 2 cars at the rear of the field, 10 and 8 car. Lead this one. After 3, it's still Pritchard from Panesar, Lyle, Follington. Chris Pattinson, though, does jump up to the second, so I have to wait for Chris to come through. James and Chris going 3rd and 4th in round. Panesar and Lyle 6 and 7. So the 8 car of Pritchard just going through the back section now, past the X-ray banner, round and up onto the tabletop. 23.96, 23.15 best lap for Pritchard. .22.92 new hot lap for Pritchard in this heat. Looking at going 3rd in round on a 13 lap run. Still not on a 14 lapper. Will Skidmore, the only 14 lapper currently. 23.86. So again, Pritchard, the X-ray car, ran past the X-ray banner. Up onto the tabletop now. And the blue, black and yellow car, last of these 4 onto the straight, so we'll need some help from the referee in a minute. 23.34 last time by for Pritchard, going 3rd in round. Chris Pattinson going 5th in round. Graham Lyle going 8, Scott Follington 9. Pritchard has a rough lap. Last time by 23.98. Drops down to going 4th in round. But 23.18 jumps him straight back up to going 3rd. So Pritchard will look to just head this heat for round 2 and get a clear track for the first couple of minutes. Spent quite a lot of this heat going through traffic. In fact, the first 4 minutes, we've got 4 down and 1 to go. Pritchard from Lyle from Cameron Wells now. After a rough outlap on lap 1, Cameron now up to going 8th in round. Scott Follington going 9. Graham Lyle 22.9 last time by. Pritchard 23.4. So Graham Lyle's got 22s in the bank. And Lyle going 5. Cameron Wells going 6 now. Manny Panesar going 10. Graham Lyle 23.1 that time by. So putting pressure on Pritchard's time, and with going into finishing times. So Pritchard takes that and does what he needs to do to head heat 7 going into round 2. We'll start off at the front. Graham Lyle goes 5. Cameron Wells 6. Pritchard, you went 3rd. Manny Panesar goes 9th, Scott Follington 11, Chris Pattinson 14, Jim Dixon 15, Evie Thames 17. Heat 8 after 2. Yesterday's B finalist Reese Ward takes this one up. 2:22s to start Reese's run. Car 4. Blue, yellow and orange X-ray machine. Matt Dodd. Second. Alex Pyatt third. Another 22-1 this time for Reese Ward, so getting quicker and now has a clear track in front of him. And with that clear track, looking at taking 3 seconds off current TQ. So Reese with a top 10 in round yesterday. 22.99, so first 4 laps all in the 22s for Reese Ward. Matt Dodd looking at going 4th in round. Alex Pyatt 5, Ben Elliott 6, Roger Tugwood 10th. .22.48 for Reese Ward. Looking at taking 2 seconds off Will Skidmore's time. So Reese onto the concrete section and down the straight to finish lap 6 and a 23.04. The slowest lap of the run. 22.1 best lap for Reese. Don't think he was over, just a little wide here and there, but still on for 14 in 17. Only taking a couple of tenths now off Will Skidmore's time. 22.55 brings that average down, 2.50 down, 2.10 to go. And Reese, clear track in front, clear behind. Probably get to the end of this run without catching any more traffic. 2 minutes to go, 22.31, so upping the pace again for Reese Ward. Ben Elliott running second, Matt Dodd third. Roger Tugwood 4th. Everyone down to Alex Pyatt in this one, going into the top 10, and Alex is running 5th in this heat. Heat 8. The 22.5 that time by for Reese, so now looking at 14 in 16. Taking a second and a half out of current TQ. 22.28. Dropping that average. Average now down to 22.58 as Reese looks to navigate 2 back markers in the middle. Up over the tabletop. And through on another back marker onto the concrete section. So 2 cars at the end of the straight. Be aware that's your race leader behind you. Reese Ward, 22.78 in traffic for Reese. So still keeping on the 22-second lap pace. Now looking at taking 2 seconds out of Will Skidmore's time. Alex Pyatt running second, going 7th in round. Ben Elliott going 9th. Matt Dodd 10th. Chris Foster 11th. Roger Tugwood 19th and Andy Manning 20th. Top 7 in this one, affecting the top 20. Reese through for his final lap, most important lap. Taking 2 seconds off TQ. So Reese Ward, UTQ 14 in 15, takes 2.2 seconds off Will Skidmore's TQ. Alex Pyatt, you go in 7th, Ben Elliott 8th, Matt Dodd 10th, Chris Foster 13th and Andy Manning 20th. Ruben Russell and Roger Tugwood 26th and 27th in round currently. Going into heat 9. So after 2 in heat 9, Colin May, 2-car leads this one from Helliwell. So you'll lead 2 on and 2 on track. Are reversed on the computer. And Colin May, 22.62 last time by. Looking going 3rd in round. Helliwell 4th. David Scott and Hattie Thames in 4th. Your 10 cars, so be aware of Hattie from the rear of the field. Helliwell and May up front, 22.77 and 22.73 last time by. Looking at going 3rd and 5th, David Scott sneaks into going fourth and runs second in this heat, your car 7. So 7 and 10 from the rear of the field are quick cars in this one, and May is now past Halliwell. Stick behind Colin May and get dragged round by someone who knows his track very well. Colin now looking at 14 lap pace. 22.5 in fresh air, 22.6 last 2 laps for Colin May, and he's now on for 14 in 17, looking at going second in round. David Scott looking going 4, Halliwell 5. Harry Saunders now going 8th in round, Andy Woods 10th, Hattie Thames 11th. Kevin Hodkinson after a rough outlap, recovering now and going 13th, but 22.1 for Kevin. Quickest car in this heat though is David Scott, 21.89, the 7 car. Yellow Schumacher, I believe, out the back of the track. Needs some help to getting through traffic in the middle. Colin May now edging ever closer to Reese Ward's TQ time. Only 2 tenths off TQ pace at the minute with 3:20 down, 1:40 to go. .23.31 going the wrong way for his average. Colin on that lap, but still on for second in round and still on 14 lap pace. Halliwell going 6, Harry Saunders now going 5, so Harry recovering your 8 car. David Scott with a rough lap, dropping 5 seconds and drops down to 4th. Hattie Thames going 8th, Kevin Hodkinson 12th. Colin May 22.36, looking at just shy of a second off TQ pace now. It's May now from Saunders, the 8 car, running second. .30 seconds to go. Colin May goes through for his 12th lap. He will get 2 more laps in. Looking at going second in round. Harry Saunders going 4 as we approach last 5 seconds. So Colin May takes heat 9, but Reese Ward's time still stands. And Colin goes in second, Will Skidmore third. Andy Woods, you go 4th. Kevin Hodkinson after that rough first lap goes 6th. Harry Saunders 7, Hattie Thames 8, David Scott 9, James Halliwell 11, Tris Neal 15, Stephen Brown 25, Ben Stevenson 30th. No, 10th. Really close, yeah. What's that? So after 2 in Heat 10, Lewis Hopkins, 21.67 last time by. It's now Isaac McFadden to the point after 3, looking at going TQ. Top 4 going top 4. That's McFadden, Druitt, Dale and Thompson. Very close in this one at the top of the heat. Less than a second covering the top 5 on stagger. After 4, still McFadden, Druitt, Dale, Thompson. Then Natras and Hopkins only a further second back. So everyone down to 7th in this heat. Going top 10. Seems like a similar heat to yesterday, where this heat was a quick heat. 3 A finalists from this heat yesterday. Still McFadden with the Schumacher car out front. Matt Thompson and Tommy Dale on exactly the same split time at the minute. Matt Druitt. All those 4 going top 4. So McFadden, Natras. Dale and Druitt. So it's now down to McFadden and Dale going top 2. Natras and Druitt going 4th and 5th. Hopkins going 7th, Thompson and Clark going 9 and 10. Looking at taking 2 seconds off current TQ at 3 minutes 15 down, 1:45 to go. Matt Druitt now joins McFadden and Natras in going quicker than current TQ. McFadden 21.83 last time by. Natras 21.9. Hopkins 21.7. Thompson 21.8. Dale 21.9. Those 5 going top 5 with 1 minute to go. This heat is very close, chopping and changing every lap. Matt Druitt now going 7th. Ryan Clark 10th. Now Hopkins to the point in this one by less than 0.3. Natras only 0.1 behind McFadden, who's second. So Natras 21.69 with the Kyosho car. It's a C final winner. Now to the point, Lewis Hopkins and Isaac McFadden also going quicker than Reese Ward's current TQ, all on 14 lap pace. In fact, everyone down to Ryan Clark on 14 lap pace in this heat. So Oliver Natras, new TQ, 14 in 13.16. Isaac McFadden, 14 in 13.83. Lewis Hopkins goes third, 14 in 15. Tommy Dale, Matt Druitt, Ryan Clark, Matt Thompson, you go 7, 8, 9 and 10 in round. Reese Ward, Colin May, Will Skidmore, your 4th, 5th and 6th.
Marshals change over, please. Marshals change over while I'm up in the exit, please.
So after 2 in Heat 11, Luke Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, Lee Martin, Daniel Pole, your top 4. Luke Holdsworth flirting already with 15 lap pace. 21.34 last time by for Luke Holdsworth. 21.35 for Daniel Pole. 21.59 Charlie Saunders. 21.63 Lee Martin. Top 4 going, top 4. Hudson Knight, Mark Anthony Jones, Stuart Marn going 6, 7 and 8. 7 cars in this heat affecting the top 10 heavily. It's Daniel Pole now, 2 car to the point. 21.08 last time by for Daniel. 22.1 though. But still on for 14 in 2. Taking 11 seconds out of current TQ time. Lee Martin, 21.43 last time by for Lee. New hot lap for Leroy. Lee heading Daniel on track, but Daniel in front on the computer. Luke Holdsworth, 21.6, running second. Lee Martin, third. Charlie Saunders, fourth. Hudson Knight, fifth. Mark Anthony Jones, 9th. So Lee has a mistake on that lap, and Daniel Pole now into the 20s, 20.83. Heads this one by a predicted 2 seconds from Luke Holdsworth. Lee Martin still running third. Hudson Knight going fourth in round. Charlie Saunders sixth. Mark Anthony Jones eighth. Stuart Mahon 10th. 2 car, the associated car of Daniel Pole, leads this one. He's round the end of the straight now. And back towards the back section. Going up to the X-ray banner. Round the infield and up towards the tabletop. 21.19 last time by, and now flirting with 15 lap pace. 21.46 going the right way about, dropping that average. Only a couple of hundredths shy now of 15 lap pace. Luke Holdsworth going second, Charlie Saunders third, Lee Martin 4, Hudson Knight 5, Mark Anthony Jones 6. So 1 minute to go. Daniel has a rough lap, 22.27. Drops him back off 15 lap pace. Luke Holdsworth 21.87. Charlie Saunders 21.61. Hudson Knight 21.63. Top 6 in this heat, going top 6. So Mark Anthony Jones, you're going 6th in round. Stuart Mahon going 9th. 30 seconds to go. Pole from Holdsworth, from Saunders, Martin, Knight and Mark Anthony Jones, all still going top 6. So Daniel Pole throws everything at it, including the kitchen sink on the last lap, but doesn't quite make 15 lap run. 14 in 5, 0.22. Luke Holdsworth 14 in 2. Charlie Saunders 14 in 8. Lee Martin 14 in 10. Hudson Knight 14 in 11. Mark Anthony Jones 14 in 12. Your new top 6. Then it's Natras, McFadden, Hopkins and Ward. Round out the top 10. Aaron Nash, Stuart Mahon, you went 16, 17. Galley, you went 21st in round. So that heat has some proper pace in it. Daniel Pole looking to be the first one to go 15 laps, but just misses out. 22 in the middle of his run, but paid to a 15 lap run. So after 2 in heat 12, Tommy Hall does not start. Ben Smith looking at going 15 lap pace from the get-go. Jamie Hall looking at a 14 in 5. They're the only 2 drivers affecting your top 10 after 3. Then it's Jacob Tomlinson, Archie Bowman, Josh Holdsworth, Seth Shillito Everest, Holly Eldridge, Ewan Tumulty and Callum Ackroyd bench. But only Ben and Jamie affecting top 10. Jamie going 4. But Ben Smith looking at the first 15 lap run in 4-wheel drive. .21.29 last time by, 20.9 Ben's best lap. 22.37 last time by for Jamie Hall. And 21.14 for Josh Holdsworth. I think I saw him make a mistake on lap 1. And Josh now up to 11th. There's still plenty of time with only 2.15 down. 3.45 to go. And 2.45 to go. Smith still on 15 lap pace. Inside by just over a second. Jamie Hall going 4th. Josh Holdsworth now running 8th. Jacob Tomlinson looking at 22nd in round. Harley Eldridge 23rd. So still only 3 from this heat affecting your top 10. Smith 21.36. Still good enough to be under that 21.4 average to get 15 lap pace. The Schumacher car of Ben Smith onto the concrete now, and we'll have a clear track for the next 2 minutes. 21.24 last time by, so again extending that gap at the head of the field, and now looking at a 15 in 19. Josh Holdsworth now up to the going 5 in round. Jamie Hall 6. .21.72 last time by for Josh. 21.97 last time by for Jamie. Those 3, the only one in this heat on the in the 21s, and Ben and Josh now both in the 20s, 20.9 and 20.92 respectively. But Ben bringing that average down every lap, just consistently very low 21s. Average lap for Ben so far 21.3. So 30 seconds to go. 21.5 last time by for Ben. Slower lap for Ben, but still on for a 15 lap run. Josh Holdsworth looking at going 4. Jamie Hall still going 5th. Jacob Tomlinson going 21. Archie Bowman 23. Harley Eldridge 27. No one else affecting the top 30. It's still Smith 21.3 last time by, so still around his average. Going to finishing times. So a big round of applause, your first 15 lapper of today. Ben Smith, 15 in 19, takes TQ for round number 1. Daniel Pole, 2nd. Luke Holdsworth, 3rd. Josh Holdsworth, 4th. Charlie Saunders, 5th. Lee Martin, 6th. Jamie Hall, 7th. Hudson Knight, 8th. Mark Anthony Jones, 9th. And Oliver Natras round out your top 10 for round 1. Isaac McFadden, 11. And Jacob Tomlinson, 21. Callum Ackroyd bench, 31. So 3 minutes down. Heat 1. Charlie Hall, Andrew Bulmer, Daniel Hall, Jesse Russell. Top 5. Andrew Bulmer now to the point, 24.59. Best lap last time by with the Kyosho kart. So Andy helping out Ollie Natras with his Kyosho kart, and Ollie top 10 in round 1. $25.5 last time by for Andy. Jesse Russell 25.1. Richard Theron's 24.77 though. Richard had 23.89 earlier in the heat. Looks like made a few mistakes in this one, but he was your winner of round 1 for this heat. So 4.30 down, 30 seconds to go. It's Bulmer from Russell, from Theron's, Daniel Hall, Charlie Hall, Zach Trodden, Ava Griggs and Christopher Cherry. Only 3 seconds separate your top 6 in this heat. Going into finishing times. Tommy. So apparently Tommy Hall crashed on his out lap, or warm-up lap, and pulled out the rear hinge pin. That's why Tommy didn't start the heat 8-12. So not an electrical gremlin like yesterday in round 2. It just pulled out a hinge pin. But coming into a commentary corner now, we've got Ben Smith, TQ, round 1.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice run. I was really happy with it.
It was really good.
I was really happy with it. I felt like in the car the best lap wasn't there, but the average lap must have been quite good. I felt like it's hard. There was no timing or anything. I haven't looked at anything. So.
Yeah, so it was like you're in like the low 21s all the time. You need to be like below 21.4 for 15 lap pace, and you're like, I think like all with the 21.3s, or then you like start edging it down. You got into the 20s. So it was just a really good run. I mean, also helped again. Your heat you don't seem to have. Well, Tommy just not wanting to start, so didn't.
Yeah, it's a good and a bad thing actually. I think sometimes having the guy like a second back can help, but if you end up racing, that's not what you want really.
Yep.
So I just think it kind of helped, but there was a lot of traffic in that run.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Doing
It's
15
just,
lapper, you're
yeah,
going to
I
find a
guess
lot of
so.
traffic. You're
I
like,
guess so. It's hard because through the back section, you're not sure because you're not following like a natural line anyway. So
no, yeah, and you don't. And other people are just dealing with the car going through the back section. You're dealing with your car trying to get through the back section. I always trying to tell people that don't try and get past someone in the back section. Just wait and get them like somewhere else on the track where they can see and give you the guy that's lapping them the opportunity to let them through.
Yeah.
But awesome run, man. That was like, I mean, Daniel was on it. He looked like he was getting close, but he was pushing. He had like a 22-second lap in the middle, so that put paid to his 15-lap run.
Yeah, I guess if you take that away, though, it's probably pretty close.
I think he was still actually probably because he was only just going to get through, whereas you were like at one point you're like a second and a half, you were 2 seconds inside. So I think probably a little bit more meat on the bone, but not a lot for you, I don't think. So
yeah, it was hard. He set down a really good benchmark. I was kind of thinking if he had a bobble, then it'd give me a bit of room. But obviously, with him he did like 14 flat, I guess.
Yeah, 14 in like 0.22, like through the kitchen sink at it on the last lap, but still couldn't get through.
Yeah, so I knew there wasn't much margin. As soon as I drop off, he's basically beat me pretty much.
Yeah, but I don't think even from the outlap you were on a 15-lap pace from lap 1 to the end. So awesome run, man. Any changes for round 2?
Probably not. I'll see. The track is like deteriorating quite a lot today. The black line's really visible already because it's really warm. So maybe like short wheelbase a touch or something, but not anything
just sharpen it up.
Yeah.
Good run. And well,
hope to be back, I guess.
Hopefully, yeah. That's what we said to Jamie. God, I'm doing it with the brothers again. This is what we said with Tommy yesterday. I hope to see you back. So, you've got a chance of. You could theoretically tie up the 4-wheel drive championship today.
I think so if I score 131, unless my maths is off. I think
no.
if I 131, I think it'd go to tie break.
It would have to, and
I think I'd win on count back or something.
Yeah, I had a look. Yeah, so 131, 1-3. Yeah, because there's only really Lee. I don't think Tommy's. I
think Tommy could if he.
He's got to do the 131, but if you do it, then I think it's almost done. But that'd be a first, wouldn't it?
It would be. It'd be nice, but I was in this position last year, I think, at round 5, and then Tommy won the last 2, and I think we tied or something last year. I can't remember.
Yeah, someone said. Obviously, I didn't do nationals last year, but yeah, someone said like something like TQ'd and won last 2.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I knew after round 4 he had to TQ win the last 2, and he did. So,
collection. Clean up on aisle 5.
Cam looks worried up there, I think.
Oh.
Doesn't sound so good.
Yeah, that didn't sound great at all, but that was 2 cars coming into the fence right by us. Well, congratulations. I hope everything goes well for rounds 2, 3 and 4, and hope to see you back here soon.
Yeah, time for sun cream, I think.
Oh yeah, it is getting hot. You could have a nice black gazebo like me and not.
Yeah, I need it when I marsh and everything. You need to move it across for me. So
yeah, we'll have to just get you pitting under Cam in there. He's miles away. Bless him. He's probably already burnt.
He looks
sunstroke. He's not listening at all. All right, congratulations, well done. Awesome run, man. 15 laps. Going to be tough to beat. Someone. You proved it. You've got to be on it from lap 1. There is no margin.
Yeah, hopefully it'll help with a tie break if it comes to it, because you'd imagine the track will naturally get slower, but even yesterday with the track getting slower, I think FTQ was round 3 or 4.
Yeah, all 4 rounds were like in 11.
Yeah,
so I think it was like within a second.
Didn't really deteriorate.
No.
So. Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Good one. See you soon.
See you soon.
So thanks, Ben Smith. Awesome run in round 1. You have got to be on it, literally, from lap 1. There's no margin for a 15-lapper. I think when we're looking in practice, like lap times, Lap times needed to be the low 21s, and you do. You've got to be below 21:43. Average is what you need to look out for, if you can see it on the timing screen. And 21:43. Anything below that, you're on 15 lap pace. Anything above that, you're not. So, but Ben Smith had, like, I think it was like 21.3s pretty much all the way through. 21.1s, 21s. Like you said, track maybe deteriorate, but sometimes that helps four-wheel drive, because these cars are aggressive and hard to hang on to, and especially around here, this super high grip Astro track at Southport. Well, it sounds like not a lot of changes, maybe sharpen it up, like he said, just short wheelbase, give your car a little bit more turn in, and just get the front to hook in. So they're probably thinking what happened yesterday, where the front axle seemed to deteriorate the most and understeer started to creep in. Another way of doing that, which I kind of normally do, is I set my car up with like the end points at 90%, and then if I ever need to go up, I can just like increase the lock a little bit if the grip starts to go away as your tyres wear. But Trish and the rest of the Schumacher guys will have an idea of what they want to do as we head into Heat 3. So after 2 in Heat 3, Zach Whittleston, Yokomo car, blue and yellow, coming onto the concrete now. Leads this one 24 second last lap, and average 24, looking at going number 1. I think had a good run in round 1. But James Gibbs, was the quickest car, but had a couple of mistakes, and James will know he needs to cut those out in this run. There's 2 mistakes in the same place for James Gibbs in the last one, but James Gibbs now 23.56 takes this heat up, looking at 13 in 11. $23.99 average for James Gibbs. 24.22 for Zach Whittleston, but both in the 23s. So these two pushing each other around, and with a clear track in front and a fairly clear track behind. No, he's broken. But Jonathan Pluke, car 5, running 3rd. Paul Ragg, car 6, running 4th. Those 4 guys going top 4, with Philip Hitchman and Trevor Follington going 6 and 7. Tommy Clark retires car 1. James Gibbs now back to the point, only 4 tenths in front of Zach Whittleston, so Mike James must have had a rough lap. 24.55, so he's lost a second to Zach on that lap. So it's Zach Whittleston now. Car 2 leads this one. New hot lap for Zach last time by, 23.75, but I think that's Zach over now. So Zach and James making errors lap after each other. So it'll be as they were. James Gibbs now back to the point. 3 seconds clear of Zach Whittleston. But your top 5 all the way down to Philip Hitchman going top 5. James Gibbs 24.08 last time by. But no, 32.33 for Gibbs, so he's had another crash, and it's Zach Whittleston back to the point. Jonathan Pluke jumps up to the 2 spot. James Gibbs now running 3rd. Luke dropping 9 seconds in 1 lap. It's really hurt James Gibbs' time. So Zach, the blue and yellow Yokomo, on to start finish. I think that's James Gibbs. No, it's not James Gibbs behind him. James is next car along black wing of James Gibbs. So it's Jonathan Pluke in the middle. So it's Zach from Jonathan and James, Phil Hitchman and Paul Ragg. 10 seconds to go. This lap and one more for your leaders. So Zach Whittleston, UTQ 13 in 20. Jonathan Pluke 13 in 21. James Gibbs 13 in 23. 2 of those guys need to have a much cleaner run. Colin McCaffrey went 4. James Gibbs, sorry. No, your top 5 went top 5 all the way down to Paul Ragg. Trevor Follington went 8th. Colin McCaffrey 10th. Rick Greenwood 16th. So heat 4, so 1 Cam Brigade of Josh Anderson and Chris Bowden, going 1 and 2. Joshua Anderson looking at 13 in 4, taking 16 seconds out of TQ, so that'll be the green car, green X-ray at the end of the straight. Up towards the back section, and the X-ray banner through the infield and safely up onto the tabletop. There's Joshua Anderson, 24.15 last time by. Top 4 in this are currently going top 4 all the way down to Phil Campbell. So it's Anderson from Bowden, Griggs and Campbell. Joshua Anderson, 23.94 last time by, 23.75 average. So good laps from Joshua this run. There's 62 in round 1. Good score from heat 4 at 62. Joshua looking for some help from the pink and blue car, thank you. And the blue car. It's now Paul Griggs up to the 2 spot. Bowden makes a mistake. Really close between the top 4 in this one. Joshua Anderson though looking at taking 10 seconds out of TQ, looking at a 13 in 10. Joshua comes down onto the straight, around the sweeper, past us and up towards the back section, looking good, got that back section nailed. 24.14 last time by, little slower than his average but still on target to take 8 seconds now off TQ. But 23.57 brings his average back down again. Needs a little bit of help. I said through the back section is not where you want to catch a back marker. It's difficult to pass through there, so sometimes better just to wait until after the back section and get through where it's a little easier for both cars to negotiate a couple of corners. Joshua Anderson now 24.18. Paul Griggs looking at going 2, 13 in 20. Phil Campbell going 5. Chris Bowden 6. Mark Christopher 8. But at the front still Joshua Anderson, a good clean run and now has clear track till the end of the run. So make best use of this, Joshua. Got 1 minute left. 23.99 last time by, looking at 13 in 11. 23.25, new hot lap for Joshua Anderson. 30 seconds to go. They're still pushing on. And looking like he's got the car underneath him to do it. Round on to start finish, and this will be your last lap. So make this one count. You're on for a 13 in 9. Paul Griggs looking at going 2 with 13 in 19 as you come into finishing times. Great run from Joshua Anderson. Takes new TQ, takes 10 seconds off Zach Whittleston's time. Goes 13 in 10. Pretty much error-free run from start to finish for Joshua. Paul Griggs, you went 3rd. Chris Bowden 5. Mark Christopher 7. Phil Campbell 9. One mistake.
But not like a Marshall roll. My problem I've got.
So after 2 in Heat 5, Ewan McLeod leads this one. Will Skidmore had an error on the concrete section on lap 2. There's a 25-second lap to carry in this heat. But Will leads this heat from the front. And with a 15 in round 1, needs something to go with that to cement a B final early after 2 runs. 22.43 last time by for Will Skidmore. Ewan McLeod has an error this time by. So it's only Will, not quite on 14 lap pace at the minute. So it's Skidmore from McLeod, from Carberry, Martin Heward, Simon Hudspeth and Jack Mills-White. 3 through 6 only separated by a second. Looks like young Jack has retired. So at the front, 22.9 for Will Skidmore, and a 22.5 gets him very close now to 14 lap pace. There were only 22 or 23 14 lappers in round 1. .22.75 now gets Will back onto 14 lap pace through the back section. Round up over the tabletop. Yes, it's slightly wrong, but keeps it rubber side down onto the concrete. And round to complete lap 8 at 22.8. Still on 14 lap pace. Ewan McLeod, you're going 3rd. Aaron Carberry 4. Martin Heward going 7. Andrew Luxford and Simon Hudspeth going 14 and 15 in round. Next 2 cars. I think Riley, thank you. So Will Skidmore 22.15, new hot lap for Will Skidmore as he approaches a car over the tabletop and gets through. So this should be another 22. Looked good lap so far. 22.9. Still on for 14 lap pace. Ewan McLeod, you're going 3rd. Aaron Carberry 4. Martin Heward 10. Four minutes down, 1 to go. Still Skidmore out front. 22.33, bringing that average down again. Looking at a 14 in 20. Will did a 14 in 18 in round 1. So with that mistake ruled early doors, Will on for a similar pace. So any changes has improved Will's car, or just Will getting to know this Southport track. So it's still Skidmore from McLeod, Carberry, Heward and Luxford. So new TQ, Will Skidmore, 14 in 18, very close to round 1 time. So we'd rule out that mistake on lap 2. Probably looking at 14 in 15. Ewan McLeod, 13 in 10 goes second. Aaron Carberry, 13 in 14 goes fourth. Martin Heward, 13 in 21 goes seventh. So after 2 in heat 6, Will Fisher out front. 3 laps in the 22s for Will to open this heat out, and he's on for going second in round. Great run from Will in round 1 until the last lap. So Will knows what he needs to do in this one, keep it clean from start to finish. Oliver Frost second, Ryan Preston third, Neil Tinsley 4, Philip Channon 5. So car order 2, 3, 1, 4 and 9. And with a 22.07 last time by, Will Fisher now on for a new TQ. Going 14 in 16. Be top 20 in round 1. So Will getting to hang or getting to grips this associated car. So car 2, the blue, white and black associated, needs to make his way past Dave Burton and does. 22.69 last time by in traffic this time, so still hoping for a 22 as he gets past 2 cars in the infield. Now onto the straight to complete lap number 7. 23.28, but still on for new TQ. So a couple of laps now before will catch any more traffic. Safely through the back section, up onto the tabletop, catches a pipe but carries on and still through. Under 23.04. Average is creeping up but still on for TQ. Ryan Preston, you're going 3rd in round. Neil Tinsley, you're going 6. Dave Burton 8 and Oliver Frost 9. So 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. It's Fisher, the 22.09, so now in clear air. Bring that average back down again, and now looking at a 14 in 17, taking about a second out of Will Skidmore's time. $22.59, proving that average. Will up onto the concrete and onto the straight for lap 11. So at this pace should be 3 more laps for Will. Ryan Preston, you're going 3rd in round. Neil Tinsley 6. Oliver Frost 8 and Dave Burton 9. 22.82 last time by for Will Fisher, so average creeping back up again. Going to the last 20 seconds this lap, and 1 more for Will at the front. Will crosses the line to start his 14th and most important lap. Keep it clean on this lap, Will, and you will take TQ. Great job, Will Fisher. Keeping it clean on the last lap, a little slower, but still fast enough to take new TQ. 14 in 18. Ryan Preston goes 3rd. Oliver Frost 6. Neil Tinsley 7. Dave Burton 9. Phil Channon 15. Emily Heward 19. And Stephen Harley 20th. Yep, Ashley, a great run by Will Fisher there. Kept it going this time, didn't make a mess of it on his last lap. That's the best way I can describe it. And a good run, so only 20 or so 14 lappers in round 1, and that was a quick one by Will. So should be maybe a top 20 run. Hi. after 2 in heat 7. James Pritchard to the point. Starts off car 8 in round 1, but now has a clean track in front of him, starting off first. 23.94 last time by, 23.65 average, looking at going 4 in round. Scott Follington second in this heat, and Jim Dixon, Evie Thames and Chris Pattinson. Only James and Scott, though, affecting your top 10 at the minute. Pritchard looking at going 4th in round with 2 minutes down, 3 to go. 24.46 last time by Pritchard, so an untidy lap. And that followed it up with a 23.51, gets through crash traffic. And the blue, black and yellow X-ray machine of Pritchard jumps up to the back under the trees, out onto the straight. A 23.1 brings his average down and edging closer to 3rd in round. Still looking going 4th at the minute, but that keep going with those lap times, James, and you'll bring your average down and be on for 3rd in round. Jim Dixon now going 9th and runs 2nd in this heat. It's up the blue, orange and white Schumacher. Coming onto the straight now, 3 cars in front of him. It's your current 2nd placeman, Jim Dixon. Pritchard at the head of the field, 23.81 last time by. 23.73 this time by, so average, right on average lap pace for Pritchard. And then your next 4 cars are separated by 1.2 seconds. So that's Pattinson, Panesar, Dixon and Thames. Scott Follington just off the back of those, only 1.2 further back. Four down and 1 to go. Pritchard 23.1. New hot lap for Pritchard last time by. Getting ever closer to going 3rd in round, but still running 4th. Manny Panesar now takes up 2 spots in this heat, followed by Pattinson and Thames. And those 4 guys are going into the top 10 as it stands. So with 10 seconds to go, Pritchard through for his penultimate lap. 23.51, still on 14 lap pace. So with this lap and 1 more for Pritchard. No, it won't be, sorry. So James Pritchard goes 4th in round. Chris Pattinson 9th. Manny Panesar 10th. Jim Dixon goes 11th. Evie Thames 13th. Scott Follington 15th. Cameron Wells 30th. Will Fisher's time, though, still stands 14 in 18. Just stick that on. So in the booth now we have Will Fisher. Great run.
Yeah, it's good one. Looking, round one was pretty strong to get started, and just had a mistake at the end. Obviously,
Yeah,
cut
last
that out.
was it last right on the last lap?
Last lap, yeah, near the end of it as well. But we cut that mistake out in that one. I'm very pleased with how that's gone.
Yeah, and so it looked good run right from the start. Like
Yeah,
just
car's really strong. So I'm pleased.
you had a good day yesterday as well, didn't you?
Yeah, not too bad. I was in the D final yesterday. Pretty happy with that. I'd like to be pushing at the C, but I think it was just a couple little things where.
Yeah, a little low.
Yeah.
So did you find yesterday's track easier or today's?
I'd say from the get-go, practice one today, I've got on better with this track. But
Okay.
I think, this is my second time here ever. So,
Yeah,
yesterday was definitely a warm-up, getting into the back section, getting that right, and now definitely holding a bit more confidence in general throughout the day.
So was this? So yesterday was your first time here? Had you been here?
No. So last
year,
year,
last
year I was
year.
here for
Perfect.
the national, and that was my first time. But,
yeah, great run. So where about you from?
Stoke. So
Stoke,
it's,
that was
about
it,
an
yeah.
hour 15.
It's not too far then from here.
No,
for you?
locals Potteries, which was not the best day for me. But
No, I remember that. Yeah.
we
Put a bit too much pressure on yourself. Do you think?
Yeah, maybe had some other stuff going on as well. So it was slap bang in the middle of exams and.
Oh right, yeah.
all that kind of stuff,
Exams. Yeah,
so.
most important thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, good to see. Really good running that last one. It's
Yeah,
super
really pleased
impressive
with that.
from start to finish. From
Thank you very much. Yeah.
From
Think
watching you
we've got
guys.
the car really well, and I could just let me go and do my thing.
Yeah.
So,
So anyone you'd like to thank while you're here?
massively. Big thanks to my dad as always, because he gets me here.
Yeah.
And then just all the AE team, CML, the guys that without them we'd be nowhere. And I mean, we lean on them all the time, and they're just always here for us. And
Okay.
without them, we'd be lost really.
Yeah, perfect.
So-
Well, 2 good runs in the books. Well, one you can improve on, but
Can
at least
improve on that,
you've got a banker now, a really good one.
Yeah. So we'll be
So there's only 22.
looking round 3 and 4 for another one like that.
Yeah, C final normally around 35, 40 points. So
Yeah. So could do a drop in the 26. We'll see.
so it's 26 in that. I didn't spot.
last run, 26.
So 26, and that's going to be, I would say, top 20 maybe. That one, the run you just had, hopefully.
Yeah. I'm thinking that's probably one of my better runs ever. So we'll just see where that puts me.
Okay. Well, good job.
Thank you very
Congratulations,
much.
and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
See you soon. Top. See ya. So Will Fisher, great run from Will there in round 2. Like she said, knew where he made the mistake in round 1 and just needed to iron that one out. So 3 minutes down in heat 8. Reese Ward leads this one. And on for going second in round, just shy of Will Fisher's TQ. Alex Pyatt going 6, Matt Dodd 7, Ben Elliott 8, Roger Tugwood 9. Reese has a best lap of 21.73. Gets away with an error in the back section. And is currently on for a new TQ, but only shaving half a second off Will Fisher's time. — 22.13 last time by for Reese. Alex Pyatt, 22.76, just crosses the stripe now. All white car. Then it's Dodd Machine. Matt Dodd having a good run, going 7th. Roger Tugwood 8, Ben Elliott 9. But out front, Will Fisher's time is now completely under threat from Reese Ward, as he's taking 2 seconds out of it now, with 4:25 down, 35 seconds to go. So under his average. So now looking at taking 2.5 seconds out of Will Fisher's TQ, but that time from Will from 2 heats ago will be a good time. Alex Pyatt going 5 as you come into finishing times. So Reese Ward takes new TQ for round number 2. 14 in 15, takes 2.5 seconds out of Will Fisher's time. Will Skidmore, you're still third. Alex Pyatt 4, Ben Elliott 7, Chris Foster 10, Andy Manning 12, Roger Tugwood 15, and Matt Dodd, you went 16th. Rough last lap for Matt Dodd, losing 6 seconds. And that was costly. Dropped him from 7th to 16th. So 1 minute in and 2 laps down. Colin May straight to the point and straight on TQ pace. David Scott though now eclipses that and is now another car on TQ pace and heads this heat 9. Andy Woods, Kevin Hodkinson 3rd and 4th, James Helliwell 5th, all affecting the top 10. Colin and David separated by 0.07 of a second. After 4 and looking going 1 and 2, taking around a second out of Reese Ward's TQ. Andy Woods 22.75 now jumps into the 2 spot. So it's May, Scott and Woods. David Scott must be nearer back of the field and coming through late on the stagger. But the white, purple and pink car going through the back section past the X-ray banner, past Ben Stevenson and up over the tabletop is your lead car. Gets it slightly wrong but gets away with it over the tabletop. And Colin May round onto the start finish straight. 23.12, so loses around a second on that lap, but still on for TQ. 250 down, 2:10 to go. Colin has clear track for the next few laps. Andy Woods only 2 seconds or 1.6 back from Colin May, and David Scott only half a second back from Andy Woods. But it's super close at the top. Already 3 drivers on the same split time. So it's May from Woods, Scott, Hodkinson, Saunders and Helliwell all going into the top 10, and Stephen Brown now joins that group. So all the way down to 6th, 7th actually in this heat going top 10. Colin made 22.83 that time by his average going the wrong way, and now on for going second in round. Just needs to find a little more pace, and he'll be back on for TQ pace, but his average again, another lap going the wrong way. Reece Ward's time safe by around a second going into your final minute. So it's May from Woods, Scott, Saunders and Brown. Halliwell also going top 10. So running order 2, 3, 7, 8, 5 and 1. And all those guys going top 10 with 40 seconds to go. Colin May another lap going the wrong way, and Reece Ward's time now looks safe. Going into your final 25 seconds. It's May, Woods, Scott, Saunders, Brown and Halliwell going top 10. Hodkinson 12, Thames 13 and Ben Stevenson going 17. So Colin May has a tumble on the last lap, but doesn't affect where he finished, just his time, and finishes first in the heat, but goes second in round. Reece Ward, your time still stands at 14 in 15. But then it's Colin, Will Fisher, Will Skidmore, all on 14 in 18. Andy Woods, 14 in 19. Stephen Brown just missed out on a 14 lapper with a 13 in 1. David Scott, 13 in 1 on a 1/100th back from Stephen Brown. James Halliwell, you've gone 8th. Harry Saunders 9th. Hattie Thames 10th. Kevin Hodkinson 13th. Ben Stevenson 15th. The top 9 in that one all affected the top 15, so genuinely quick heat. Heat 9. So after 10 for heat 2. After 2 for heat 10. It's Lewis Hopkins, Oliver Natras, Isaac McFadden, Matt Jewett. Actually scratch that, I'm going to have to wait till Johnny Skidmore comes round, because Johnny set off near the back. And it's Jonathan Skidmore from the back of this one, so car 1 leads this one. They're all on 14 lap pace up to Matt Thompson, so top 5 in this one are going top 5. Ryan Clark, you're going 7. Was Skidmore 21.9 last time by. 22.22 average. So the X-ray car going through the middle, rough round 1. And round gets it slightly wrong onto the concrete, but corrects it, and a 22.2, so only loses about 3/10, but still on for TQ, 14 in 10. Oliver Natras predicted 14 in 12, Matt Thompson 14 in 16. So top 6 now in this one, going into the top 7, all the way down to Ryan Clark. Will Venables, you're going 10th. Matt Jewett 13th. Tommy Dale 17th. So Skidmore still leads this one. 22.49 last time by. 21.88 for Oliver Natras. 21.89 for Lewis Hopkins. All these guys top 15 last time round, apart from Skidmore, who had a bad round 1 and looking to get rid of that straight away with a good round 2. 21.91 last time by. As he gets through traffic, I'll probably have another clean lap this time. 21.83 for Ollie Natras, so Ollie Natras bringing that average down and now heads this one on time, looking at a 14 in 10. Johnny Skidmore also looking at a 14 in 10, but a 10th further back. Lewis Hopkins 14 in 12. Matt Thompson 14 in 16. Ryan Clark 14 in 17. So the X-rays of Clark, Druitt and Thompson through the middle section all need to work together, and Matt Thompson's through. So it's Natras still at the front from Skidmore, Hopkins, Thompson and Clark. It's getting extremely close at the top. I think that was a Natras car that just had body removed by the marshal. 29.33, so that's 7 seconds lost for Natras, and that's put paid to the TQ run. So it's Skidmore now, 10 seconds to go, leads this one. Skidmore has a bad lap, 25, so it's now Hopkins to the point as they're going to finish in times. Yeah, it looked like Ollie Natras and his body shell removed by a marshal. He was trying to marshal his car and caught the body shell and ripped it off. So new TQ for Lewis Hopkins, 14 in 10. Johnny Skidmore and Matt Thompson separated by 0.15 of a second. But that 2 spot goes to Johnny Skidmore. Matt Thompson goes 3rd. Oliver Natras, unlucky. The marshalling error, goes 5th. And Ryan Clark goes 9th. Matt Druitt 11th, Tommy Dale 12th, Will Venables 16th, and Isaac McFadden goes 23rd. So Daniel Pole goes in this one, or your 2 in round 1 and was on for 15 lap pace, but just made one small error. 21.61 outlet for Daniel Pole. It's not quite 15 lap pace, needs to be 21.4 for a 15 lap run. Oh. Working his way into a groove. And after 2 of 21.4 brings that average down, and already close, as is Charlie Saunders, to 15 lap pace. So like we said with Ben Smith, just work yourself into the run and get that lap time down to 21.3. Give yourself some margin. So 2 down, 3 down for Daniel Pole. 20.76 new hot lap for Daniel Pole, and he's now on 15 lap pace. Luke Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, Lee Martin, Hudson Knight going top 5. Stuart Mahon going 9th. 21.68, still good enough for Daniel Pole to stick on 15 lap pace. Luke Holdsworth 21.24. Looking at 14 in 0. Charlie Saunders 14 in 1. Lee Martin 14 in 6. Hudson Knight 14 in 8. Top 7 in this are going into the top 8 overall. Daniel Pole with a 21.15 extends his lead and still on 15 lap pace, joined now by Luke Holdsworth. But Daniel's made a small error on that lap, and Luke Holdsworth now with a 21.04 takes this heat up and is on for new TQ. Luke and Daniel both on 15 lap pace. Going predicted 7 seconds clear of Lee Martin. At Lee 21.91 last time by. Daniel Pole has another rough lap and falls off that 15 lap pace. So now, and Holdsworth also off 15 lap pace. So now down to 14 in 0. 14 in 1 for Pole. Mark Anthony Jones now looking at 7th. So it's Pole, Holdsworth, Saunders, Knight and Martin, your top 5, going top 5. Lewis Hopkins' time would stay in 6th. Mark Anthony Jones would slot in 7th. Ahead of the field, Luke and Daniel both put in a good lap last time by to edge them closer to 15 lap pace. Not quite on it just yet, but only half a second shy. Only 0.2 of a second separates them on the computer. It's Daniel on track, then Luke. 21.6 last time by for Daniel, 21.9. Both averaging 21.48. You need a 21.47 to be on 15 lap pace. Charlie Saunders, you're going 3rd. Lee Martin 4. Hudson Knight 5. Going into your final minute. Those top 5 still going top 5 from this heat. But now Daniel makes another error, and that's put the door wide open for Luke Holdsworth. 14 in 5.0 predicted for Luke. .21.48. Luke is hovering now. Right on 15 lap pace. Charlie Saunders now to the 2 and going 2nd in round. Daniel Pole 3rd. Lee Martin 4. Hudson Knight 5. Mark Anthony Jones going 7. Thomas Phipps going 12. As we go into finishing times, please. So Luke Holdsworth just gets caught at the line, 14 in 5, 0.87. Charlie Saunders goes 2 with a 14 in 5. Daniel Pole, 3rd, 14 in 6. Lee Martin, 4th, 14 in 7. Hudson Knight, 5th, 14 in 8. Mark Anthony Jones, you went in 7th with 14 in 14. Lewis Hopkins stays 6th. Johnny Skidmore, you stay 8th. Matt Thompson, 9. Reese Ward, 10. Ollie Natras, 11. Thomas Phipps and Stuart Marn go 18th and 19th. Aaron Nash, 26th. Going to the final heat of round number 2. So, a minute in, 2 laps in the books. And it's Ben Smith who leads this one, 21.19 last time by. Josh had a rough lap. And Ben is on 15 lap pace. Josh Holdsworth just off 15 lap pace. Tommy Hall ring 3rd. Jamie Hall 4th. Callum Ackroyd Bench 5th. And those guys looking at the top 10. Seth Shillito Everest going 13th. Jacob Tomlinson 27th. Archie Bowman 23rd. But at the front it's Smith from Josh from Tommy. Those 3 guys all around 15 lap pace. Ben already inside it but makes an error. 26.1. That puts paid to that 15 lap run for Ben Smith. Josh Holdsworth and Tommy Hall both just shy of 15 lap pace. And Tommy having to work his way through the traffic, not starting round 1, started 10th. So the orange car. Yep, still second. About a second off Josh. Currently on time. And Josh Holdsworth now on for a 15 lap run. It'll be your yellow and blue Schumacher car going through the back section, round the X-ray banner, up through the middle and onto the tabletop. 20.7 last time by for Josh, 20.5 best lap. Jumping into the concrete section, which him and Ben were both doing. And another lap in the books, and it's a 15 in 17 predicted for Josh Holdsworth. Tommy Hall just shy of 15 lap pace, around half a second. But now with that lap, a great lap for Tommy Hall, 20.85 now on for 15 lap pace. .320 down, 1:30 to go. Holdsworth though still holds advantage over Tommy Hall, both on 15 lap runs. Jamie Hall looking at going 9th. Archie Bowman now working his way in a groove and now up to going 10 in round. Seth Shillito Everest going 15. Harley Eldridge 17. Callum Ackroyd Bench 18. Jacob Tomlinson 23rd. With a minute to go, Holdsworth and Hall predicted a second gap and going 1 and 2 at the head of the field. 21.63 last time by for Tommy. 21.85 for Josh. Tommy now 21.35. Gaps coming down, but I don't think there's enough time left. With only 35 seconds to go, it looks like Holdsworth at the front, then Hall, Bowman, and Jamie Hall and Harley Eldridge all going into the top 15. Seth going 17. Another 21.23 for Josh. Extends that lead into the 15 lap run with 10 seconds to go. It'll be this lap and one more for Josh. So with an error, a lap from home, Tommy Hall drops off 15 lap pace, the only one through for 15 laps, and new TQ for round 2. Josh Holdsworth. Jamie Hall went 8th, Archie Bowman 10th. Your top 10, Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth, Tommy Hall, Charlie Saunders, Daniel Pole, Lee Martin, Hudson Knight, Jamie Hall, Lewis Hopkins and Archie Bowman. Harley Eldridge and Seth Shillito Everest went 16 and 17. Will Skidmore 20, Ryan Clark 21. Callum Ackroyd Bench went 27. Drive shaft out. So after 2, heat 1. Bulmer, Russell, Theorens, Hall, Milford, Griggs, Christopher Cherry, Daniel Hall retired on lap 1. Andrew Bulmer 24.88, Kyosho car last time by, hot lap. Andrew Bulmer still leads this one from Jesse Russell, Richard Thierens. Those guys are all in the 24s. Zach Trodden in the 25s, as is Charlie Hall and Ava Griggs. David Milford in the 26s. Chris Cherry in the 27s. Looking at a 12 in 3 pace for Andrew Bulmer. Average coming down, getting closer to a 13 lap pace. So 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. It's Bulmer from Thierens, Trodden, Russell and Griggs. Bulmer looking at 12 in 4. Thierens 12 in 6. And there's a gap to Zach and Ava. Bulmer and Thierens into the 24s now. Zach Trodden, Ava Griggs and Jesse Russell in the 25s. As is Charlie Hall. So just checking with Ben, who's marshalling really close to me, what happened at the end of his heat, and he ended up pulling off because he thought he broke his car. The front end was rubbing, so they're going to have to check that one. But Andy Bulmer takes that one. 12 in 6. Zach Trodden 12 in 15. Ava Griggs 12 in 18. Charlie Hall 12 in 23. Dave Milford 12 in 25. Most important announcement of the day. The ice cream van is here and will be here for the next half an hour. So if you fancy an ice cream, the ice cream van is on the entry road as we came in, or where you come in. Duncan Pole looking like he's already been and got an ice cream. Seems to have forgot mine, though. That's the worst Mary Poppins I've ever seen. Josh, don't go anywhere. You need to walk round the back so I don't see you. So, TQ.
TQ.
Didn't see you all day yesterday.
No, I wasn't really. I was just driving terrible, to be honest. Like, I had quite a good leg 3. And I literally didn't change the car at all. Like,
Yeah,
it's just driving, so. Today's a bit better, though. I think yesterday was a hard track.
Yeah.
I mean, like the middle section, it was tough.
Yeah, it looked like didn't look like there was any real flow in the middle.
No,
yesterday.
it was
It looked really hard.
Yeah, it's just a bit. So, this is nice. Like, the end of the straight's really fun. Like, you're coming around, you just
Pin it.
really get on the
Is
power,
it literally just like a lift, get it nose in,
Yeah,
and then get?
Yeah, you literally just. It's not even that much of a lift, to be honest. Like, if you have enough on power steering, you can just
turn in.
Yeah.
Wow. So yeah, 'cause it's like you've got to turn in on the dark green stuff, from what I can gather.
Yeah.
And then you just let it run on this new stuff.
Yeah, you let it run into like the middle, but then obviously like on the hill drags you in anyway.
Yeah.
So if you're middle, and then it just come down to the inside. But
Yeah,
it's really good. The car was great. I didn't change it from the first round, so.
Yeah, 'cause you weren't far off in round 1 either, were you?
I wasn't far off. I just had a big crash. Like, but pace-wise, it was.
Yeah, was it like 1 in round?
Yeah,
it must
like
have been. Yeah,
lap
'cause
two,
I think I just caught it out of the corner of my eye, just about to start like going on the like track market.
Yeah.
I think I just heard you go, or heard a car go upside down. I think it was you.
Yeah, it was just it was in the middle, and all the marshals around the outside. So it's just.
Yeah, I think that's one thing they said, like drivers briefing. It's hard to put a marshal in the middle because the back section's so critical. You can't put anyone in the middle because it's bad enough to get through there without sitting a marshal and then disappear behind the marshal and a bump that you didn't know existed. You're like, oh, I'm off.
True. Yeah, it's true. But no, it's good. I think the cars are working really well. Luke got a 2, so.
Yeah, Luke's looked quick.
Luke was quick yesterday, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, kind of expect you guys to be quick round here.
Yeah.
And put the pressure on Ben. I didn't realise that Ben had pulled off, so I missed what happened to Ben's car at the end of that one. Basically thought he broke it or something.
I'm not sure if he broke it. I thought he just pulled. I know he had a few mistakes. I thought he just pulled it off, but he might have broke it.
So no changes for round 3, I guess?
I don't think so. Well, it was a little loose then, and the sun's out now, so I think it's just going to get worse.
Yeah.
So probably shorter wheelbase or
I think that's what Ben said, just like tighten the car up. So do you think you lose traction from the rear first or the front?
The rear.
Rear, okay.
So I'm naturally running more tyre on the front.
Yeah.
Because I think if you lose rear, you can still have the lap time as long as you can hang on to the rear coming round.
Uh-huh.
But if you lose steering, you literally just...
Yeah.
If you can't get the car around the corner quick enough, you kind of thing. So I would rather lose the rear.
Yeah, and then, like I say, some people can drive a car that naturally oversteers.
Yeah.
And some people can't. They prefer an understeery car and then just lift off. It just depends how you drive, I guess. But I think you said the same at Potter. It's like you prefer a car that's more on the nose.
Yeah. So it just
comes
around a bit, but then it's not usually. I mean, it's not bad. It's just like you can feel the dust coming up a bit, and like when you get out of a corner, you can feel the rear just like wanting to slide. Yeah,
I've been hearing you can now hear cars coming through this section here,
like screeching.
Yeah,
just the wheels spinning up.
Even through the headset, you can. I don't know if it's the ambient mics up there, so I don't know if we get. I think we might be getting them up the top, and then I hear them again coming around here. It's like, sounds like a bad 70s cop movie, like cop chase through here.
It just doesn't grip. It just doesn't. Which is fine. I mean, it's a lot more manageable today. Yesterday was a bit tough because
four wheels are just easier to drive, I guess.
Yeah, well, with two wheel, you naturally there's only one end that you really lose it on, and that's the rear.
Yep.
And it's just tough with that. It gets so pointy, and then the rear's coming round, and then I was on a good run yesterday, and there was a shorter run up to the middle tabletop, and I just couldn't get off the table.
Oh yeah, you went.
Yeah,
like,
I just put the power on the
and
rear.
it went round, and he just like jumped and flipped. Yeah, I saw that. It's like that looks hard now. It looks like you can't go tight, and I guess you can see now when you look at it from here that you can see like the Astro's all bare. And I guess that's what you like. You slide. The moment it comes round, then it wheel spins, and then it's halfway up the ramp, and it's still wheel spin. Then you're off.
It's just there's nothing you can do either. So
yeah, from the rostrum, you're probably kind of unsighted. You don't know that that's what's just happened. Oh, why is my car just speared off to the left?
Well, if it was like just a normal traditional tabletop, it'd be alright. You just land on top. But because it's like the step, you just catch the top step, and you end up like
saw a lot of people casing that yesterday.
But yes,
right, good run. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Should we round 1 and round 2?
Yeah. We're all on similar. Luke's actually the one who's just totally different from us. So we'll see if he comes towards me and Ben. But yeah, no, it's all good.
Good run. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully see you soon.
We'll see.
See you later. Thank you. Bye bye. So thanks to Josh Holdsworth. Great run for Josh in that one. Top 10 after 2 is Josh Holdsworth with a 4 and a 0. Luke Holdsworth with a 3 and a 2. Daniel Pole with a 2 and a 5. Charlie Saunders with a 5 and a 4. Lee Martin 6 and 8. Hudson Knight 8 and 7. Jamie Hall 7 and 8. Mark Anthony Jones 9 and 11. Lewis Hopkins 12 and 9 is 9th, and Ollie Natchurst with a 10. And that unlucky Marshall, his body got ripped off. 10 and a 15. Hopefully we're going to get one of the best guest commentators there ever. Would have been Duncan Pole with his brolly. But you guys had a nice journey up. So for those who don't know, if you have a look on the CML page, Duncan and Daniel turned up this morning in suits because they were at a wedding yesterday. So they driven down to their cousin's wedding. And Daniel's Dunk's had an hour's sleep. Daniel's probably had a full night's sleep in the car on the way home. 4 or 5. So I'll probably give Daniel a little bit of leeway when he starts making little errors today. But it's been on pace all day so far. I missed him yesterday. But the sun's gone in. The sun has gone in at Southport. That's not good. So sorry about slight gap in commentary. We've got Neil Cragg in the commentary booth at the minute. He doesn't want to come on the mic. He's popped in to see everyone and see what he's missing from racing. So there you go. Look, he's in the background. Yeah, Heat 4 underway. Joshua Anderson. So the 1 Cam Brigade. So Heat 4, 4 minutes down. It's the 1 can of Joshua Anderson. Green car leads this one. 13 and 15 predicted for Joshua. Bowden, you've got eyes on you. Going 7, Phil Campbell going 6, Ben Ellis going 8, and Martin Lee going 10. 23.18 best lap for Joshua Anderson. It's going to last 40 seconds. 25.25 though last time by for Joshua Anderson. Not going the right way. 23.0 though to back that up, and that's his new hot lap. Gets the back section wrong by the X-ray banner, and Joshua Anderson now predicted a 13 in 15. James Gibbs had a 13 in 17. Phil Campbell, you're looking at going 6. Mark Christopher 8, Martin Lee 9, and Ben Ellis 10. Bowden, you've now dropped out of the top 10. So 130 down. Will Skidmore leads this one, 22-24, looking at going TQ. 14 in 12. So Will was on a good run in round 2. Had a couple of errors at the end and ended up with a 14 in 18, but looking at a 14 in 12 in round 3. Ewan McLeod 13 in 12, so Skidmore a lap in front, predicted in front of the rest of this field. Andy Luxford going 6, Aaron Carberry going 8, Fraser McLeod going 10. Running order is 2, 5, 9, 3 and 6. Will Skidmore X-ray car over the tabletop, jumping onto the concrete section, and round 22.69, 14 in 14, a slightly slower lap. For the next few laps, Will doesn't have any cars in front of him for a good while, and there's only one I can see. So 2:30 down halfway through this one. It's Skidmore from McLeod, Carberry and Fraser McLeod, with Andy Luxford in the middle going 7th. At 22.35 that time by for Will Skidmore, and Will now on for 14 in 14. Ewan McLeod 13 in 8. (14 in 14 in round 2 would have been top 10. Gives you an idea of how fast Will Skidmore in this heat is going. Ewan McLeod 23.89 last time by, on for a good run, 13 in 9. Aaron Carberry a 13 in 19. So 3:40 down, 1:20 to go. Skidmore, McLeod, Carberry, Luxford and then Fraser McLeod, all affecting the top 10. Riley Butler going 21. Simon Hudspeth 25. Jack Mills White 29th. But Skidmore at the front, 22.35. No, scratch that. 22.68, just gone by the stripe. And Skidmore now 14 in 14. Ewan McLeod 13 in 7, bringing that time down. So Ewan, keep doing what you're doing, bringing average down lap by lap. With 30 seconds to go. With this lap and one more for Skidmore. Maybe only one more for Ewan, or two more for Ewan. 22.61 for Skidmore last time by. Average creeping back up, but still looking at a 14 in 14. And Ewan McLeod bringing that time down now, 13 in 6. As you're going to finishing times. So, thank you to the ice cream vendor. We are now have ice creams. Yeah, we just had Neil Craig in the com booth, but he didn't want to go on Didn't want to go on mic.
Nice of him to show his face for a bit, though.
Yeah, only just down the road. He said he was coming. I did try and get him to do co-coms, but he doesn't feel confident enough, so.
Fair enough. For anybody that's still with us, apologies for the little break. I'm just going to flip the camera around. It is that hot.
Yeah.
And the lovely people from Southport let the local ice cream van know that we were here this weekend. Unfortunately, we missed them yesterday. But today we most definitely caught them.
Not missing them today.
It's an absolute scorcher today. Let's have a quick look what the weather's actually saying. Last I checked, it was pushing 25.
Feels like more. But we are in.
It's you're saying it's cooler than yesterday. No, that's got to be wrong. Saying 20, 22 at the moment. But it is it's an absolute scorcher. So we're going to enjoy our ice cream whilst we follow Heat 6 around.
So I managed to destroy my ice cream faster than my dog can. So I can get back to commentating. Now, good to see Neil. For all you guys that saw Neil, didn't want to come on mic. But great to see Neil here for the weekend, coming to say hi. He's going to come back and see us at the booth, so we might try and get him on mic for a little bit. So, Heat 6, Will Fisher leads this one. Will had a great round 2. And we had a little interview with Will. It looks like he's just made a mistake. So this one won't be as good as his round 2 or round 1. And it's now Ryan Preston to the point. The white car following Will through the back section. But Will now use this run to get back in the groove and then put this one away at the back of your mind and get out for round number 4. Looking at 13 in 3 in this one. The current TQ by Will Skidmore is a 14 in 15. Ryan Preston looking at a 13 in 3. Scott Wyman 13 in 7, as is Burton. Phil Channon. You're looking at 13 in 9. Neil Tinsley 13 in 11. Emily Heward 13 in 16. So again, this heat has been a quick heat and affected the top 10 heavily in every round so far. And everyone down to Emily in 7th in this heat is affecting the top 10 as it stands. But at the front now, Will Fisher takes a reins of this heat. 24.53 last time by at 22.24 best lap though. So still those 24s creeping in, and this heat or this round will not count in Will Fisher's total. Will Fisher currently has a 26 and a 19 from rounds 1 and 2. So we'll need something to go with that 19. 26 and 19 will be probably in the C final maybe, or top of the D at the end of 4 rounds. Will Skidmore has a 15 and a 20. And whatever this round will be. So 4:25 down, 35 seconds to go. It's Fisher from Wyman now. No, scratch that. It's Fisher from Burton from Wyman. Then Preston, Channon and Heward. All affecting the top 10. Will Fisher going 2, Dave Burton 4, Scott Wyman 5, Ryan Preston 6, Phil Channon going 7 and Emily Heward going 8th. So going to the last 5 seconds. Listen for your finishing numbers, please. Yeah, so the ice cream was consumed in record time because it's warm. Best way I can describe it, and it was melting fast.
There he is.
So 2 laps down for heat 7. And it's Manny Panesar to the point. Followed by Pritchard. Those two separated by 1.7 on the clock. Pritchard has a little error, 24.11 last time by, but Panesar on for second in round. Pritchard looking at 5. Running order after 1:30. 8, 6, 7, 9 and 3. That's Panesar, Pritchard, Craig, Lomax and Thames. Panesar, Pritchard and Craig are all affecting the top 10. Panesar getting close to 14 lap pace now. 13 in 0 for the Schumacher car of Panesar. White, purple and pink car with yellow wheels around the middle through the back section. through the infield, up onto the tabletop, making that a straight line over the tabletop, out onto the straight. And that's lap 6 in the books. Gap at the front down to 0.3 of a second. Pritchard does a 22.82 last time by. New hot lap for James Pritchard. He cuts that gap to Panesar down to 0.3 of a second. Panesar's had an error. So Pritchard should lead after 7, but doesn't. 0.08 now between Panesar and Pritchard at the head of the field, going 3rd and 4th in round. Peter Craig going 8th, Evie Thames 10, Lomax going 11. It's a 5 car of Graham Lyle that pulls out. Pritchard 23.81, average going slightly the wrong way, and Panesar now has a gap, or lead, sorry, of 0.9 of a second. Over Pritchard, still going 3rd and 4th. Peter Craig dropping to going 8th. Evie Thames still going 10th. Lomax 12th. 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Pritchard through the back section. X-ray car looking good. Into the tabletop. And round to complete lap number 10. 22.76, Pritchard's best lap that time by. So whatever he did that time by, just keep doing it to the end. And Panesar and Pritchard now only 0.3 apart. $22.9 for Panesar last time by, 22.7 for Pritchard. 23s this time for both of them, but it's now Pritchard to the point, 0.08 ahead of Panesar. Peter Craig, you run 8th. Oh, you're going 8th, sorry. Evie Thames going 10th. Chris Pattinson now up to going 11th in round and moves up to 5th in this one. Some solid laps, last few laps all around the 23s. As we go into the last 5 seconds, it's Panesar, Pritchard, Craig, Thames and Pattinson going into the top 10. So heat 8. Reese Ward starts out with a 21.94. Matt Dodd 22.72. Chris Foster 23.06. Ruben Russell starting this heat well with 23.17. But after 2, it's Ward from Dodd, Andy Manning, Ben Elliott, Chris Foster. So Reese Ward after 2 minutes, 22.18 last time by, still on for 14 in 12, taking 3 seconds out of Will Skidmore's time. Alex Pyatt 13 in 2, Matt Dodd 13 in 3. It's really close, around that 13 in 2 to 13 in 5. That's 8. Only 3 seconds, but 9 drivers covered by only a couple of seconds. But Reese Ward out front 22.55 last time by, and then a 21.87 this time by, bringing that average down, and now heading for a 14 in 11. Reese has a 13 and a 14, so that's definite B final, so now he can push to try and get another low score. Needs something inside the top 10, like an 8 or a 7, to trouble the A final. 3 minutes down, 2 to go. It's 22.7 last time by. We're still looking at a 14 in 12. 14 in 12 is top 10 pace, so a little faster than what Reese has done. But Reese has a bad lap, 26.8. That's going to put paid to this run, I think. Alex Pyatt, though, 13 in 0. You're getting close now to 14 laps. And a 22.85 last time by, car 7. Alex Pyatt now on for that 14 lap run. 22.67 last time by for Alex, with 1 minute to go. Alex, your 7 car. Ruben Russell doing a 13 in 4, so keep this up, Ruben. So cars to the over the tabletop and into the back section. You have your 3rd place guy with you coming onto the concrete. So it's Reese from Alex, from Ruben, from Roger Tugwood. Matt Dodd runs 6. Gareth Stanton goes into 5th. So Reese, Alex, Ruben and Roger all affecting the top 10. 10 seconds to go into your finishing times. Alex Pyatt just misses out by 0.11 of a second and gets a 13 in 5-0. Reese, 13 in 1. You'll rely on your round 1 and 2 scores at the minute. Ruben Russell, your meeting starts now. 13 in 5 minutes 4. Through 6th in round at the minute. Gareth Stanton goes 10. Andy Manning, 11. Matt Dodd, 13. Roger Tugwood, 15. Ben Elliott, 20th. Charlie Simmons, 24th. So heat 9. Oh yeah, fine. I thought you were going to say daughter then. Yeah. So after 2, Colin May looking at going 2nd in round. David Scott going 3rd. James Helliwell, good run, also on 14 lap pace, going 4th. Harry Saunders very close to 14 lap pace. So heat 9 getting close to 14 lappers. Stephen Brown 13 in 3 predicted. So your top 7 in this one affecting the top 10 as it stands. It's 136 down. Around 3:30 to go. It's May from Hodkinson, Woods, Helliwell, Scott. 22.59 last time by for Colin. 22.76 for Kevin and 22.57 for Andy Woods. So those two guys, local guys, both B finalists yesterday. Not great round 1 or 2 for Kevin. Andy had a reasonable round 2, so they're looking to start their meetings today. And just start them now. With 2 rounds to go, you can still do it. Don't leave it so you need 2 rounds from the last one. Stephen Brown now up to 9, going 9th in round. So it's May, Hodkinson, Woods, Helliwell and Brown affecting the top 10. Harry Saunders now jumps up and going 8th in round. So Helliwell just drops off 14 lap pace with a 23.79, sorry. Harry Saunders 2 seconds off 14 lap pace. It's May, Hodkinson, Woods, Colin May, white, purple and pink car coming onto the straight now. And 22.79 getting close to Will Skidmore's time, but still going to be looking or predicted at 2 seconds shy. Andy Woods now on 14 lap pace. Kevin Hodkinson just off it, 0.86. At 25.97 last time by hurt Kevin's hunt for a 14 lapper. Harry Saunders getting closer though, now 13 in 1 predicted for Harry. James Helliwell 13 in 2 predicted. Stephen Brown 13 in 2. So all these guys getting closer and closer now to a 14-lap run. It's a 7 car. That's David Scott who's over. So 4 minutes down, 1 minute to go. It's May from Woods, from Hodkinson, Saunders, Brown and Helliwell. And it's super close between all 6 of these guys. Colin May, though, looking at being about 9/10 shy of current TQ. 22.56 last time by for Colin. 22.1 his best lap, so close to his best lap last time by. A 23-second lap. I think that's Colin's push for TQ gone, so it needs to consolidate. Getting a 2 in round so far. Andy Woods looking at going 3. Kevin Hodkinson 4. Harry Saunders 6. Very close now. So Harry, decision to make. Do you push for that 14 lapper? Stephen Brown going 9th. James Helliwell 10th. So Cole May goes second in round, 1.8 seconds shy of Will Skidmore's current TQ. Kevin Hodkinson goes third. Andy Woods 4. James Helliwell 8. Harry Saunders has a rough last lap and misses out on that 14 lapper. He goes 9th. Stephen Brown 13th. David Scott 14. Ben Stevenson 16. Tris Neal 19. Yeah, they're pitting in there.
So are you doing all of the national meetings coming?
So heat 10, after 2, Lewis Hopkins does not start. Johnny Skidmore, 22.1 last time by. 21.83 is best lap. And at the front of this one, it's Skidmore, Natras, McFadden, Druitt, Thompson, Venables, Clark and Liam Robinson, all affecting the top 10. So 8 of the 9 cars running are affecting the top 10. Tommy Dale looking at going 13th. 22.01 last time by for Skidmore, and he's looking now at a 14 in 9. Ollie Natras looking at a 14 in 10. Ollie needs something to go with that 10. Skidmore needs to start his meeting because he's got a 12 counting in at the minute. That won't be good enough to make the 8. Isaac McFadden needs something to go with his 11. Matt Druitt has a 17. Tommy Dale has a 16. Ryan Clark has a 19. So all those guys looking to put something with a low score to solidify a place in the B final. Skidmore on the hunt for a top 10 time in round number 3. And that average now 21.95. 21.21 this time by, and now on for 14 in 7. Ollie Natras looking at a 14 in 8. Matt Thompson 14 in 12. Top 5 going top 5. So that's Skidmore, Natras, Thompson, McFadden and Clark. Tommy Dale, you're looking at going 7 with the Serpent car. Will Venables 9. Liam Robinson 10. Matt Druitt going 13. At 3:20 down, 1:40 to go. Have to wait for Skidmore to come through, and he still leads this one by 0.9 of a second on the computer. 21.69 last time by, so another lap under his average, bringing that predicted time down to a 14 in 7. Ollie Natras looking at a 14 in 9. Matt Thompson 14 in 12. Four down and 1 to go. Skidmore's X-ray car rolls over but back onto its wheels. Lose very little time, if anything. But he only has a second in hand over Ollie Natras, and that second is now down to 0.6. So only lost about 4/10 rolling over there. Johnny Skidmore, 22.25 last time by. Natras putting the pressure on though with a 21.81. Matt Thompson 22.01, Ryan Clark 21.96. His hot lap last time by. And Ryan now looking at going 4th in round. Tommy Dale looking at going 5th. Midfield is getting packed now. 4th through 10th is less than 4 seconds in the overall standings. So it's Skidmore 21.91, Natras 21.97, Thompson 21.98. It's going to finishing times. So top 6 go top 6. That's Skidmore, Natras, Thompson, Dale, McFadden and Clark. Will Skidmore stay 7th? Colin May 8th. Then it's Robinson, Venables and Druitt. 13, 14 lappers at the minute as we go into the last 2 heats. So this round will have the most 14 lappers. So you need a 14 in 18 to get into the top 10, and new TQ is 14 in 17 for Johnny Skidmore. Sorry, 14 in 7. Oh dear, it's a long day. Ollie Natras 14 in 8. Only 0.4 between those two across the line. So after 2, Luke Holdsworth 21.20 last time by. And Luke almost on 15 lap pace after 2. Daniel Pole 21.44, also close to 15 lap pace. Lee Martin also close to 15 lap pace after 3. So running order after 1:30 is Holdsworth, Martin, Pole and Saunders. Those 4 going top 4. Hudson Knight going 6. Thomas Phipps 8. Mark Anthony Jones 9. Stuart Mahon 15. Eugene Galley 19. So top 9 in this one affecting the top 16. It's Holdsworth, Martin and Pole. Daniel Pole 20.99 last time by on 15 lap pace. Lee Martin on 15 lap pace. Luke Holdsworth on 15 lap pace. Charlie Saunders very close to 15 lap pace. And then it's Mark Anthony Jones, Thomas Phipps and Hudson Knight. .240 down, 2:20 to go. 21.35 for Luke Holdsworth, 21.12 for Charlie Saunders, 21.5 for Daniel Pole. And it's Holdsworth from Pole, the only 2 on for 15 lap runs. Lee Martin very close. Charlie Saunders still also very close, so all 4 could get 15 lap runs. So Lee and Charlie need to bring their average down ever so slightly. Some consistent fast laps. Lee Martin 21.77 last time by. Getting closer still. Average lap 21.47 is what you need, and that's what he's on, but just slightly the wrong side. So with 3:50 down, 1:10 to go, it's Holdsworth on for new TQ, and then it's Pole, Martin and Saunders all on 14 in 0. Then Phipps 14 in 9, Mark Anthony Jones 14 in 13. Hudson Knight 14 in 13. 21.07 new hot lap for Lee Martin last time by. He's almost there on 15 lap pace. 21.5 for Lee Martin and agonising close now. Only 0.2 of a second off 15 lap pace for Lee Martin. Luke Holdsworth though, been on 15 lap pace pretty much the entire run. 21.06. Daniel Pole now moves to 15 lap pace, as does Lee Martin now. Finally onto 15 lap pace. Charlie Saunders 14.5 predicted. For those top four, still going top four as you go into finishing times. So Lee Martin making a charge at the end of this one, and looks like he might get through for that elusive 50. He doesn't. He gets caught at the line at 21.8 last time by. Daniel Pole through though, and Luke Holdsworth through. Luke on all the way from start to finish pretty much. So Luke Holdsworth, new TQ, 15 in 18. Daniel Pole also through for 15 in 20. Lee Martin gets caught at the line, 14 in 0. Charlie Saunders, 14 in 5. Those four going top four. So Johnny Skidmore stays 5th. Ollie Natras, you're 6th. Thomas Phipps, you move into 7th. Matt Thompson, you stay 8th. Mark Anthony Jones, 9th. Tommy Dale, 10th. Aaron Nash, that's your best run of the day so far, I think. You move 14th. Hudson will rely on rounds 1 and 2 with an 8 and a 7. This round will not count. Eugene Galley, 22nd in round. Heat 12 after 1. It's Jamie Hall, 21-1. Tommy Hall. After 2 now, still Jamie from Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth, Tommy Hall, Archie Bowman, Harley Eldridge. Jamie Hall affecting the top 10 the most by going UTQ. Josh Holdsworth though responds. He's now looking at going UTQ, but the top 3 in this one are separated by 0.3. After 3 laps, Tommy Hall 0.7 back on Ben Smith. Archie Bowman a further 2 seconds back, then Eldridge another second back. So only your top 4 are affecting the top 10. Ben Smith going pole, Josh Holdsworth going 2nd, Jamie Hall going 4th, and Tommy Hall going 10th at the minute. Tommy needs something to go with his 3 from round 2, having not started round 1. So after 2 minutes, it's Josh Holdsworth out front, 15 in 16 predicted. Ben Smith 15 in 18 predicted. It's Tommy and Jamie looking at 14 in 8, going 9th and 10th in round. Archie Bowman looking at an 11. Tommy, though, just sticks in a 21.62. Then Jamie and Tommy now going 7 and 8 in round. But out front, Ben Smith now looking at securing TQ. 2 zeros. Would still leave it open in round 4 because Josh has a 0 from round 2. But Ben trying to put the pressure on Josh. And Ben's over. So it's Smith from Holdsworth from Hall, but that will now unravel, and it's now Holdsworth from Smith from Hall. And it's Tommy who's 3rd, Jamie 4th. All still affecting the top 10, going 2, 5 and 7. Jamie Hall going 10th. Jamie has a 7 and an 8. Tommy has this and a 3. Ben Smith has this and currently looking at a 0. Oh, sorry. Has this and a 0. .330 down. 1:30 to go. Holdsworth through the back section. Round up onto the tabletop where he had his issue yesterday in 2-wheel. No problems. No problems in 4-wheel though. Jumps to the concrete, and that's the quick line. If you can jump that inside hump onto the concrete and keep it facing forwards. Holdsworth now 21.17. Last time by. Looking at a gap of around 2 seconds up to brother Luke, who still holds TQ in round 3. Ben Smith looking at 5, Tommy Hall 6, Jamie Hall 8. Callum Ackroyd bench now looking at 14 and an improvement in time. So 4:40 down, 20 seconds to go. It's Holdsworth from Ben Smith and Tommy Hall, Jamie Hall, Harley Eldridge, Archie Bowman and Callum Ackroyd bench. Josh only 0.6 now off Luke's TQ as we go into finishing times. So with a stellar last lap, Josh Holdsworth sneaks TQ by 0.07 seconds from Luke. Daniel Pole with 3rd, Lee Martin 4th, Ben Smith you go 5th in round, Tommy Hall you went 6th, Jamie Hall 8, Callum Ackroyd bench 18, Harley Eldridge 19. So your top 10 after 3 rounds of qualifying. Josh Holdsworth with 2 zeros is on pole. Luke Holdsworth with 2 2s, 2nd. Ben Smith with a 0 and a 5 is 3rd. Daniel Pole with a 2 and a 3 is 4th. Tommy Hall with a 3 and a 6, your 9th. Charlie Saunders with a 5 and a 4, 6th. Lee Martin 6 and a 4, 7th. Hudson Knight with an 8 and a 7 is 8th. Jamie Hall with an 8 and a 7 is 9th. And Mark Anthony Jones with a 9 and an 11 is 10th. 20 points is the bottom of the A. And luckily, Ollie Natras, who's just here with me now, with 2 10s, the wrong way to get 20, is 11th. Yeah. So, welcome.
Hello.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Two good runs, and then one with an unfortunate
Yeah, I
Marshall
know.
removing it. I saw the body. I was like, whose car's that? And then I saw the body coming off. Oh, that's yours.
Yeah, we put some new Velcro on it in that one. Luckily, it hasn't come off. Can't
Yeah.
even get my battery out now. So.
Good.
Yeah.
Screwed on. And Dad's not messing
Yeah,
about this
yeah.
time. Screw it on. Yeah, kind of. Would that have been a better run than your others?
I think it was going to be top 10. I think it might have been an 8 or a 7 maybe.
Yeah, so I think that's what you're going to need. Like you just said then, like 2 10s, not the nicest way. I mean, I don't think 20 points. It might do.
No, I doubt it.
It's
I
beyond
doubt
you.
it.
20 points to the bottom of the A will be a really high scoring bottom of the A. It's normally like 15 would be a low, high scoring one. So Hudson, like 8 and 7. So
I think 15 will be the cut off. I've got a feeling.
Yeah, because you've only got really Johnny behind you.
And Lewis.
Johnny and Lewis both got a 9, so they're the only ones that can really challenge. So it's really between there's 4 of you there for one spot by the looks of it. So KO Show car going well. I've not interviewed anyone from KO Show, and as one of our sponsors, I thought I'd better get you up here because you've had some good results recently.
Yeah, so this is the first meeting with the new 4-wheel drive, the ZX 7.5. That's been amazing so far. This is literally, except for a quick club night, this is the first meeting out with it.
Okay.
It's been feeling amazing so far. I'm really happy with it at the moment.
Yeah, because obviously you guys are one of the smallest teams.
Yeah. I don't think we're the smallest. I think there's one PR.
Oh, didn't even know there's a PR here.
Alex Pyatt.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
That's something I didn't know. So PR, so there's just you, is it just you and Andy then?
It's me, Andy and Ben Ellis.
Ben Ellis. All right. Oh, yeah. I see him. He's like on in like
Heat 4.
Yeah. Right, so you, Andy and Ben, so a small team, but obviously got the cars going well.
Yeah.
Andy knows how to set up a car, and you obviously know how to drive one.
Yeah.
So going well, and it's looked good today.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. All three of us have been really happy. I mean, you can see Andy going around now.
Yeah.
Ripping it around. Yeah. But they've been amazing.
Good, and some good results in 8th recently as well.
Yeah.
I saw KO Show Masters podium.
Yeah, I was really happy with that. I managed to grab Savoya on that one. I was very happy with that.
That's a heck of a scalp to scalp to catch Savoya. I mean, he's not like he's been doing it forever and a day. He's been European champion like 4 or 5 times, but great result. So, any aspiration to doing more 8th, or was that just a one-off with it being the KO Show Masters?
I mean, we do the Masters and the Nationals for 8 scale every year. I got my first A final at my first 8 scale A final at Blackpool as well.
Yeah, I saw that. Was it you and who else was it? Ollie Frost?
No, that was Buggy.
Buggy. Okay. Yes.
But yeah, that we've been doing really well with that. The new MP11s, I've really gelled with that car.
Yeah.
Again, it's just feeling brilliant with me.
Yeah.
I'm definitely starting to enjoy 8 scale a lot more now.
Yeah.
I would like to do some more in the future, maybe a Euro at some point, Euro A or B.
Yeah.
But yeah. We're trying to keep it balanced because I think, in my opinion, I'm still a little bit better at 10th.
Yeah, as long as it keeps you away from doing any vintage racing, that's perfect for me, mate. Cause Ollie also does a fair bit of vintage racing and just basically schools all those old guys at vintage racing. So the more we can get more of the race. Do you fancy doing like touring car, 1/8 gas, anything else that KO Show can do?
I love 5th scale, you know.
Fifth scale?
Well, it looks cool. I'd like to give it a try at some point, but not in the next few years.
Yeah, I've had a go at that when I was in Taiwan once, 5th scale touring car, and that's nuts.
Yeah.
Because they've got like proper hydraulic brakes and everything on, but... Yeah, good to see you doing well today. Anyone you'd like to say a big thank you to while you're here?
My nan, she's always watching.
Yeah, she was on yesterday, and I sent a message like, we'll definitely make sure because like you'll be at the front. So
yeah, so my nan and granddad, they'll be watching. They watch all the time, and then also Carl Marsden, because he's always on the phone.
Yeah. I wonder if he's actually turned 40 yet.
Yeah, we won't talk about that.
No, because I've known Carl since. Well, he was the guy that was winning when I first started. We started about the same time.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's turned 40 yet. I've turned 50, so I'm not sure how he's still 40.
Yeah, it's one of his secrets, isn't it?
Yeah.
Many secrets.
Yeah, but no, good luck. Hopefully you get another good run in. It's nice to see you make another A final here because you've already made National A final at 10th. But hopefully your body stays on.
Yeah.
And you have another good run. But car's been looking faultless. You're driving well today, man. So congratulations and have a good round 4.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye. So heat 2 after 2. Mike Elliott leads this one. Just off 13 lap pace after 2 for Mike. But after 3, Mike's on it, and Paul Trodden. Oh, sorry, Dominic Morby. Up to the 2 spot, Paul Trodden running 3rd. Ollie Carberry running 4th. Car retiring. Didn't see who that was, but it's Mike Elliott on the point and going for 13 in 21. (24.08) last time by for Mike Elliott. Hot lap. Backs it with a 24.42. And still on for that 13 in 21. Dominic Morby running 2nd, looking at going 5th in round. And Paul Trodden, Simon Preston, Paul Steadman, Ollie Carberry, Nathan Stanmore and David Anderson. Mike Elliott still on that 13 lap pace, but now improving that 13 lap time by doing a 24.09 and is now on 13 in 19 pace. So Mike Elliott. $13 in 19 predicted. Dominic Morby, 12 in 8 predicted. 320 down, 140 to go. Mike Elliott, Carl 1. Try and pick Mike up on track. I think it's been Mike onto the straight this time by. It is, recognise those colours, Mike Elliott. Pink and silver machine. Through the back section, rear end looking a little loose on Mike's car, but gets through the back section nicely. 23.8 last time by, and that was Mike's best lap, 23.8. So going the right way about this heat. Pushes on at 24.4. So a little bit of looseness through the back section, costing Mike around 0.6, but still on for TQ. Dominic Morby getting closer to going to second in round. Richard Theron sits there from Heat 1 currently. Simon Preston, Ollie Carberry and Paul Steadman affecting the top 10 with 30 seconds to go. Running order is 1, 2, 8, 6 and 7. Mike from Dominic, Paul, Simon Preston and Ollie Carberry switching places. So, usual suspects at the head of Heat 3, James Gibbs and Zach Whittleston. So it'll be the silver machine of James Gibbs with a black wing and Zach Whittleston in hot pursuit. It looks like Zach has lost track position and is behind James by 2 seconds, so he will, because there's a 1.5 second stagger. But those two need to work together. They are going 1 and 2 in round and have been quickest in this heat. Jonathan Pluke, you're going 4th. Rick Greenwood, welcome to the party. You're going 6th. Paul Ragg, 7th. Philip Hitchman, 8th. Trevor Follington going 10th. Tommy Clark having a run and going 14th. Colin McCaffrey going 12th now. But at the front with 1:20 to go, looks like Gibbs and Whittleston are still playing nice, and through the back section, going 1 and 2, James Gibbs looking at 13 in 14. .40 seconds to go now. Gibbs from Whittleston. So James Gibbs takes Heat 3, 13 in 14. Zach Whittleston loses 4 seconds on his final lap and drops to 5th. So Jonathan Pluke, you've gone 3rd. Paul Ragg 4th. Zach Whittleston 5. Rick Greenwood 8th. Philip Hitchman 9th. And Trevor Follington affected the top 10 from Heat 3. As we go into Heat 4. So Mike Elliott, you're still 2nd. Dominic Morby 6 in round. Richard Theron's 7 in round. My God, there's some years there. Experience. The Midwest Massive. All you need is a wild Robbo. If only he knew what YouTube was. Yeah, we play online with him at racing. He's always late. So, Heat 4 is the One Can Brigade. Joshua Anderson with the green car out front. And Phil Campbell, Mark Christopher, Chris Bowden, Paul Griggs, Ben Ellis. Miklos jumps up to the 4 spot though. Joshua Anderson is on TQ pace after 2 laps. Joshua's been going well all of his heats so far. Led all but round 1 from the front because he started car 6. Joshua 23.31 and he's over. Sorry Joshua for giving you commentator's curse. 23.31. I'll get back to that lap time. Didn't lose too much time, only 2.5 seconds, so it's not all lost. 23.31. 24.15 for Phil Campbell. 24.07 for Chris Bowden. Paul Griggs 24.5. Mark Christopher 24.4. Miklos 24.4. So all you guys affecting the top 10 as it stands. James Gibbs holding on to TQ from the previous heat by 3 seconds. Joshua Anderson, that error. Still 2.5 minutes to go. You're only halfway through, so make this the best half of your 5 minutes. Which you can still do. Joshua through the back section. Up and over the tabletop. Brilliant line up and over the tabletop there. Super smooth, nice and straight. Joshua Anderson brings it round. X-ray machine. 23 flat last time by. Joshua's fastest lap of the heat. Maybe fastest lap of qualifying for Joshua. I don't think I've seen him do a 22. A 23 flat. And he's getting close now to James Gibbs' time. So even with that error, Joshua in a good rhythm now. And a 23.86 puts him on target to take TQ away from James Gibbs. Phil Campbell, you're looking at going 4. Bowden looking at going 7. Mark Christopher's just usurped you, and is going 6. Paul Griggs going 8th. Ben Ellis, Kyosho car. Just talking to Oliver Natras a while ago. Mentioned Ben, part of the Kyosho team. Miklos running 16th, Lee Stokes 18th, Martin Lee 19th. But at the head of the field, Joshua Anderson 24.1. Still not found another lap to go with that 23 flat. And a 24.26 this time by. Still on for TQ and needs some assistance from the other One Can Wonders in the back section. He's through past 2 of them. So now a few laps before he catches the Kyosho car of Ben Ellis. Joshua Anderson 23.71 in double traffic, so a good lap for Joshua that lap round. Still on for TQ, now a second clear of second. Phil Campbell looking at going 5, Mark Christopher 6, Chris Bowden 7. Chris, you need to squeeze a little harder to get through for 13 lapper. Predicted 12 in 0.2. You're going to finishing times. So Chris Bowden chose to twist on his last lap and got through for a 13. You were on 0 because your last lap is 27.5 and your time is 27.5. So you must have got through on like 0.99. Yeah, but to actually get through. So Bowden chose to twist. But Joshua Anderson now has TQ 13 in 11. So heat 5. Will Skidmore leads us round. 21.84 last time by. So Will getting into the groove with the Southport track and looking at going 14 in 9. I think that's a pretty similar time. Johnny did a 14 in 7. Johnny had a 9 in round, so Will Skidmore looking at trying to get a top 10 time to go with a 15. Will has a 15 and a 17, giving 32 points, which is backing up the B final at the minute. So 32 points is back of the B currently. As Will pushes on to set a time that only a few will beat. 22.4 last time by, 22.2 average lap for Will Skidmore. Ewan McLeod, you're running second. Looking at 13 in 12. Martin Heward, 13 in 17. Riley Butler, 13 in 19. Fraser McLeod, 13 in 20. This will round onto the straight for lap number 7. Passes a crashed car. We'll need some assistance to get through lap traffic, but they'll know who he is now. And 4 heats to get used to Will. Riley Butler having a good run in this one. 23.34 last time by for Riley. Rough lap though this time, 26.73. Jack Mills-White jumps up to the 4th spot with a 24.53. And Will Skidmore, Ewan McLeod, Martin Heward, Jack Mills-White and Riley Butler affecting the top 10. 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Will Skidmore on for 14 in 12 now. Lost a little bit of pace in the middle, but that's to be expected with the traffic Will has to negotiate. As Will brings it round and should clear this car hopefully at the end of the straight. It does, thank you. So 22.38 last time by, close to Will's average, a 14 in 12 predicted. Ewan McLeod 13 in 15 going 4. Riley Butler going 6. Aaron Carberry going 7. Jack Mills-White going 9. 1:10 to go. Still Will Skidmore 22.07, close to his fastest lap on the last lap. Trying to bring that time down to something around a 14 in 10 would be nice. I'm currently predicted a 14 in 12. Still plenty of time. Now predicted of 14 in 11. So Will through the back section. Ewan McLeod looking at a 13 in 11. Aaron Carberry going 5th with a 13 in 17. Riley and Jack both looking at 13 in 19. So a battle on between our two of our younger drivers, or junior drivers. That battle will continue for years to come between Jack and Riley. The talent they've shown in these first 4 nationals this year. But 5 seconds to go. Will Skidmore on for a 14 in 12. So slightly slow last lap for Will Skidmore. Sets of 14 in 13 is your new TQ target. (14 in 13 is around 12th or 13th in round, last couple of rounds. So might be an improvement for Will, who currently has a 15 and a 17 counting. So Will Fisher off and running in heat 6, pretty much won all of these and has a clear track in front and no pressure from behind. So Will 22.16 last time by, hot lap, and does 22.49. So 3 great opening laps for Will Fisher, looking at a 14 in 15. Will need something to go with his 19 in round 2. Blue, white and black associated B84 of Will Fisher. 22.16 last time by, so new hot lap for Will. Keeping the pressure on and going quicker and quicker, and now on for second. I think that's Will over. It was Will over. Didn't look like he lost too much time. Lost 2 seconds in that crash. There's no more, just the 2 seconds. So keep doing what you're doing before, those nice 22s. Oliver Frost, 22.66, hot lap last time by for Ollie Frost. And Ollie getting close now to 14 lap pace. Dave Burton, 23.26. Actually 22.97 this time by for Dave Burton, looking at going 4. So Fisher, Frost and Burton going 2, 3 and 4. Neil Tinsley going 7th. Phil Channon going 8th. Scott Wyman 9th. So the Midwest Massive in effect in Heat 6. So Will Fisher, though, 22.68 back on the 22s for Will out front. 22.2 that time by, so Will, despite that early mistake, continuing to push and still on 14 lap pace. He's going to need a 14 lapper to go with that round 2 score. Ollie Frost looking at a 13 in 6, Dave Burton a 13 in 7, Phil Channon a 13 in 13, Neil Tinsley 13 in 16. Emily Heward going 16th, 13 in 22. Steve Harley, 13 in 23. So all the way down to 8th in this one, affecting the top 20 as it stands. Four minutes down, 1 to go. Will Fisher continues on with his quest for another 14 lapper. 22.42. Ollie Frost 23.26. Another 22.67 for Will Fisher at the front, bringing that time now down to a 14 in 18 predicted. It's Fisher, Burton, Frost. Sorry, Fisher, Frost, Burton, Wyman, Channon, Tinsley. So with 10 seconds left, it looks like Wyman's going to have bragging rights so far for the Midwest. It's Fisher, Frost and Burton up front. I think it wasn't Will that was over. 22.66 for Will. He's going to finishing times. So heat 6, Will Fisher, 14 in 19, goes second. Oliver Frost, 13 in 4, goes third. Dave Burton, 13 in 6, goes fourth. Scott Wyman throws away bragging rights on the last lap, and it's Tinsley from Channon, go 9 and 10. Emily Heward, you went 14th. Scott Wyman, 15th. Stephen Harley, 19th. 1 minute down, 4 to go for Heat 7. And it's Chris Pattinson who leads this one, 22.8 last time by. Graham Lyle, Manny Panesar, Evie Thames, Cameron Wells affecting the top 10. Chris Pattinson, 23.25 last time by. Bang on his average. I'm looking at a 13 in 2. Graham Lyle, 13 in 3, predicted going 3. Chris Pattinson and Graham Lyle swapping positions. Only 1/100th of a second between those two at the top of the timing sheets. Pritchard only a second further back than Manny, only 0.05 back from Pritchard. Evie Thames only 7/10 back from Manny, so top 5 in this one, separated by nothing. Patterson, Lyle, Wells and Follington on for predicted faster times. Pritchard, 22.65 last time by. Not quite his best, which is on lap 4, but very close, picking up the pace. And now it's Pritchard to the point after 6. Chris Pattinson, though, the Schumacher car, hot on James Pritchard's heels. It is, but it's still Pritchard at the front, 22.67. So a few scruffy laps at the start of this one for James Pritchard, but he's now into the 22s and getting close to 14 lap pace. Chris Pattinson not far back either, maybe not quite on 14 lap pace, but very close. So 9 of the 10 cars on for new fastest time for themselves. And everyone down to Evie Thames, who's running 6, going into the top 10. So it's Pritchard, Panesar, Pattinson, Lyle, Wells, Thames, your top 6. Pritchard has a 2-second lead at the front with 1 minute to go. 22.94 last time by. 1.3 predicted off a 14 lap run, but it will be close. So looks like the Lomax and Dixon cars. Next one that Pritchard will get to. .40 seconds to go. Pritchard now getting closer to that 14 lap run, only a second out. Is still time with 2 laps to go to push on a little if you want. Manny going 4th, Chris Pattinson going 6th, Graham Lyle 8th, Evie Thames 9th, Cameron Wells 10th. To go into the last 10 seconds, Pritchard edging so close now to that 14 lap run. Down to your last lap, whether you get through or not, as you go into finishing times. James Pritchard may rue a couple of early scruffy laps as he only just misses a 14 lapper by 0.32. Manny Panesar 13 in 2. You two guys gone 3rd and 4th. Chris Pattinson 6th. Evie Thames 8th. Graham Lyle 9th. Cameron Wells 10th. Scott Follington, Jim Dixon and Craig Lomax, you go 13, 14 and 16. Peter Craig 23rd. So it's still Will Skidmore and William Fisher heading round number 4. Oliver Frost still there in 5th. Dave Burton still there in 7th. Ewan McLeod in 11th. Joshua Anderson from one of our earlier heats still there in 12th. So heat 8 after 2. Gareth Stanton to the point. 22.43 last time by. Ruben Russell running 2nd. Alex Pyatt 3rd. Matt Dodd 4th. Andy Manning 5th. Roger Tugwood 6th. Charlie Simmons 7th. After 3, it's Pyatt now that leads just off 14 lap pace, as is Stanton. Matt Dodd not far back on 13 in 3. Charlie Simmons looking at 13 in 4. And that's Charlie over. So Alex Pyatt with a 22.63 drops into 14 lap pace. Alex Pyatt has a 31 to go with this round. Reece Ward with a 21.88 jumps up. Had a rough lap 2. He's making a recovery. But at the front it's Pyatt from Dodd. That Dodd looking at an 8. Ruben Russell looking at 9th. Reece Ward looking at 10th. I think Reece will rely on his 13 and 14 from rounds 1 and 2 though. $22.89 at time by for Alex Pyatt, your 7 car. So the all white car going through the back section. Up over the tabletop. And round the concrete onto the straight. Your race leader, the white car, I think it is. Yep, that's Alex. Car 7. Let's Reece go quite wisely because Reece is tearing up the turf now. 21.79 last time by for Reece Ward as he looks to try and recover some sort of run from this one. And Reece now on for 14 lap pace with some 21 second laps on the back of Charlie Simmons. Charlie needs to let Reece and Alex Pyatt through and does. It's Reece from Alex on track, but it's the other way round on the computer. It's Alex from Reece. Ruben Russell, you're running 7th on a 13 in 3 pace. So Ruben with the blue, black and white associated car with yellow wheels. Going 6th. Matt Dodd looking at going 10th. So 40 seconds to go. Alex still has Reese on the stagger by just over a second. Ruben Russell, 13 into 3 predicted. 20 seconds to go. So it'll be just starting, most of you just starting your final lap now. So Ruben starting your final lap. Alex Pyatt though. Reese Ward on for 14 lap runs. So Alex Pyatt takes that one and goes third in round with a 14 in 22. So it's still the two Wills at the top, Skidmore then Fisher. And it's Pyatt and James Pritchard. Reese Ward goes in 5th. Manapanasar, you're 6th. Ruben Russell, 7. Matt Dodd, you've gone 10th. Roger Tugwood, 12th. Ben Elliott, 17. Goes Stanton, 18. Andy Manning, 22. Charlie Simmons, 28th. 40 drivers to go. That's your top 10. Skidmore, Fisher, Pyatt, Pritchard, Ward, Panasar, Russell, Frost, Pattinson and Dodd. So heat 9 up and running after 1 minute. And up at the sharp end it's Hodkinson followed by May, Woods. 3 local guys heading this one. From Hattie Thames, Tristram Neal, James Helliwell, Ben Stevenson, Stephen Brown. It's now reversed, now it's May, Hodkinson and Woods. Those 3 going 2, 3 and 4 in round. Being the meat in a William sandwich between Skidmore and Fisher. Tristeele going 6. Hattie Thames going 9. James Helliwell 10. Colin May, though, 22.63 leads this one. Now the sun going behind the trees, casting a shadow on the back section, making that back section even more difficult if it needed to be. Colin clips a pipe, gets away with it. It's May, Woods, Hodkinson. All starting to affect the B final. Tristram Neal going 6th, Hattie Thames 11th, Ben Stevenson 14th, James Helliwell 17th. Colin May on for a 14 in 16, around 3 seconds shy of Will Skidmore's time, but 3 seconds inside William Fisher's time. Hodkinson, Woods and Neal now all on for 14 lappers. Hattie Thames getting close to 14 lap pace as well, looking at 13 in 2. 3:40 down, 1:20 to go. It's May from Woods, Neal, Hodkinson, Thames, and Helliwell. .22.6 last time by for Colin May. Andy Woods now joining him, going faster than Will Fisher's time. Andy Woods is only going faster by 9/100ths of a second. Tris Neal also still on 14 lap pace, as is Kevin Hodkinson. Hattie Thames now getting super close with going 13 in 1. Hattie 23.23 last time by. Around the average lap she needs. But with 20 seconds to go, it's May, Woods, Hodkinson, Neal and Thames. So Colin May goes 2, Andy Woods 3, Kevin Hodkinson goes 5, Tristram Neal misses out on the last lap. The 24-second last lap does not get through for 14 and finishes with a 13 in 0. James Helliwell goes 10th. So Will Fisher, you've dropped to 4th, but William Skidmore, you're still TQ going into heat number 10. Heat number 10 is where we find a potential A finalist. Johnny Skidmore needs something to go with that 9. Bottom of the A currently is 15 points. With that counting, it's 18, but that's counting a 3. You've got a 22 and a 25, so it's going to be C. I would have thought, yeah. Caution at the end of the straight. Clear. So after 2, Jonathan Skidmore. Now that's after 3, 21.68 average for Johnny Skidmore. Looking at 14 in 3. It's Tommy Dale, Oliver Natras, Matt Druitt, Ryan Clark, Matt Thompson, Isaac McFadden and Will Venables. Those guys separated by less than 2 seconds at the head of the field. And going 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 and 9 in round. So this heat affecting the top 10 hugely and also affecting the top 10 overall. Skidmore now predicted a 14 in 3. 21.68, 21.65 average, so Johnny right on his average, but has a 24.02. It's going to knock him back a few places and leave this one to be headed now by the Serpent car of Tommy Dale, car number 8. Now Oliver Natras jumps to the front of this one. 21.53 last time by for Ollie. Now heads this one looking at going TQ in round. Johnny Skidmore going 2nd, Tommy Dale going 3rd, Matt Thompson 4, Matt Jewett 6, Isaac McFadden 7. Will Venables 11. Top 4 going top 4 and taking 4 seconds plus out of Will Skidmore's time. 3:20 down, 1:40 to go. Ollie Natras has an untimely error and hands the lead back to Johnny Skidmore, and another X-ray driver, Matt Thompson, now jumps in 2nd. Ollie's got to do that all over again. He's going 3rd in round. Tommy Dale going 4. Ollie gets back on track with a 21.94. Johnny Skidmore 21.85. Four minutes down, 1 to go. Johnny Skidmore predicted a 14 in 6. Ollie Natras 14 in 9. But another 24 for Ollie. I think that's Ollie's push gone in this heat. And we rely on 2 10s. Johnny Skidmore, though, at the front of this one, 21.91 last time by, under his average, and brings his predicted time down to 14 in 6. Tommy Dale, Matt Thompson, Matt Druitt, Ollie Natras all going top 5, pushing Will Skidmore down to 6 as you go into your final 5 seconds. So Johnny Skidmore, new TQ, 14 in 7, similar time to round number 3. which is also 14 in 7. Matt Thompson, 14 in 9. You've gone second. Tommy Dale, 14 in 9. 500th slower than Matt Thompson, gone third. Will Skidmore, you sit fourth. Matt Druitt, you've gone fifth. Oliver Natras will rue those couple of 24s in the middle of that one. Has gone seventh. Will Venables, 11th. Isaac McFadden, 12th. Ryan Clark, 17th. That will not count for you. And Liam Robinson, 24th. So heat 11 after 2. Luke Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Charlie Saunders, Thomas Phipps, Hudson Knight. All going top 5. Daniel Pole going 6. So top 6 all going top 6 with 130 down. 3:30 to go. After 4 though, Lee Martin now to the point. .21.26 last time by. .01 clear of Luke Holdsworth. Charlie Saunders, Thomas Phipps going top 4. I think that was a Martin car over in the middle. Marshalled by Ryan Clark. So it's Luke Holdsworth now at the front. And Charlie Saunders, Thomas Phipps, Lee Martin, Hudson Knight. Aaron Nash, Eugene Galley, all improving on your best times. 2:40 down, 2:20 to go. Luke Holdsworth 20.99 last time by. The only one in this heat on for a 15 lapper. Charlie Saunders though very close, only half a second back of a 15 lap run. So it's Holdsworth, Saunders, Martin, Pole, Phipps and Knight. 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Less than a second covers 3rd through 5th. Holdsworth and Saunders 0.8 apart at the front. So top 5 are back on to going top 5 with 1:30 to go. 4 minutes down, 1 to go. Holdsworth, Saunders, Pole, Martin and Phipps going top 5. Charlie Saunders now on for 15 lap pace. Only 8/10 back from Luke Holdsworth, and someone has a tumble onto the straight, and that's the Holdsworth car. So Saunders now will take this one up with 30 seconds to go. I think that was Luke over. No, it wasn't. It was Saunders over, but rolls onto his wheels. So 20 seconds to go. Pressure's on at the sharp end. No one now on for a 15-lap run with 5 seconds to go. All on for 14 lappers, and it's Saunders, Pole, Martin, Phipps and Holdsworth going top 5. So heat 11, top 5, go top 5. Saunders, Pole, Martin, Phipps and Holdsworth. Charlie Saunders 14 in 1 now is your new TQ. And the overall A final has been affected. Oh, still 1 heat to go. These guys can affect who makes it and who doesn't into today's A final. Currently 4 drivers on 15 points. But some of those scores will be affected by heat number 12. So heat 12 after 2. Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Jamie Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Archie Bowman, Harley Eldridge. Top 4 in this one. Or top 3 now, going top 3. Jamie Hall going 5th. Archie Bowman going 6th. 130 down, still Josh Holdsworth at the front, looking at 15 in 15. Ben Smith looking at 15 in 16. Tommy Hall 15 in 17. Jamie Hall 14 in 0. So 4 guys potentially on for 15 lap runs in heat number 12. Archie Bowman going 6th in round. Only those guys affecting the top 10 overall. But they're all affecting the A final overall. So Smith now heads it up. 21.2 last time by. 21.5 for Josh Holdsworth. Those 3 tenths is enough for Ben Smith to take the lead by 2 tenths. Tumulty car that's over, marshalled by Leroy. Ben Smith, though, holding on to that TQ run for round 4. Josh Holdsworth only 8 tenths back. Tommy Hall on for 6th. Jamie Hall on for 4th. Archie Bowman now looking at a 7. Three minutes down, 2 to go. It's Holdsworth now with a 20.88 that takes the lead by 0.03 from Ben Smith. So the fight is still on between Holdsworth and Smith. Josh already has 2 zeros. Smith only has 1. But so it could all come down to who has the faster time. Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth, Tommy Hall now back up to the 3 spot. Looking at going 4th in round. Archie Bowman looking at going 6th. Jamie Hall going 8th. Mistake from Jamie that time by drops him down to 14th. Looks like Jamie will rely on his 7 and 8. Ben Smith, though, at the front, 15 in 16, predicted 3 seconds clear with a minute to go. Josh Holdsworth, it's 3 seconds on the computer as well as Ben puts in another 20.92. 21.5 for Josh Holdsworth, 22.3 for Archie Bowman. Tommy Hall, 20.88 that time by Tommy going 5th to go with his 3. So it's Smith, Holdsworth, Hall, Bowman. 20 seconds down, or 20 seconds to go, and the fight for the last A final position is on. So Smith leads this one and on for a new TQ. As it going to finishing times. This is going to be close between Archie Bowman, and he sneaks it on the last lap. So Ben Smith takes TQ for round 4 and TQs the meeting with 2 zeros, and by virtue of having the faster time takes the TQ. It's Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth, Daniel Pole, Charlie Saunders, Tommy Hall, Lee Martin, and congratulations, first time national A finalist Hudson Knight. Jamie Hall goes 9th, and whatever you did on the last lap, Archie man, you snuck in to 10th place. BQ, Thomas Phipps, and Johnny Skidmore, Mark Anthony Jones, Oliver Natras, Lewis Hopkins, Matt Thompson, Isaac McFadden, Tommy Dale, Reese Ward and William Skidmore are your B finalists. Colin May poles the C. Andy Woods You end up in the C. Aaron Nash in the C. William Fisher in the C. Ryan Clark also in the C final. Stuart Mahon, 30th. Will Venables, you pole the D.
The finals will be online very shortly. Watch that. The L final, which is out first, will start at 22, which is around 20 minutes time.
We're looking for the top F2, 3, 4, 5s, the under 16 juniors, and of course every single under 13 that has competed here this four-wheel drive day. And they are as follows: Reese Ward, Trish Neal, Riley Butler, Zach Whittlestone, is that what it is? Whittles, I can't make the writing, my apologies. Daniel Powell, Oliver Natras, Reese Ward, we're going to need Jack Mills White, Tommy Clark, Charlie Hall, Jesse Russell, Ollie Carberry. Those drivers, please congregate as soon as possible. That will be fantastic.
And it's Zach Whittlestone, apparently covered by handwriting. Really, that's small.
Okay, with no further ado, your top F5 today is Zach Whitstone. So, round of applause for Zach. Top F5, 8, he already knows how to take photos, so one for the future. Top F4, Riley Butler. Top F3, Christian Neal. And your top F2 making the B final, Reese Ward. And Reese, you might as well hang around because you are third under 16. So third place under 16, Reese Ward. In second place under 16, Oliver Natras. And a picture for Dad as well, and anyone else, all the media people queuing up for you. And Mr. Tuxedo himself, first place under 16, Daniel Powell. Yeah, it can be, yeah. So at this stage, let's do top 3 under 16. We don't, but let's do it, why not? Top 3, second place that side, third place this side, well done lads. There we go. So, they're all getting up to ready, loads of love it. And as we finish the important parts, the important part of the presentation, the under 13s. So, getting a star of the day, please welcome Ollie Carberry. There he is. And don't disappear, Ollie, because we want a good photo afterwards. And then we've got Jesse Russell. And now we've got Charlie Hall. I'm getting out the way this way, I think. Okay, super stuff. Now in third place, we've got Tommy Clark. I told you to get in there. In second place, Jack Mills White. And in first place, your top under 13, Ron Butler. And while they take those photos, all of the under 13s, please, let's have a group photo here. The shooter up at the front, the taller ones at the back. That's okay. Come on, stand in there. Oh, can we do a wide one or? How's that? That looks good to me. That looks great to me. Then we got that's the one. The future. Good. Thank you everybody from the meeting side of things. This is something that we had a little mess up, but we just give it a. That's it.
We all happy? Fantastic. Hand it back to race control. Right then, can we start seeing Simon Preston, Paul Stephen, Christopher Cherry and David Anderson going through scrutineering and making their way to the Russian to draw out in the next 5 minutes. Can I see Colin May, Matt Druitt, Ryan Clark, Carly Eldridge, Aaron Nash, Will Fisher, Andy Woods, Callum Aquo Bench, Seth Schlitto, I'll say that, and Stuart Brown out to your marshal points, please. The drivers are on the Russian. We're going to start seeing the drivers from the C final out to their marshal points, please, which is Colin May, Matt Druitt, Ryan Clark, Carly Eldridge, Aaron Nash, William Fisher, Andy Woods, Callum Aquo Bench, Seth Schlitto, and Stuart Marr. 21 to 10, please. I would like to start this final in the next 3 minutes. So if you're in the C final, head out to your marshal points, please, for the L final. So we're having a couple of marches. We're on number 4, which is Paul number 4, waiting on Stuart Martin number 10, and Seth on to number 9. There he is. Marshal 3 is Ryan Clark, 4 is Harley, and 10 is Stuart Martin. Still need a Stuart Barnes to match point number 10. Move it forward. Yep, lovely.
So gridding up now for your L final. 4-wheel drive. Only 4 cars in this one. So 114 people here today. I think it's 2 finals and the A final 4-wheel drive. Just been talking to a couple of the guys, and apparently the track has gone super loose now. Even the 4-wheel drive struggling for rear end traction. Under the trees apparently is 0 grip. As we head off, L final, Simon Preston, a poleman. Chris Cherry though over straight away, and it's out up front. Simon Preston, the all-white car, goes for an 8.9 stylish ramp over the sleeping policeman. It gives up the lead to car number 2, Paul Steadman. It's Steadman, Preston, Cherry and Anderson. But your leader, Paul Steadman, round up over the tabletop. I mean, that's not been too hard to get up today. Now Simon Preston putting the pressure on Paul Steadman at the front after that early error. Looks like Simon Preston's got some extra pace in that car 25 and is already past Paul Steadman, but Paul Steadman's having none of it and gets it slightly wrong coming onto the straight, but still leads into lap number 4 to go up through the back section. Steadman, Preston, Cherry, not out of it yet, but looks like David Anderson well out of it at the back. $25.99 for Paul Steadman though, new hot lap for him. And he leads now by just under a second. I think Simon Preston's got the quicker car and quicker driver. Around up onto the concrete and down the straight, down the 50-metre straight. Still think this is the longest straight in RC in the UK at the minute. If anyone knows anywhere bigger, maybe Eden Park. Not sure. If the guys down at Eden Park could let me know what the length of their straight is, but I remember Eden Park being long, but it does have the carousel coming onto the straight. But Paul Steadman now 26.0, 25.7 for Cy Preston. So Cy Preston's got the pace in that car. Just it's almost like Paul Steadman's got a force field around his car, because as soon as he gets close to Paul Steadman, he just falls over or makes a small error and drops back for a lap or two. And then has to do all that work all over again. And as I say that, he does exactly what we just said. Gets close, rolls over onto his roof. So Paul Steadman with the invisible force field going through the back section and up onto the tabletop and through for lap number 8. 26.74. Paul Steadman now 25.93, but he makes a small error. A little wide through. That car looks loose, and what we just said about car being loose through the back section. And here comes Simon Preston again, but the force field has now failed for Paul Steadman, and it's failed again. Now coming onto the straight. I think we lost the loop. So only on. Yeah, it sounds like we've lost the loop. So it's car 1, your race leader, followed by 3 and 4. So it looks like Steadman has properly thrown this away. So the loop has died. We've not lost timing, it's just the loop that's gone down. Everyone now being manually counted. See you later. Take care. Oh, sorry. So Chris Cherry. This result will certainly be under review by race control, because I don't think Chris Cherry won that one. I think it was Simon Preston won that one. There's a 1 minute 44 in there for Simon Preston. Yeah. Yeah, so the loop will have gone down. There'll be a small... So thank you, I think, to Thomas Phipps for supplying me with a chocolate hobnob. Now, I can definitely tell you that a bourbon's better than that because I'm now picking bits of oat out of my teeth. So, no. Chocolate bourbon. Still for the win. Back to the important stuff, though. K final. Lee Stokes leads round. After 2, Jesse Russell, Charlie Hall, Daniel Hall, Ava Griggs, Nathan Stanmore. But at the point, it's Lee Stokes. Bragging rights this weekend in the Stokes-Christopher battle have definitely gone to Mark Christopher because he must be in a final or 2 above. Young Jesse Russell, though, only a second or so behind Lee Stokes, so Lee knows can't make too many mistakes because young Jesse Russell, and there you see him just in the corner of his shot, Jesse Russell closing in on Lee Stokes. So youth versus experience in this K final. 25.98, but 25.4 for Jesse Russell, so almost halves that gap. But Charlie Hall is filling Jesse Russell's wing mirrors through the back section. So might give some respite now to Lee Stokes out front. But I still pick oats out of my teeth. So Lee Stokes off and away down the straight for lap 5. .222 down to 35 to go. Lee Stokes still leading. Jesse Russell not giving up the hope of this one. Drops back by 0.8 that lap. Does Jesse. So the gap now is about half the length of the back section. So Stokes needs to put it in cruise mode, in old man mode, overdrive. Looks like Jesse just took a tumble over the tabletop, so that will give Stokes even more of a lead. As Stokes gets the travel sweets out. It's now a 3 second gap back to Jesse Russell, Charlie Hall, then Daniel Hall, David Milford, Nathan Stanmore, Ollie Carberry, Simon Hall, Zach Trodden and Ava Griggs. Not having a great final and dropping from the 4 spot back to the 8, but Zach Trodden, the pole man, he's had another mare. Zach Lee now catching up to another back marker. Looks like the Hall cars through on Jesse Russell. So Charlie Hall through on Jesse Russell in the infield. So it's still Stokes out front. 1 minute 10 to go. 26.85. Yeah, Jesse Russell back through on Charlie Hall. But while those two are fighting, Lee Stokes is getting away. And those travel sweets rattling around in the tin, in the glove box of Lee Stokes' car. So 45 seconds to go. 10 laps for Lee Stokes round the end of the straight, through over the tabletop into the back section, but Russell and Hall is your closest battle. A couple of cars back as they go through past the X-ray banner. There you go, go over onto the tabletop now. That's your battle for second and third. We've not quite got Lee Stokes in the window, but Russell and Hall next drop back and get these two cars because these are having a good old ding-dong. But Lee Stokes out front leads this one. And they're into the finishing time, so racing to the line. And Charlie Hall and Freddie Russell having a real ding-dong, a couple of cars back from Lee Stokes. So if you stay there, you'll see Jesse Russell and Charlie Hall So, win there for Lee Stokes, Jesse Russell, Daniel Hall, top out your podium.
Eighth placement onto the roster, making his first ever BRCA 10th National A final. Give a big cheer, round of applause for Hudson Knight. Jason Knight as well on pit work for him. Brilliant achievement, making his first of many, I am sure, 10th National A final.
Yeah, so Hudson Knight, first National A final, so it becomes a 234th National A finalist. And that's since 1989. Figures supplied by Paul Worsley, ex-BRCA chairman, so hope you're listening, Paul. We've got a new A finalist to add to the list, and I've got to sort out how to add him to my spreadsheet later on tonight. But also is one of my hot tips at the start of this year for making his first National A final. Ben Smith will be looking for win number 9. He's won 8 Nationals and he's got the TQ. Ben Smith wins the meeting today. He's pretty much guaranteed winning the series. All depends on where Lee Martin and Tommy Hall finish, but Tommy Hall and Lee Martin are both deep in the field, 6th and 7th on the grid. Really hard for those guys to get up to the front because the pace has been hot all weekend up at the front. We've got Smith. So it's a Schumacher lockout, 1, 2, 3. Daniel Pole in 4th with the associated car. Charlie Saunders in 5th with the associated car. And Tommy Hall with the associated. Lee Martin X-Ray. Hudson Knight, Schumacher, Jamie Hall, associated, and Archie Bowman in 10th with the Schumacher. So it's 5 Schumacher, 4 associated, and 1 X-Ray in the A main. Ben's chosen the inside, not the outside, which is where Tommy Hall started yesterday. Countdown starts. Ben Smith off and running. Ooh, battle on for 3rd and 4th already. And that looks like Holdsworth holds off Daniel Pole. Front 3 make a small breakaway as Daniel has to fight off Charlie Saunders, but soon back on the gearbox of Luke Holdsworth, and Daniel Pole making a very quick start. It's Smith, Holdsworth and Pole into the sweep at the end of the straight, first time by. Tyres squealing across the AstroTurf by here, as you might be able to hear on the ambient mic. But it's Smith, Holdsworth, Pole clips pipe, Hall up the inside of Holdsworth already, so fast starting. Tommy Hall from 6th on the grid up to 5th already as Charlie Saunders makes a small error, but other than that it's regulation order. Hudson Knight making a good fist of his first A final start and already up in 7th. So making up a place, but it's Smith. No, it's not. It's Smith, sorry. Holdsworth, Pole and Hall. Smith backing up Josh into Luke. So the 3 Schumacher guys got to work together at the front and not hand this race over to another manufacturer. Only Associated and X-Ray, but they've not dropped Daniel Pole, they've not dropped Tommy Hall either. So your first 6 are away and gone. Lee Martin makes a small error out of camera shot and now drops back to 9th. Hudson Knight running 10th. But you've got to be in it to say that you were 10th in the A, so Hudson will carry on. Up at the front, Smith. Josh Holdsworth looking every which way he can, but while looking forward to Ben, he's looking back and blocking off his brother Luke. Small error holds Josh up, but he'll soon be back on because he can push into that gap that Ben Smith has. Daniel Pole now filling Luke Holdsworth's mirrors. So all of this battle is hopefully letting Ben Smith get away, and Pole's over in the back section and Hall's through. Saunders is over as well. So now Tommy Hall starting 6th up to 4th and needs to mount a challenge now. But Luke Holdsworth is over as well, so out of shot. Tommy Hall now up to the 3 spot. So it's Smith, Holdsworth and Hall. There's a bit of a gap now, so at the front Smith and Holdsworth, your 1 and 2, bit of a gap now, 1 second between them and then 1.5 back. And Josh Clouts 2 pipes in a row, and Ben Smith now the first sign of a big gap in this A final. 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Smith now almost a full length of the straight in front. 1.5 seconds in 4-wheel drive is a full length of the straight. It's around 2 in 2-wheel. But Smith through, jumping nicely up onto the tabletop. Josh, then Tommy. Luke now putting pressure on Tommy as he did in 2-wheel drive yesterday, but this time it's for 3rd in leg 1 in 4-wheel. And Tommy now defending from Luke Holdsworth for 3rd, but we're concentrating on Ben Smith out front. Little error, but gets away with it. Maybe lost a 10th. Tops coming through there, round onto the start-finish straight and jumping it well. It's a quick line if you can get that rhythm. So 1 minute to go, and here comes Josh Holdsworth pushing on. Ben clouts a pipe, and that's put Josh Holdsworth right on his gearbox. So it's Smith now, wing mirrors full of Holdsworth. Holdsworth clips pipe and just gives a little bit of advantage back, but a 21.19 for Josh Holdsworth that time by 21.68, so not slow by any stretch of the imagination, but a 21.1 to 21.6, half a second. And Tommy and Luke are still not out of this. They just need a tangle from Ben and Josh up front. So it's Ben, then Josh. Ben now. A little bit of a gap now. Ben Smith drops at 21.14. Josh Holdsworth 21.4, but Tommy Hall 21.06. Luke Holdsworth 20.9. So they're not out of it yet. They're still coming. And they're coming fast. Hall and Holdsworth pushing each other on, and Holdsworth clouts the back of Tommy Hall out of shot. They're both caught on the line, 3rd and 4th, so it's between Smith and Josh up front. It's Smith over the difficult tabletop, up over the sleeping policeman, round and onto the straight to take leg 1. Ben Smith takes leg number 1, Josh Holdsworth 2nd. So 1 half of the job complete for Ben Smith. Just needs another leg win. I don't think there'll be any issues from the ref. I think Tommy and Luke got together and Luke just let Tommy go and they got caught at the line. It's a shame because those two were hard charging to the end. Daniel Pole finishing 5th, Lee Martin 6th, Charlie Saunders 7th. Jamie Hall 8th, Archie Bowman 9th, and Hudson Knight 10th.
Drivers from the K final, match scores 1 to 10, please.
So we can grab Ben for a quick review of that A final leg 1. Ben doesn't have to marshal, so I'll quickly grab him while it's all fresh in his mind and get a quick. I'll leave you guys to watch the race that's on, and we'll just talk. I'm in the background, but a great win there for Ben Smith. Yeah. So, one half done. Just needed TQ. That's the point that you needed.
Yeah.
The extra point that you need, and really super close battle in leg 1. It looked like a proper freight train.
Yeah, there's not a lot between a lot of us,
Oh, no.
really. The track, it's tricky. I feel like all day I've kind of had a good average lap, but I've never been able to hit the really good best lap.
Yeah.
So kind of just tried to lead from the front, and it felt like at times it was like a lot of them would close in and then they'd kind of back off a bit. And yeah, I mean, Josh was really quick, but he's also, it's very respectful racing. So
yeah, it looked like really good racing between you guys. But as you said, I think on the commentary, I said the same thing, where when they made a mistake, it was easy for them to jump back into the gap because it's easy to follow and just catch up that gap, because you don't make a mistake. You just run maybe a foot wide here and there, and that perfect lap's gone, and then they're on you. But no, we'll keep it short, but good win in leg 1.
Thank you.
So just one more to go.
Halfway there, yes.
I mean, it's easy. You've only got a lead from the front, man.
Yeah, what is it? 15 more laps. It sounds easy, but I'm sure it won't be.
I don't know. Have you been watching the FA? Not the World Cup, where they've now just said that USA have only got to win 6 more games than the world champions. 15 more laps.
Yeah, seems like that, I guess.
All right. Well, well done. Thanks very much,
Thank you.
Good luck for legs 2 and 3.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Bye bye. So thanks to Ben Smith. He wanted to keep that short and sweet, because he's got to go back and get ready, because there's not a big gap now between legs 1 and 2. J final 4-wheel drive. Jack Mills White. I'm going to say, Jack, hopefully you'll watch this back. You've underqualified today, mate, and you just need to get your head down in this J final and show them what you could have done. Doesn't seem like young Jack's found his groove today in 4-wheel drive. Was good in 2-wheel yesterday, but today just found it a bit tricky. He spoke to his dad yesterday, and they found working with the Associated have taken him under their banner now, under their wing, if you want it, and Jack now pitting with the Associated team and getting some help on car setup and advice from Jamie and Tommy and the rest of the guys. Like Craig said, the Associated team now have a load of young guns and young stars for the future, nurturing their talent and sharing the knowledge that's been learnt by the team over many years from different generations of driver. From Drescher handing it over to Cragg, and then Cragg now handing it over to the Halls and Poles. Like Tommy said yesterday, feeling like he's an elder statesman now of the Associated team, and it was only a couple of years ago that he was the young gun. But now Tommy leading the team, Daniel hot on his heels. So Jack Mills White leads this one 24.03 last time by. So it's a thick end of a half a second to a second lap faster than the rest of this field. Car looking loose through that back section, and that's what people have said, that back section is now super loose under the trees now in full shadow. It's not too bad. It's tricky when it's just in a little bit of shadow, and the change in shadow along with the undulations make the back section really hard to distinguish between what's a corner, what's a jump and what's not. But Jack Mills White, this B84, leads us round 23.09, so 1.5 seconds quicker than the rest of this field. So young Jack Mills White really does know how to get the hammer down. That early mistake, it's not going to be a perfect run, but it'll be there or thereabouts for young Jack. So he powers his way around 24.33, so just that consistency missing. Can find that sweet lap of a 23.0, but then a 24.3. Just a little wide here and there. Clouts the pipe over the tabletop. Marshall's on it. But it's those little mistakes. And this weekend at Southport has been super close. The bottom of the A final went down to the last run last race in round 4, which is why I turned off the mic, because I didn't want to. I needed to be impartial because I was on the track mic at the same time and didn't want to give anyone an advantage knowing what they had to do on the last lap. But in four-wheel drive, the last place in the A went down by went to 0.05 of a second between Thomas Phipps and Archie Bowman. And Archie on the last lap was just quick enough to eke up in front of Thomas Phipps, steal a point, and that was all he needed to do. But the lap before, if you go back, it's Thomas Phipps that was in 10th in the A, so 0.05 the fastest times in the B final. There's about a second and a half separating the fastest times in the B final. But we've been able to talk about everything else because young Jack Mills White has led this one from start to finish. Briefly challenged, but 23.92. So, I-final. Andrew Luxford and his models leads this one after 1. Yeah, so we'd like to thank Andy for being one of our sponsors, bringing you the coverage on RC Racing TV this week. Oh, this weekend, sorry. RC Racing TV guys going off to Madrid straight from here to cover the 1/8 Euros. Andy Luxford out front, 24.65. Only a few guys in the 24s, so he'll be looking to clear off into the distance. Martin Heward, Phil Campbell and Mark Christopher. So Mark Christopher out-qualified Lee Stokes by a good distance. And it's Paul Ragg. No, Paul Ragg jumps up to the 4th spot, so Raggy having a good final, and Mark Christopher gets it wrong on the straight and drops down to 9th place, but out front. And he looks for getting chased down now by a red and yellow car of Martin Heward. So go through the back section, round onto start finish for lap number 5. And he looks for nice and steady through the infield. Got that back section kind of right. A little bit hesitant on the throttle, but better to be hesitant and not clip a pipe. And he looks for 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Sunny straight at Southport. It's Luxford and Martin Heward now. Paul Ragg is your 3rd place man, but he's a good 4.5 seconds back now of your lead battle. Those 2 guys in the same shot on screen. So it's Andy Luxford from Martin Heward. Andy a little bit hesitant and giving Martin Heward the chance to sneak up the inside, which he does. And now Martin Heward, your pole man, can he gap Andy Luxford? Or Andy Luxford just charges up the inside a little early. Lose a body on the straight. That looks like Riley Butler's car. No, it is Riley Butler's car. Recognise those shell colours now. But it's Luxford now, massive lead as Martin Heward makes a bit of a hash of that lap. 31. Paul Ragg, though, your big beneficiary, and he's up to 3rd. And right on the back of Martin Heward. So easy to follow. It's Raggy, Martin Heward, and then Dominic Morby, 10 car. So Andy Luxford leads this one now by 4 seconds. Dominic Morby only a second back of Raggy now, and Raggy up to the 2. I didn't spot that off camera, so Martin Heward's made an error. And Raggy now is only the length of the straight behind Andy Luxford, so mid-east bragging rights between these 2. Up for grabs, and Paul Ragg, 23.8, is closing at the rate of a second a lap with 30 seconds to go. 2.4 second gap, so it's on like Donkey Kong. And Raggy at 24.1, so it takes 4 tenths out of him. Not enough. But with this lap and one more, and Raggy can smell blood. Andy Luxford will probably start to drive tight now, and Raggy will be on him with 1 lap to go. Will they both get through? 58, 59. Raggy gets caught at the line and just needed that 1 more lap, so Andy Luxford survives and will take your I-final. Paul Ragg 2nd, Dominic Morby 3rd, Ben Ellis 4th. Richard Theron's 5th, Fraser McLeod. 6th, Martin Heward. Mark Christopher, Phil Campbell and Riley Butler. So H final now, and then A final leg number 2, where the drivers will be announced onto the rostrum. Looks like Mike Elliott in this one. Who else I recognise on the rostrum? That looks like a Lomax at the far end. It says a Lomax, hat on backwards. So Lomax, Mike Elliott. Like, no, it's not Chris Pattington. So James Gibbs leads this one away from pole, being quick, but error-strewn runs from James Gibbs left him in the H final. Peter Craig, Mike Elliott, Emily Heward, Jonathan Pluke. And Bowden in this one. Didn't say. I can see Bowden now. The 8th car of Chris Bowden. But your leader, James Gibbs, is well out in front. 23.86, full length of the straight gap over the 8 car of Emily Heward. Emily had good runs later on in the day today, making this H final and making a good fist of the H final from 5th on the grid up to 2nd already. And there's a good gap, so gap between 1st and 2nd is 2.7. Gap between 2nd and 3rd, 3.3. So front 3 spread out. So it's Gibbs from Heward. And then Mike Elliott in 3rd. But the Gibbs car out front at the minute. Except being fast in qualifying, but few 2-minute errors really. I think James could have at least been a final higher. Maybe 2. But putting a good run in your final. And suddenly the weekend's a heck of a lot better than it was 5 minutes before. But Emily Heward now 23.71 takes a 10th out of James Gibbs. Mike Elliott also 23.82. Paul Griggs 23.85. So your front three all doing their best lap, and the last lap 23s for all your lead 5 cars. And it's Gibbs, Heward. Both of them have an error. Emily's more costly. Mike Elliott now starting to close in on Emily. That gap is still 2.7 seconds. A bit close up too much. Heward, Mike Elliott closing in on Emily just a little in the background. Belida goes down the straight. The car behind is not involved in this race. Well, is involved in this race, but not running second. So lap traffic. Next car back is Emily Heward. Then Mike Elliott. So it's Gibbs, Heward, Elliott. A minute to go. James Gibbs has led this one from the get-go. Emily Heward and Mike Elliott second and third. Paul Griggs fourth. And the 24s now. The cars at the end of the straight now, and the first left-hander back towards the back section are really squealing the tyres now. The AstroTurf looks really worn out. Guys are sliding across it now. So 20 seconds to go. It's Gibbs 3.2 clear of Mike Elliott. Bowden, Harley and Pluke. So we now have the G final. And then it'll be leg 2 of your A final. So you can see Joshua Anderson from one of the early heats. So good run from Joshua Anderson. He makes a G final.
Okay, listen up please, got a vehicle needs moving. It is registration TR62EVR. Trevor Follington, your cars are in the back of it, so stop Follington or Trevor. Can you move your vehicle please? It would be much appreciated. Oh yes, well, if you'd like to do that now, that'd be great timing, thank you. The burger van would like to exit stage left.
And carnage. So Stance leads this G final from Evie Thames, Roger Tuckwood, and Stance is over. So Evie Thames takes up the lead. Bright pink car of Evie Thames out front. And she's Joshua Anderson Clouts, Charlie Simmons gets going again. Evie Thames, Roger Tuckwood, Charlie Simmons, Jim Dixon. Your top four. Evie Thames followed by Tuckwood. Evie out front with a Schumacher PB. Nicely through the back section. So still Evie Thames out front. So Evie looks to have this one well under control. 3.2 second lead. 2:20 down, 2:40 to go. And Evie Thames brings it round over the tabletop. Someone's over. Looks like lap traffic though, as Evie makes her way round for lap number 8, or start of lap number 8. Up through the back section. Now a 3-second lead for Evie out front. Roger Tuckwood and Charlie Simmons. .330 down, 1:30 to go. It's still Evie from Roger, from Gareth. But Evie way out in front now. 2.2 seconds clear of Roger Tuckwood. So Roger got it right through the back section though, and he is on his way. Evie's got to be careful not to back off too much because Roger Tuckwood is on a mission on this lap. 22.86, so takes out 0.6 of a second from Evie. So been quiet all race long, but Roger Tuckwood now, your 3 car, is on a mission and is closing down on Evie Thames fast now. In nowhere, and then suddenly within the last minute, Roger suddenly found 22-second laps are easy. It takes out 1.2 out of Evie Thames on the last lap. So now Roger right on Evie's rear gearbox, going through up onto the tabletop. So 20 seconds to go. It'll be a race to the line, and it's Evie. Can she hold on? Roger Tuckwood, is he going to send it? And Evie rolls it, and he's over, and Roger Tuckwood now leads this one. So Evie Thames, having led this race for pretty much the entire 5 minutes, gives the lead up on the last lap. Goes big air on the last lap and nearly does the pass of the weekend.
Marshals change over at this time, please. Okay, marshals change over at this time. Thank you.
Ben Smith driving for Schumacher and El Saram Kyoto batteries and motors. Then Josh Holdsworth also driving for Schumacher. Then Luke Holdsworth also driving for Schumacher. Then comes the three associated guys, Daniel Pohl, Charlie Saunders, Tommy Hall. And we've got Lee Martin driving the X-ray car.
Team associated, Jamie Hall. And 10th place for Schumacher, Archie Bowman. As your A-final four-wheel drive today here at Southport. Just remind all spectators, if you are around the Russian, please be quiet at all times. If you're also spectating around the track, only marshals are allowed to touch the cars.
So it looks like everyone's gone for new boots for leg 2. And if grips at a premium, then I think there'll be new boots for legs 2 and 3. So guys, the finals are allowed to run whatever tyres they want and as many sets as they want in the finals. Ben Smith gets away clean, already has one leg in the books and just needs to polish off another leg, but Josh Holds already through, but Ben quickly back on it and back through. So it's Smith from Holdsworth, and that looks like the pole car, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, regulation order all the way to the back. Ben Smith, like I said, not probably got the fastest car on an outright lap, but just able to do the consistent laps, and that's what he needs to do at the head of the field. Someone's got to make a move on him, and it's got to be clean. And he's got his teammates backing him up as he searches for that first national title. think if Ben wins this and Tommy is nowhere in on the podium, then Ben Smith will take the national title by the end of this meeting. So Ben Smith makes a small error coming onto the concrete, and that puts both Holdsworth brothers on his gearbox but they've got Daniel Pole, so it's the front four again. Same story as leg one. The front four are separated by nothing, and it's just respectful driving, like Ben said, from his teammates. And there's nothing in it between these four. Daniel Pole hassling Luke Holdsworth now. Charlie Saunders not gone, and Lee Martin now up to 6 out of shot. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and then Tommy Hull drops back 1 place. But back up at the sharp end, it's still Ben Smith holding on to this fragile lead. Going to feel like an eternity. 1:48 down, 3:12 to go. This is going to feel like an eternity for Ben Smith holding off. Hard charging Josh Holdsworth, but it's his teammate. Better to have a teammate behind you than someone else. And Ben Smith is over. Charlie Simmons there, but Josh Holdsworth now leads from Luke. Daniel Pole, and Ben Smith now drops to 4th. So Josh Holdsworth leads this one now. And someone's over again in the middle. Who's that? Looks like Tommy Hall. It's Ben Smith that's over again. So it's Josh Holdsworth, Daniel Pole now up to the 2. So Daniel Pole, been quick all day. One of the first guys to really show that he could do a 15-lapper, but just lost out with one slow lap. 20.4 last time by. Daniel Pole takes the thick end of a second out of Josh Holdsworth's lead, but Daniel Pole's trying really hard. He's banging into the curbs. Chasing down Josh Holdsworth. There's Ben Smith, so it's Hall, then Smith, so Smith running in 4th. Josh Holdsworth had a 2 in leg 1. And a 2 and a 0 puts Josh in a commanding position going into leg 3, but Ben still has that 0 and a pole. So just needs to have a good leg 3. But Daniel Pole, 20.68. Josh Holdsworth, though, now new hot lap for Josh Holdsworth, 20.47. That gap now extends to 1.5 seconds up front. Tommy Hall now rolls over out of shot, and Ben Smith is through. So Ben Smith now up to 3rd. Josh Holdsworth doing everything he needs to do to try and win this leg and push it. Well, we'll take it to leg number 3 because Ben Smith needs to win this one to win the meeting. And Daniel Pole's over and back onto his wheels. So Ben Smith, 40 seconds of pressure to put on Daniel Pole to get up to 2nd, and then it will be a straight fight. Ben Smith getting it wrong in the back section. And it will go to a decider. So Ben Smith trying to put the pressure on Daniel Pole, but knows that Daniel's quick. Josh Holdsworth up front, 20.16 last time by, pushing on. Doesn't really need to. He's got a huge lead of 5 seconds over Daniel Pole. Ben Smith closing in on Daniel Pole. Daniel Pole and Ben Smith are through for one final time, so your race is on in the background, out of shot. It's Daniel Pole, Ben Smith all over the back of Daniel Pole as Daniel Pole makes a small mistake. Ben Smith all over him now and goes big and clears the tabletop. Smithy trying. Great race there. Ben tried every which way he could. So just going to check on the overall position. So Josh Holdsworth has a 2 and a 1. Ben Smith has a 1 and a 3. Daniel Pole a 5 and a 2. Tommy Hall a 3 and a 4. So it's your top 4 at the minute. So look who can still win. So Daniel Pole can still win with a 1 and a 2, but would need a fast time. Ben Smith can still win. Josh Holdsworth can still win. Tommy Hall though now out of it. Luke Holdsworth also out of it, but podium places are still up for grabs. But I think Luke Holdsworth's out of it as well. So the podium will be decided between Josh Holdsworth, Ben Smith, Daniel Pole and Tommy Hall. Those 3 guys all have a 1, 2 or 3. Yep, Tommy Hall can't win it because he would get a 1 and a 3. Josh Holdsworth already has a 1 and a 2. So 3 cars can still win. Holdsworth, Smith and Pole. And those 4 cars, Holdsworth, Smith, Pole and Hall, will be fighting it out for the podium in leg 3 later on. But we now move to the F final. Just checking on the championship as it stands. Ben Smith has 390. Tommy Hall 384. That's Josh Holdsworth 128, 126. Even if he wins today, that's only 130. Ben Smith TQs and finishes second. That's 130. So it's Lee Martin really that's got a chance to battle Ben Smith for the championship, but he's out of it today. I think even though Ben's not had the greatest leg 2, TQ and win, and he's won the championship. I'm pretty much sure of that. Now we concentrate on our F final. Graham Lyle. Poleman led us round from lap 1, and that looks like absolute carnage behind. So Ben Stevenson now to the point of this final. From Ewan McLeod, Dave Burton, Cameron Wells, Chris Pattinson, Chris Foster. Poleman now drops back to the 7th spot as we follow Ben Stevenson round, but now he's headed by Ewan McLeod. So Stevenson and Burton 2 and 3, but Ewan way out in front after 4. 2-second lead after 4 laps. He's in the 22.5s. Fastest lap for the other guys, and this one is 23.5. So a second a lap that Ewan can pull on these guys. So Ewan now showing that he might have underqualified. Maybe only had one good run all day. Not backed it up with a good one. Another good one, 22.86. So Ewan takes another half second out of Ben Stevenson. So the gap grows now to 2.3 seconds. As Ewan clips a pipe, gets it wrong up onto the tabletop. So half a second will have gone there. And Ewan comes round onto the straight, 23.5, 23.37, 23.32 for Ben Stevenson. So takes out only 0.1. So that gap's still nice and comfortable at 2.2 seconds. Chris Pattinson, third. Only a second back. Then Graham Lyle, only half a second back. So back to Andy Manning. Only 4.5 seconds covers your top 5. after 2:40. So 2:20 to go. It's Ewan with the fire engine red and flames on the side of his car. Up over the tabletop. Right onto the straight. And another 23-second lap. Ben Stevenson, though, into the 22s, 22.6, takes 4/10, or thick end of 4/10 out of our leader. Chris Pattington also matches the leader's time with a 23 flat. Chris Foster with the Yokomo car, 22.85. Those guys now 7 seconds covers your top 4. So Ewan McLeod, 22.24, new hot lap for Ewan, 22.89 for Ben Stevenson. So back 7 3/4 of a second to the good that time by for Ewan McLeod, and the gap now up to almost 3 seconds. 22.77, so the gap will be almost 3 seconds now as Ben Stevenson finds a 22.8. So still not giving up hope on this F final. Stevenson gets it wrong over the tabletop, out of shot. But Ewan McLeod now 23 flat, Ben Stevenson 23.9, so nearly a second to the good. So 3.7 second lead now for Ewan. So Ewan has this one in the bag with 30 seconds to go. Not going to put my mortgage on it because I don't know Ewan. And after yesterday, when I put my mortgage on Matt Thompson winning the B final, I'm now homeless after he made an absolute hash of it in the last lap. Ben Stevenson has hit the end of the straight and broke his car. So Ben Stevenson limping his car around. Ewan McLeod wins the F final. Chris Pattington second, Chris Foster third, Ben Stevenson limping home. So Halliwell straight to the front of this E-final. your host for the previous round at RHR. Halliwell, Hattie Thames with the blue car. That's Steve Brown, Tris Neal, Manny Panesar, Ryan Preston, Ben Elliott, Oliver Frost, Ruben Russell and Matt Dodd. Hattie Thames now to the point from Halliwell. Steve Brown, Tris Neal, Manny Panesar, Ben Elliott and Oliver Frost, Matt Dodd, Ryan Preston and Ruben Russell rounding out this E-final. Hattie Thames leads this one, gets on two wheels at the end of the straight, brings it down and keeps it rubber side down. Maybe lost a couple of tenths doing that, and James Halliwell closes it in on Hattie Thames. Halliwell taking a wide line up onto the tabletop, straightening up the chicane straight afterwards. Hattie Thames now to the point. 1:30 down, 3:30 to go. So it's Thames from Halliwell, from Neal, Panesar, Brown and Elliott. 5 seconds covers your top 8 after 1 minute 50. There's still no one really out of this one. Hattie Thames brings it round. Tris Neal now closing in on the Halliwell machine. So Tris, the all white car, found some pace in the last round, did Tris? And he's on the rear bumper of James Halliwell. Little mistake though coming onto the start finish straight. And that gap he's seesawing between Halliwell and Manny Panesar. So Manny up and over the mountain. So Halliwell over, so it's now Thames from Neal, from Panesar and Halliwell. So Hattie Thames has been chased down by 3 different cars now, but still holds the lead in this E-final. 23.41. Tris Neal though, 22.63 last time by, and Panesar 22.62. Panesar collects Tris Neal at the end of the straight. So Hattie Thames, so the Schumacher guys at the front can't decide who wants to win this. They've got to be careful because team manager Tris Neal is in there, but Manny threw caution to the wind. Just drove straight through the back of Tris Neal. So it's Thames from Halliwell now. Tris Neal recovering and closing down the Halliwell machine. Stephen Brown also recovering from a rough lap early on, and he's now up to the 4th spot. Panesar after that drilling of Tris Neal into the end of the straight now runs 6th. But Hattie Thames now, after soaking up all that early pressure in the opening 3 minutes, now has only a minute, and the Halliwell machine has got Tris all over the back of him. So it's Thames, Halliwell and Neal. So Hattie, 30 seconds to hold on. Hattie round on to the start finish straight now. Trish round the outside of Halliwell. My word, Tris Neal, maybe pass of the week round the outside like all the trailer park girls. And Hattie Thames now 5 seconds clear. Hattie Thames gets caught at the line. It's 13 laps. Quick final for Hattie Thames. Tris Neal, though, pushed her all the way at the end. Stephen Brown up to third. And James Helliwell, after getting destroyed by Tris Neal around the outside, drops to fourth. Oh dear. Just checking if James Helliwell needs to borrow my belt because he got his pants pulled down by Tris Neal, then going round the outside of him on the straight. So maybe Mr. Helliwell needs to get out of blinky mode with this four-wheel drive. All good fun and jesting. So now your D final. 4 more finals. Looks like the A final is predicted to start around 6:24. So if you want to go and get yourself a coffee and some biscuits, don't get hobnobs though because the oats get stuck in your teeth. So make a selection of biscuit, get a brew, and put your feet up for the remaining 4 finals today. And Kevin Hodkinson backflips off the line and collects someone else because of backflipped, and that looks like Ewan Tumulty's car. So Will Venables, briefcase graphics, leads us round. Kevin Hodkinson will not be second. Looks like someone else, don't know who's leading. So it's Jacob Tomlinson. Difficult day for Jacob yesterday in two-wheel drive, but kind of right at the wrongs of yesterday. Probably gone along unnoticed in heat number 12, because heat 12, only a couple of guys that were quick in that heat. And Jacob Tomlinson leads this one from Alex Pyatt. Eugene Galley. And that's Harry Saunders into the end of the straight. I think Alex Pyatt is the lone PR car that Ollie Natras was talking about early. So, lone PR racing car of Alex Pyatt. Jacob Tomlinson with his Schumacher PB leads this one, 22.42 last time by. 22.82 for Alex Pyatt, 22.54 for Pritchard. So Pritchard been there or thereabouts, not probably shown the pace I expected of Pritchard this weekend. Especially in four-wheel drive, I thought he would have gone a little better than he has in four-wheel, maybe C final. But can still win this C final from there, from third. Jacob Tomlinson's over. And Pritchard now up to the 2 spot, so James Pritchard can win this one. So Alex Pyatt now with a PR car has got the hard charging James Pritchard. Pyatt 22.5, James Pritchard 22.0, so Pritchard's finding pace right at the end of today. Not been in the 21s all day, and suddenly he's at 22.0. So it's Pyatt, Pritchard, Tomlinson, Galley, Venables, Scott, Robinson, Hodkinson. But down the straight now, James Pritchard, don't know what's happened up front. Well, I've been looking away at the timing. But Pritchard now up to the point. Jacob Tomlinson Your one-time leader of this is now in the 2 spot. Eugene Galley, 3. David Scott, Liam Robin, Alex Pyatt has dropped right back to 6th. 28-second lap has done for Alex in this one. So Pritchard, 23.24. So that 22.09 is distant and in the past. Now in the 23s, gets on 2 wheels again. So it looks like grips come up. And notice the temperature's dropped. And they said that's what happens sometimes when the dew comes up. If the dew starts to come back, the track will get grippy. If you remember, that's what happened in leg 3. 2-wheel drive yesterday, the grip came back up and people weren't expecting it, and that's what caught Tommy out a couple of times. So Pritchard now, grip come up in certain places on the track. And Jacob Tomlinson all over the back now of James Pritchard. Eugene Galley not being dropped either in 3rd. Old man Eugene. Alex Pyatt though recovering from whatever happened. David Scott right behind Alex Pyatt. But it's Tomlinson hounding James Pritchard now. 22.6s both last time by. So the gap is what you see on screen, and it's just Jake must have made an error towards the back end of that lap. Lost 0.6 of a second. But with a minute to go, Pritchard through the back section, round and coming up on Will Venables, who started pole, was thrown pole away. Will Venables. Jacob now through on Pritchard. Pritchard, 23.85, lost 2 seconds. So Pritchard. So full battle now. As it's Pyatt now back to the point from Pritchard. Pyatt thought this one was all gone. And Pritchard now looking for a way past Alex Pyatt through the back section. Jacob and Galley's not been dropped either. So 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way up to the line. So it's Pyatt. Jacob Tomlinson, will he go big? No, he doesn't. Pritchard tries to go around the outside. Drag race to the line, and it's Alex Pyatt. So Pyatt from Pritchard, Tomlinson and Galley. Blanket covering those 3 across the line. 2 seconds. That lone PR of Alex Pyatt wins the D final. So your C final now.
Can marshals also start to change over, please? Just caution as cars are coming down the straight.
So this C final, laden with talent. Cole May, Matt Druitt, Ryan Clark, Harley Eldridge, Aaron Nash, Will Fisher. Driven great today. And a well-deserved C final for Will Fisher. Colin May, I think, really unlucky to make the B final today. And Matt Druitt looking at the inside. So similar colours for these two guys up front. All three of them, really. But Ryan Clark with yellow wheels. Already giving away half a second lap by running yellow wheels. But Colin May, 22.5 out lap. And these three at the head of the field, May, Druitt and Clark. Then Aaron Nash recovering from a rough day yesterday, and not really a great day today either. In four-wheel drive, Callum Ackroyd bench, another Northwest locals with Stuart Marn, Will Fisher from Stoke, Andy Woods dropping right back to 10th. And it looks like Matt Druitt collects Colin May, and that gifts the lead to Ryan Clark. And Ryan Clark does not make mistakes. I said that 1 minute 30 into this, so if you do, Ryan, you can watch this back. And I said you don't make any mistakes, but Aaron Nash now up to the 2 and clouts the pipe. And that gifts Callum Ackroyd bench second, but all of this is giving the win to Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark comes round onto the straight now. 22.5, 22.39 for Callum Ackroyd bench. Clark catches a pipe, gets it back rubber side down. Callum throws it away now. So no one wants to take this one off Ryan Clark. So Ryan Clark's got the cigar cutter out and cutting that cigar ready for lighting it, because it's out as he leads this C final. Good points if you can't make it into the B. Might as well win the C final, and that's a good point to Ryan Clark. This will be his 4th national this year. I say 3rd Nash. Yeah, 3rd national this year. He's missed one out. This is only the 4th. So Ryan Clark, 22.07. Matt Druitt, 21.98. So both of them doing their best lap and the last lap. 2.50 down, 2.10 to go. Clark jumps onto the tarmac and round onto the straight. Full length of the straight lead though for Ryan Clark. So it's 3 second lead for Ryan Clark. Gets on 2 wheels through the back section. Still not made that error yet, Ryan. And that's 1 minute 30. Since I'd said you wouldn't make an error. 21.86 this time round. 21.97 for Druitt. So it only ekes out a 10th or 2. And Callum Ackroyd bench, though, fastest man on track. 21.46 last time by. Half a second taking out of Druitt and Clark. So Druitt and Ackroyd bench, but Ackroyd bench is over again. So that gap at the front is just now your leaders, Clark. Druitt catches a pipe in the background. Clark clips the back section. There's a mistake in there, but still not rolled it over. A minute to go. Ryan Clark, a 2.4 second lead over Matt Druitt. And that gap has come down now to 1.6 seconds with that error from Ryan. 22.15 from Matt Druitt. So here comes the pressure from Matt Druitt now. Closing in. He can smell blood now. Can he catch pitmate Ryan Clark? These guys pitting in the X-ray tent. Here comes Druitt. Through the back section. Ten seconds to go. It's through for their final lap. Gap is there. Half the length of the straight. It's been up to the full length of the straight. 21.99 for Matt Druitt. Ryan Clark, 22.4. Will Ryan Clark throw it away like Matt Thompson did yesterday? My money's on him not doing that. So Ryan Clark through and round and saves my bacon as Ryan Clark wins the C final. from Matt Druitt. Callum Ackroyd bench collects third, and Stuart Mahon from 10th on the grid gets a great fourth place.
So the final coming up next, the almost made it drivers, some super fast drivers going in this one. Some A finalists not quite made it today, going into the B final. Then it will be A final leg number 3. After that.
It's fun though. I like Marshall Point. I like Marshall Point 7 more than 5.
Okay, can Marshall change over please, and caution as cars are coming down the straight.
And in about 3 minutes, I was just like, I think I need to speed up so I can see you coming.
We appear to be missing Johnny Skidmore's car. Okay.
So Thomas Phipps gets away in this B final, followed by Skidmore, Mark Anthony Jones, Ollie Natras, Matt Thompson, Isaac McFadden. It's Reese Ward. A couple of people getting tangled up in the mid-pack. But out front, Thomas Phipps, unlucky to miss out on the A final by 0.05 of a second in the last round. Archie Bowman sneaking that last place on the last lap, and Ollie Natras is over. Sorry, Graham, but Ollie's over. And Thomas Phipps is out front and looking to dominate this B final and collect as many points as he can. It's almost as good as an A final. Matt Thompson, though, making his way up to the 3 spot. But out front, Thomas Phipps holds a commanding lead over Mark Anthony Jones, then Matt Thompson, Isaac McFadden, Ollie Natras recovering from the early roll. Back up to the 5. Looks like Johnny Skidmore's dropped right to the back. Not sure what was up, but he needed to get his car through scrutineering again at the start of this one. So Johnny now, those two guys look like Reese Ward and Will Skidmore, so the Skidmores at the back now. Racing together, and Reese Ward in the middle of them, but out front it's Thomas Phipps, Mark Anthony Jones, then Isaac McFadden, Ollie Natras and Matt Thompson. So Phipps now 21.56, 21.41 now, That's 2.6 second gap up front for Phipps as he leads and tries to do what he should have done early on in the day and not left it to the last 2 rounds, as his dad put it. Looks like he's been contacting the midfield. So Phipps from Mark Anthony Jones, Oliver Natras, then it's Matt Thompson and Isaac McFadden. So out of shot, Ollie Natras recovering now up to the 3 and putting pressure on Mark Anthony Jones. But out front, Thomas Phipps has this one well in control. Gets past Reece Ward, who's started well but had a bit of a nightmare in this B final. So now Phipps round onto the concrete. In the background, it still looks like it's Mark Anthony Jones. Then Natras and Thompson got the horsepower in the background, but out front, Phippsy is gone. He's checking out at the front. 21.41 best lap, 22.23 last time by for Thomas Phipps. 3.22 down, 1.38 to go, and gets it up on 2 wheels. Mark Anthony Jones isn't out of this. 21.68 last time by for Mark Anthony Jones. And that's his fastest lap of the race so far. 22.15 for Matt Thompson. So it's Phipps at the front, Mark Anthony Jones second, then it's Thompson, McFadden. And that looks like a recovering Skidmore. It is a recovering Skidmore. Don't know what happened at the start. But Skidmore into the 20s now. 20.99. 1 lap ago. Last lap for Skidmore 22.15. So a little mistake. Thompson's over. Hopefully he's not trying to throw this one away like he did yesterday. And it's Thompson up the inside of Isaac McFadden onto the straight. It's Thompson, McFadden and Skidmore in the background, but out front Thomas Phipps, 20 seconds to go, has led this one from flag and will lead it to flag. Hopefully Reece Ward pulls out. So here they come. Skidmore up the inside of Isaac McFadden, pushes him wide and puts him off track. So Thompson looks like he's got 3rd. Don't throw this one away, Matt Thompson. You had 1st and 3rd away in the last lap. Don't throw this one away, and you'll beat Johnny Skidmore, and bragging rights in the X-ray camp go to Matt Thompson. But Phipps wins that one. Flag to flag victory for Thomas Phipps. Mark Anthony Jones 2nd, Matt Thompson 3rd. Johnny Skidmore 4th, Isaac McFadden 5th, Tommy Dale 6th, Luke Lewis Hopkins 7th. Those last 3 guys only covered by 0.7 of a second.
Marshall start to change over, please. Marshall start to change over. Thank you.
So, final race of the day. A final. We're going on time as well, 18:24. So hopefully that cup of tea is warm. Biscuits are sorted.
And just remind everyone that it's spectating only. Marshals are 2 marshal cars and quiet around the rostrum.
Oh, and Daniel Pole wheelies off the line and gets collected. Ben Smith then knows what he needs to do, win this, and that's the championship done. So it's Smith, Holdsworth, Daniel Pole vacates 4th, and Charlie Saunders benefits. Lee Martin 5th, Hudson Knight up to 6th, Tommy Hall down to 7th. So I think it must have been Tommy Hall that collected the pole machine, and it will have been with Daniel Pole 4 and Tommy Hall 6. So it was Hall that collected the pole machine, and now Daniel's gone big in the middle. That's Daniel's A final over. So Ben Smith. Oh, Josh Holdsworth clips the concrete bot dot and gets away with it. So big gap now for Ben Smith. Now he's just got to hold it together for the remaining 4 minutes. Like you said earlier, it's only 15 laps he's got to run. He just needs to keep it going, keep it rubber side down for the remaining 4 minutes of this A final, leg number 3, to win the meeting and I think possibly take the championship. I don't think anyone else can win the championship if Ben TQs and wins this meeting. Josh Holdsworth though, and Luke Holdsworth putting the pressure on Ben Smith. I mean, no team orders in that camp because Josh Holdsworth knows if he wins this leg, he'll win the meeting. So Holdsworth, Smith doing battle at the front for the meeting. And Josh Holdsworth threw up the inside, but Ben instantly retaliates. Josh. Ben Smith has had a mistake with that marshalling and pulls off. So it's Josh and Luke doing battle at the front. So back to Charlie Saunders. Need to review what happened, but it looks like someone crashed out and the marshal had to try and grab hold of the car and collected Smithy. But now back up to the front, Holdsworth brothers doing battle. Luke can't win it, Josh can win it, and already has, I think, won because he's got a 1 and a 2. So this is just for bragging rights in the Holdsworth camp. But Josh not going to give up an A final leg win or a meeting win. So 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Luke Holdsworth gets on 2 wheels at the end of the straight, brings it down. Loses no time. These two guys both been quick over here the last couple of years. One of their local tracks, only about an hour away. Northwest guys. It's Josh Holdsworth for Luke Holdsworth. Charlie Saunders running third. So at the minute, Luke Holdsworth has a 4 and a 5, so 1 and a 4 puts him 5th, so Ben Smith would still be 2nd overall. Daniel Pole got nothing in this one, so looks like 1 and 2 will still be Josh Holdsworth and Ben Smith. And Ben still might have done enough with a 130. Josh Holdsworth now gapping his brother 20.67, 20.85. So with this and one more for your lead pair. Maybe also Charlie Saunders in 3rd. Lee Martin has a 6 and a 6. Looking at a 4 in this one, a 6 and 4. 10 points will not move him up any places. So his challenge at this meeting will go. So all the results are going Ben Smith's way at the minute. So holds all your top 3 are through. Josh just got to bring it round. But Josh Holdsworth brings it round to take the win and wins leg 3 of your A final 4-wheel drive. Josh Holdsworth this year has 128, 123, 126. Lee Martin. As I just wait for the results to update online and give you your A final overall position. So your winner, Josh Holdsworth with 2 1s. Ben Smith takes 2nd with a 1 and a 3. Luke Holdsworth takes 3rd with a 4 and a 2. Daniel Pole 4th with a 5 and a 2. Tommy Hall 5th with a 3 and a 5. Charlie Saunders 10 points, 7 and a 3, takes 6. Lee Martin 6 and a 4, takes 7th. Hudson Knight debuting the A final 6 and a 7, takes 8th. Jamie Hall 8 and a 7, takes 9th, and Archie Bowman 2 8s gives him 10th place overall. So by my rough maths, I think that makes Ben Smith your 4-wheel drive national champion. But try and get a quick chat with Josh. So, thank you to our sponsors for this weekend's meeting: TKR, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, X-Ray, Schumacher, TMG Speed, MB Models, Rude Bits, and Team Associated. Thank you again to the BRCA. Thank you again to you guys watching online, wherever you are around the world this weekend. It's been great covering this weekend's racing at sunny Southport. Going to get involved in RC racing, go to the BRCA. But we've got Josh Holdsworth coming across now. Well done. So, Josh Holdsworth, well done.
Thank you very much.
A win.
Yes. Is this live? Oh no, it's...
No, this isn't live. This is up to so this is up to like... I've not got the live one just yet. So you need to drop that 123. 130 today. Ben gets a 130. I think Ben might have the title. I'm not sure. I'm trying to work...
He needed the win to for it to be
complete. Yeah, I need to do some maths now.
I think
it's pretty close.
It's pretty certain.
But if it's mathematically,
it's not yet.
Yeah.
So.
I'm not sure. I've not worked it out yet. But if someone else has worked it out, then. But great driving in legs 2 and 3.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it wasn't easy. Luke was giving me some there, wasn't he?
Yeah, Luke was giving you some. He couldn't. The weird thing was, none of you could improve your position.
No. So we knew, even if I came second, it was still.
Yeah, you'd won, and Luke, even if he won, wouldn't have gone up.
Well, I crashed in the last lap, and he just started laughing on the rush jump because he was just like. Yeah, so it's good. It's nice, for the first time, to be battling with him for a win.
Yeah.
Never really done that, so
Yeah,
that's good.
yeah, some
That was nice.
brotherly love. What happened with Ben over the back?
There was some, I don't know who it was, but there was a back marker
Yeah.
that like had just got marshalled, and then Ben like landed on him. So then I went up the inside, and then Ben like, and I think he clipped the next corner or something.
Then
like
that was it. Done. All done. I think Tony wants you, so I will let you go.
Yes, I get in
So
trouble.
well done. Yeah, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
See you home track next time round.
Yes.
Bury, pressure's on.
Well, you know. Thank you very much.
Well done. Congratulations and good luck for Bury.
Thank you.
See you soon. So, Josh Holdsworth takes his 4th win, and that moves him up to 19th on the all-time list. Now ahead of Bradders and ahead of Kev Lee. Just behind Ian Kenningley, Orlowski, Chris Doughty, William Mitchum, Danny McGee, Tom Yardy, Tom Cockrell, Simon Moss and Ben Smith. So your most winningest guys currently at the Nationals are Tommy Hall, now has 22 wins. No, sorry, 21 wins, because I've updated it after yesterday. Ben Smith has 8 wins, and Josh Holdsworth now has 4 wins. So, like I said, thank you very much for following this weekend. As Ryan Clark takes a nice photo of his car. Rye, man. We've got that on camera, Ryan, for you to take. Right, that's on camera as well. Yeah, so Ryan Clark takes the win in the C final. Didn't know. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching online at home. It's been a pleasure covering the Nationals this year. And we'll see you at Bury in a few weeks' time. We've got the Euros on RC Racing TV, 1/8 Euros, so watch that. Now, the guys travel out today and tomorrow, so you'll have that to look forward to watching on RC Racing TV next week. And going into next weekend, then you've got Euros 1/10 scale before the next National, so that will also be covered by RC Racing TV. And there'll probably be some other Euro action in between. As Cam runs back now. Runs, jogs. And we'll do a little bit of maybe a bit of more of a closing thing with me and Cam. But I think those are the events you guys have got to look forward to on RC Racing TV over the coming weeks. So I was just telling our lovely viewers what they've got to watch next week, apart from EastEnders and Home and Away.
Yeah.
So they've got the Madrid, 1/8 Euros.
Yeah.
Then a couple of weeks' time they'll have the 10th Euros.
No, 3 more before that. Before 10th Euros.
Yeah, so I mean, but I can't remember what those were. 8th Euros, 10th Euros, what else is in between?
8th Nitro.
Yep.
And then the same week, 8th IC on road, 8th e-buggy,
yep,
and ETS. And then we're in Stayregg.
Stayregg for the 10th Euros. So, yeah, you guys at home don't have to watch Neighbours or Home and Away or EastEnders or Coronation Street. You've got RC Racing TV.
Lots and lots of content.
And there's that weird World Cup thing going on, which no one cares about. Because everyone should be watching RC Racing TV week in, week out.
I mean, if there's anybody coming to the Mid-East regionals next week at Endor, I know we are... I think the Mid-East is one of the most...
popular region.
Yeah, and I think we send more to the Nationals than anybody else at the minute.
Yeah, and it's also good practice for...
Juniors and Vets.
Juniors and Vets, which is coming up as well soon.
Even better, Saturday night, England play, and we've got it on the big screen.
Oh, it's a Saturday. Oh, so that's when it's on. Oh, I won't be going then. I'll be going to the pub. I'm watching it. Oh, it's a track. I was going to race, but if it's on the same night as the England match... Oh, and I'd have to race my vintage car.
Be alright in two-wheel drive.
No, Cat 2000 four-wheel as well.
Oh, four-wheel then, yeah.
Yeah, might do four-wheel drive yet.
Right then.
So, like I said, thank you very much for all you guys at home watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream this weekend, and we shall see you very soon.
Massive thank you to BRCA, all our sponsorships, and big thank you to you for looking after us this weekend.
It's all right, no problem.
A massive thank you to the Southport Club who have provided us with
huge set
refreshments. It's been a little bit warm.
It has been warm, yeah.
But yeah, right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll see you in
Madrid.
Yeah.
Madrid.
Yes.
Madrid. Middle of Spain.
Middle of Spain.
Good night.